Shiite, as you know, feel betrayed because 12 years ago, when they rose up against Saddam Hussein, the coalition then did not back them, and there was a severe crackdown on the Shiite population. They have been sitting on the fence for several days here during this period of the assault on Basra and Basra being surrounded. The big effort has been to win them over to the coalition side, and it looks like it's happening. And food is power in this particular unconventional war in Basra. So now the coalition controls that 3,000 tons of food. They want to use it to get it to the people inside, and they believe that this is a great tool, even a better tool than these missiles being fired right now at presumably some Iraqi armor in Basra. Wolf.
CNN's Mike Betcher with U.S. Special Operations Forces outside Basra with important information from that second largest city in Iraq. 1,200,000 people estimated living there. An important development from Mike Betcher. Thanks very much. Much more coverage of the war in Iraq coming up. Good afternoon to our viewers in North America. It's just after 10 p.m. here in Kuwait City, 2 p.m. in Palestine, West Virginia, where the news is being made this Wednesday, April 2nd. Hello, I'm Will Flitzer in Kuwait City. Coming up this hour, the so-called red zone, getting to it, staying in it, and pushing Saddam Hussein out of it. We're on the front line.
From CNN Studios in Washington, I'm Judy Woodruff. Also this hour, rescued POW Jessica Lynch, now safe with coalition forces after being ambushed. We'll tell you how the rescue happened.
And from CNN's World Headquarters in Atlanta, I'm Miles O'Brien. Also this hour, progress.
About this particular location, Officer Coy conducted some surveillance.
Quad bypass.
Hopefully they'll be
trying to go more than one.
Fit rods are non-stick, and all I'm going to do is just slide it through like this. It goes right through. A child can do it. You match up the other side, and I'll set it on the
possible use of Iraqi chemical weapons. The Pentagon is calling this the first phase of the push toward Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers is reporting that the 1st and 3rd Brigades of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division took the Iraqi town of Karbala with very little effort. The red arrows you see on this map represent the Iraqi Republican Guard divisions who are forming an arc around the southern part of Baghdad in hopes of keeping the city. In the words of one American helicopter pilot involved in the fight, the race to Baghdad is, and I'm quoting now, a very quick-moving, very fluid battle. CNN's Walter Rogers is very, very close to the action.
Throughout the day, as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry punched northward in the general direction of Baghdad, we have seen huge convoys of supply troops moving ever northward. Indeed, all the arrows on the Army's map seem to be pointing in the direction of the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division took Karbala with a minimum of fight, and then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division secured the town of Karbala. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry has pushed onward in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, we were about 50 miles from the southern suburbs of Baghdad. We have perhaps halved that distance. Throughout the day, we have watched the 3rd Infantry Division bring in prisoners of war, Iraqi soldiers, glad the war is over for them, perhaps 100 at a time. There were times when the 7th Cavalry itself got into some skirmishes as it pushed forward again in the direction of Baghdad. There was a bit of a firefight when the 7th Cavalry came upon 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns, ACAC guns. The Iraqi unit in possession of those guns fired mortars in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The Apache troop opened its tank guns, opened its own mortars, decimated that unit, put it out of existence, and probably killed some 20 Iraqis in the process. This as it continues to push ever closer towards the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in the Iraqi desert.
And the southern arc around Baghdad isn't the only place that's seeing action today. Let's look at Iraq region by region. First to the north and the strategic town of Kirkuk. Coalition forces dropped bombs just outside the oil-rich city. CNN's Brent Sadler called it a ferocious bombardment with very heavy explosions. Let's move to the center of the country in the city of Najaf, where Iraqi forces are said to be using a sacred mosque as a covert base of operations. CNN's Ryan Chilcutt is reporting that commanders in the field say they don't believe Iraqi soldiers are firing from the mosque, but using it only as a sanctuary, running to nearby buildings to fire on U.S. troops. In the south, especially in Basra, that's where British troops say they're confident they can overcome the Iraqi resistance. Thick black smoke can be seen across the horizon. The battle for this key southern town has stretched for 2 weeks now. Let's get some more on what's going on. For that, I turn to CNN's Miles O'Brien. He's in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Miles?
Thanks very much, Wolf. I'm joined by Major General Don Shepard, retired U.S. Air Force, and we're going to talk a little bit about what appears to be the emerging strategy of this coalition push toward Baghdad. And before we get into the details, Don Shepard, is this the beginnings of a push, or is this part of just a probing action that lays the groundwork for something more significant later?
Far more than a probing action, Miles. These are major battles that have been fought and major advancements toward Baghdad. Where the U.S. will pause or where they will draw a ring around Baghdad is still to be decided. The danger is the closer they get, the more likely weapons of mass destruction.
All right, let's do this, and we'll kind of go clockwise around the map. Kut to Baghdad is about 100 miles.
You bet.
That's the Marine thrust that we've been watching all these past couple of weeks. So far, they have met with moderate resistance. Is that accurate to say?
No, very little resistance.
Okay.
That's the good news. Air power has decimated the Baghdad division. The Marines crossed.
And these are Republican Guard divisions.
Republican Guard Infantry Baghdad Division, the crossed rifles. We're going to take them out. The Marines are now on the north bank of the Tigris River, proceeding post-haste toward Baghdad.
All right, as we move along to Karbala, we were talking a lot yesterday about the Karbala Gap as it is, and this important strategic location as you move toward Baghdad. It appears that battle was joined. There was some, how would you describe the level of fighting there?
They expected extreme fighting. 6,000 troops of the Medina Armored Division, the track division here. They thought they were going to have a tough battle. In fact, they encircled Karbala within about 3 hours, and they are calling the Medina Division combat ineffective. It's probably retreated toward Baghdad. Very little fighting going on there.
All right, now what's this right here?
This is the Hammurami Armored Division.
Yeah.
This is the Al-Nida Armored Division. This is the Nebuchadnezzar Infantry Division. We haven't heard much about those. And up here you have the mechanized infantry, the Adnan Mechanized Infantry Division, protecting Tikrit, the ancestral home of Saddam.
So as we look at, let's look at some satellite imagery of the area, give people a little bit of the lay of the land. But we're in that Pentagon briefing, as this is a big wide shot, I want to bring you down to the area south of Baghdad, which is where our focus is right now. And a couple things to consider. First of all, lower right-hand part of your screen, that's Al-Qut. This distance is 90 to 100 miles. This is Karbala. That's about a 50-mile run. And both of those places indicating the vanguard of the U.S. advance right now, more or less, without giving away any trade secrets here, right?
Actually, reportedly, the lead elements are now within 19 miles, 20 kilometers of the capital. We don't know exactly where, we don't know exactly who, but they're getting close.
All right, now the question is, Tori Clark in that Pentagon briefing just a little while ago was very clear-cut, and she said, well, let's move this in on Al-Qut, by the way, and just show you what that's all about there. Lots of river crossings there. We're going to talk about how you do that and how you secure bridges in just a minute. But she said the worst fighting lies ahead, and yet we're seeing what are supposedly these elite Republican Guard forces not putting up that stiff a fight. What are we expecting to see?
Well, remember, when these elite Republican Guard divisions collapse into Baghdad, and then they have other troops in the regular Iraqi Republican Army collapsing into Baghdad, they can indeed put up a formidable fight in Baghdad, and they can unleash weapons of mass destruction. Don't beat your chest too early. Some tough days could be ahead, or there could be a rapid collapse.
All right, quickly, we'll go from Al-Qut. Let's move it over to Karbala. We don't know exactly where the vanguard of that force is there. Just to point it out very quickly, that is Baghdad there, that's Karbala there. We talked a lot yesterday about those lakes, the possibility of breaching those dams. No evidence of that, we should point out, so far.
And the reports are that special forces secured the dams. That's good news, keeping flooding from taking part in the Euphrates and other areas.
All right, Don Shepard, thank you very much for the situation update. We'll talk a little bit about how Marines, as they came across the Tigris River in Al-Qut, how they might have taken that bridge. We'll offer a little explainer in just a little bit. Judy?
Thanks, Miles. General Shepard, it sure helps to have those maps when the movement is across such a broad front as we're seeing. Thanks. United States Army Private First Class Jessica Lynch is on her way to an American military hospital at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. U.S. Special Operations Forces fought their way in and out of an Iraqi hospital in Nasiriyah, rescuing the 19-year-old early today. Lynch was captured on March the 23rd after her convoy made a wrong turn and was ambushed.
We were successful in that operation last night and did retrieve PFC Jessica Lynch, bringing her away from that location of danger, clearing the building of some of the military activity that was in there. There was not a firefight inside of the building, I would tell you, but there were firefights outside of the building, getting in and getting out.
Jessica Lynch's family, as you can well imagine, is not only thrilled, they are anxious to talk to her. CNN's Patty Davis is waiting with them for that phone call in Palestine, West Virginia. Patty.
Well, Judy, lots of great big smiles, a lot of hugs and tears today. The day after Jessica Lynch was rescued from that Iraqi hospital, the community here has basically held a vigil along with her family, waiting for news. Lots of yellow ribbons, hundreds, in fact, around trees, around mailboxes, on the house. This is Jessica Lynch's house behind me. Yellow ribbons all over that as well. Her father got word of that rescue last night and said at first he didn't believe it. It was April Fool's Day. He thought somebody was playing a joke on him. But he did finally believe it, and it was a daring rescue mission by all accounts. Jessica snatched from that Iraqi hospital by U.S. troops. Her family says it is overwhelmingly grateful for what the U.S. military did getting her out of there. As you said, Judy, March 23rd, her convoy, the 507th Maintenance Unit, took a wrong turn and was ambushed by Iraqi troops. No one here in the Lynch home has slept much over the past several days. What would really help, they say, is a call. They really want to talk to Jessica. Her father says that he expects that will come sometime tonight or tomorrow. But Jessica's brother saying that would help family morale here. Now, meantime, lots of family and friends streaming through here today with food and flowers and just good wishes. This family extremely, extremely relieved. Judy?
Patty Davis, and as they said, she is now on her way to Ramstein Air Base. At the Pentagon, we noticed they really had very little to say about plans for her to return, but we're sure that information is going to be coming. Question is, how did the Special Operations Unit manage such a heroic rescue in the heart of a Fedayeen stronghold? CNN's Jason Bellini is reporting that U.S. Marines staged a military offensive in Nasiriyah to create a diversion. Alessio Vinci, also in the region, witnessed part of the operation. He says that Marine tanks and armored vehicles approached the hospital under cover of darkness and that they met with moderate resistance. And as we go back to Wolf, we also know from military officials, Wolf, that when the Special Operations Forces went in, there were bodies found, and we are waiting for more information on what or who those might be. Wolf.
Still no word on who those people were. We'll wait and see. We'll get the official word. Thanks very much, Judy. Still to come this hour, the battle for Baghdad. Coalition troops zero in on the capital city. And on their way there, having to cross two major rivers. We'll show you how they did it and how they did it safely. And a little bit later, life goes on, our Jeff Flock, and how America is living as a war rages on inside Iraq. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson's first interview on the SARS outbreak. With over 60 cases in the U.S. and more than 1,000 worldwide, what is being done to control its spread? On Lou Dobbs Moneyline, CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern.
A U.S. military convoy had a chance encounter with Iraqi Fedayeen gunmen earlier today at a crossroads in Najaf. CNN's Ryan Chilcote in the field with the 101st Airborne describes precisely what happened.
The fight continues, and I'm sure you can see those huge black plumes of smoke behind me. Let me show you them a little bit better. What we understand that to be, and this is according to initial reports, is just a short while ago, and this is within the hour, several pickup trucks, blue pickup trucks even, we know, were moving through an intersection in the city at the same time a U.S. military convoy was, and they had a chance encounter. The pickup trucks apparently being driven by Fedayeen paramilitary fighters opened fire on the U.S. military convoy with Russian assault rifles, AK-47s. The U.S. convoy stopped at a head count once they were sure everybody was okay. They called in those Apache attack helicopters, I think, that everybody saw on this program a little bit earlier. Those are the U.S. military's helicopters, gun helicopters, and they opened fire on those pickup trucks, really obviously lighting them up. And what then happened was they noticed before they opened fire on them that the back of the pickup trucks were covered in camouflage and wheat. Well, it turns out they were loaded up with some kind of explosive material, probably rockets, because they started going off in all kinds of secondary explosions. Those explosions continued for about 10 minutes, and now you're seeing that black smoke. That's the result. It's literally covered this entire city. That is the result of those secondary explosions. Really, this fight going on right before our very eyes.
Ryan Chilcote, he's embedded with the 101st Airborne Division. They call them the Screaming Eagles. Judy, back to you in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, as we know, civil rights activist, has spoken up at several times since the Iraq War got underway. He was at the UN several days ago talking about the need for a truce to get help for Iraqis. Today he was at the UN again, meeting with the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, and that's where we find our Michael Oku. Michael.
Judy, good afternoon. Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, has been making efforts in the last week or so, meeting with Secretary General Kofi Annan in an effort to try to get the U.S. forces as well as the Iraqi forces to come up with some sort of a ceasefire. Part of the reason he'd like to do this, he says, is he'd like to try to work out an agreement with the Iraqi leadership, mainly through religious leaders, to get into the country so that he can check on the condition of POWs. He says that this will be the first step along a line, a pattern to try to eventually get some of the POWs out of the country.
Well, we want to see our POWs assure that they have humane treatment, but the other POWs as well, because to be humane, you must have a commitment to reconciliation and to seek relief for all parties involved. And right now, we've heard from families of POWs, and we've heard from families of missing persons, and we hope that we can ascertain their safety and their humane treatment.
Obviously, there are many questions have been raised about what sort of leadership there might be in Iraq at this point. In fact, I asked Mr. Reverend Jackson that question, and he said most of the discussions that he is having are with religious leaders in Iraq. That's where he has had some of his success in the past. He said that he had discussions with Mr. Al-Duri, again, the Iraqi ambassador, and indirectly the ambassador is having conversations with some of those religious leaders. He says he is very confident that at some point in the very near future he might personally be able to travel there himself, but he has no assurances at this point. Judy?
Michael, so what Reverend Jackson is saying is that Ambassador Al-Duri is talking with religious leaders but not with government representatives in Iraq?
Well, it's interesting. The Iraqi ambassador not making it very clear to Mr. Jackson who he's talking to. He said that he's having indirect talks with some of the leaders in Iraq. There has been some speculation, of course, Judy, that perhaps this ambassador is not having direct talks with the leadership in Baghdad, that he's been having mainly conversations with his foreign minister. But the Reverend made it very clear that most of the substantive talks that he is having are indirectly through the ambassador to religious leaders back in Baghdad. Judy?
Very important point, because of course what everybody wants to know is just what does exist or what does remain of the Iraqi regime at this point. All right, Michael Oku reporting for us from the Iraqi mission to the United Nations. Thanks very much, Michael. Still to come this hour, former President Bush, the former president, takes to the road, stopping at a Marine Air Corps station in North Carolina. That's where we will find our Whitney Casey. We're going to check in with her after the break.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. The latest on the war from the Pentagon. U.S. forces in the desert could soon call home for free.
Yeah, man, I'm out, man. We're going to leave right now.
An update on the daring rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch. Her journey home begins. Live coverage during our 4 o'clock hour. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes the plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
As we see those pictures from Iraq and the Gulf region, we remember, some of us remember vividly, that the last Gulf War helped to push the U.S. economy into a recession. And now there is a growing chorus of economists worrying that the same thing might happen again. CNN's Kathleen Hayes joins us from New York with an update. Kathleen, what are the economists and others that you're talking to say that the risk is after this war?
Well, the risk right now, Judy, is, as one economist put it so well, we're in a window of vulnerability. Businesses are waiting to see what happens with the war. It looks more and more like consumers are waiting to see what happens with the war. And I think one of the biggest problems that we've seen the last few months is businesses aren't hiring. We had a mild recovery last year, but what people call a jobless recovery. And the fact now that businesses are continuing not to hire, continuing not to make investment decisions, puts us in a period of stalling out. And a lot of economists say that longer that period of stalling out lasts, the bigger the risk of recession. And all of this, of course, is tied to the war itself. That the longer the war lasts, the bigger that worry seems to be getting.
And so, Kathleen, to what extent do they think this may follow the pattern that we saw back in 1991 after the first Persian Gulf War?
Well, I think the good news is that some people think that maybe right now going into it, the economy's on a little bit firmer footing than it was in a similar period about 12 years ago. But let's look at some of the things the economists look at, because there are some real key indicators that give us a sense of what the economy's vulnerability to recession are. We know that we're in a job market slump. We saw that in the last business cycle of the early 90s. Manufacturing has stalled out. We've had some high-profile numbers suggesting this week that after some incipient growth that created optimism on Wall Street, the manufacturing sector is losing orders, production is being cut back, and jobs just aren't growing there. Consumer spending's weak. We've seen that especially in auto sales lately. 3 months in a row now where even with incentives, people just aren't buying cars like they were last year. Finally, high oil prices are a big risk to the economy. The more we have to pay for gasoline, the more we have to pay for home heating oil, the less we can spend on other things. And if the consumer pulls back, then that is one of the biggest risks that could really make the difference and push us from a point of vulnerability over into something like recession.
Well, I know that all of us are paying close attention to this, Kathleen, and no doubt the president is as well. We're told that the one meeting he has on his schedule, public meeting, is a session with economists at the White House. All right, Kathleen Hayes, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Well, it may feel to the former President George Bush that he's done this before. He's going to be rallying the troops in Cherry Point, North Carolina today. It's a visit that he also made 12 years ago during a time of war. Our Whitney Casey joins us from Cherry Point with more now. Whitney, hello again.
Good afternoon, Judy. That's right. In just about an hour, we expect former President George Bush to arrive here. Many here are waiting with signs, a lot of American flags around here. There are about 200 people here in this hangar at Cherry Point. This is the Marines' largest air station in the world. And joining me now is Jennifer Hudson. Jennifer, you were here for the 91 visit, that's right?
Yes, I was.
So how forward are you? You're really looking forward to this, you told me.
I'm excited. I'm always happy to see these good Republican presidents come to eastern North Carolina. I was so excited in 91 when this same president was here. And I'm elated to be here today.
And you even brought your grandson.
Right here. He's a 7th grader at Broad Creek Middle School in Carteret County.
Thank you so much. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself, Alan. And we also have Staff Sergeant Colby. What was your last name?
Colby Ryan.
Colby Ryan. Staff Sergeant Colby Ryan and his wife here. You have a lot of friends over there.
Oh, yes.
What are you expecting to hear?
Hopefully they'll all come back safe and sound.
And President Bush plans on going to Camp Lejeune tomorrow.
Right.
And there are a lot of people deployed from there. There's been a lot of criticism from President Bush that he has not sent, and the administration has not sent enough troops over there. Have you heard anything about that?
No, I know we have a lot deployed from here at Cherry Point, and there's a lot deployed down there too, but no, we haven't heard anything more that they're going to be deploying many more.
You're here to just support your servicemen, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you guys so much. As to that criticism, President Bush plans on going to Camp Lejeune tomorrow. Now, at Camp Lejeune, 17,500 Marines have been deployed. That's about half of the troops over there at Camp Lejeune and about a third of the Marines that are actually in theater. Although Camp Lejeune has incurred quite a few of the casualties. Out of the 44 casualties, 30 Marines have been killed, and 12 of them have been from Camp Lejeune. 7 are currently missing. However, the town of Jacksonville and many of the people that are still on the base support the troops wholeheartedly, and they're expected to get a progress report on the war in Iraq with the current commander-in-chief tomorrow. Judy?
Whitney Casey reporting for us from North Carolina, where former President George Bush is going to be paying a visit to the troops, as she said, in Cherry Point tomorrow at Camp Lejeune. And as we heard Whitney say, huge support for the troops in that part of the country, tempered only by the sadness over the loss of some of those Marines. And of course, we share that as well. As we go back to you, Wolf, in Kuwait City, this former president is fairly visible this week. He was out throwing out a ball in Cincinnati at Cincinnati Reds game, and now he's out supporting the troops.
Yeah, well, you know, he's still a busy former president, and presumably he's going to be even busier in the days and weeks to come. In the meantime, Judy, I want to immediately go to one of our embedded journalists, seen as Carl Penhall, is deep inside Iraq right now. Carl, tell us what's happening where you are.
And that's the only flight that's leaving is that 02Z. You know, that we have actually, we're taking some male personnel and so.
Hey, Carl, I don't know if you can hear me. It's Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. Carl, can you hear me? And if you can, tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing, where you are right now.
Well, the big news today, Wolf, has obviously been the push beyond the Karbala gap. Beyond that, we heard from Pentagon sources that it was supposed to then be a slow and systematic advance towards Baghdad. In practice, what seems to have happened is it suddenly turned into a race towards Baghdad. Tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles of the 3rd Infantry Division were there on the ground. They were being supported in the air by Apache attack helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment. And initially, we were told by U.S. commanders here that the tanks were maneuvering forward. By later in the day, we were told that they were rolling forward. I understand now that those tanks and 3rd ID units are just within miles of the south of Baghdad, and military intelligence and other U.S. commanders here have told me that it could quite well be by the early hours of this morning, or by the early hours of the coming morning, that U.S. troops are in the southern outskirts of Baghdad itself. Wolf.
Where are you, relatively speaking, to Baghdad, Carl?
I'm essentially in a rear area, Wolf. I'm at the base that the 11th Aviation Regiment has set up. But the pilots that have been supporting the push forward by the 3rd Infantry Division have been flying back and forth to this base during the day, particularly to get repairs for those aircraft that have seen fire, that have taken Iraqi ground fire. I talked to the pilots of one Apache attack helicopter, and ground fire has gone through the perspex canopy of their aircraft, narrowly missing one of the pilots. Another bullet came in through the back of the aircraft and started a small fire, filling part of the cockpit with smoke before the automatic systems within the aircraft extinguished that fire. So they, by all accounts, had a lucky escape, but came back to this base, repaired the aircraft, and flew out again back into the fight. Wolf.
So clearly the Iraqis still have anti-aircraft fire capability. They're still putting up a significant fight, at least based on the reports you're getting. Is that right, Carl?
Not really, Wolf. The pilots told me that the fire that they received was from small arms fire, so essentially from assault rifles, that type of thing. They say that they did fly over a number of artillery pieces, either destroying them on the way or leaving the tanks and the Bradleys to destroy them. And in fact, U.S. commanders here have said that resistance by Iraqi forces in that area was a lot lighter than expected, and that's what's permitted the speed of the advance towards Baghdad, which has really outstripped the expectations of most of the commanders, and certainly those Pentagon sources who said the advance to Baghdad from here on in would be slow and systematic.
Carl, what about the fear of crossing that so-called imaginary red line, that could trigger Iraqi use of chemical weapons? That doesn't appear to have happened, doesn't look like it's happened, but with the troops that you're covering, how concerned are they of that nightmare scenario, if you will?
Well, certainly, Wolf, it was the U.S. military intelligence guys that had raised awareness of the so-called red line. That, we understand, was situated just north of the city of Karbala, the city that fell in fighting last night. But again, the troops here have been consistently aware of the threat of chemical and biological attacks. There have been repeated Iraqi missile alerts, both when the troops were still back in northern Kuwait and now that they're in more forward positions. Even this morning that there was an alert for a possible chemical attack. That was before dawn this morning. And so troops are used to that. So the fact that crossing this red line or not, although they're slightly more aware, I haven't seen any signs that they're holding back because of that, Wolf. And certainly there's been no evidence that in fighting today that the Iraqis have used any chemical weapons, Wolf.
Carl, one more question before I let you go. We heard from the Pentagon briefer a little while ago that U.S. troops were now some 30 miles on the outskirts of Baghdad, 30 miles away from Baghdad. What you seem to be reporting, and I want you to be precise as you can be, obviously, is that they may even be closer than that to the outskirts of Baghdad. Is that what I heard you suggest in your report a few minutes ago?
That's correct, Wolf. I think that it's safe to say, and because the Iraqis obviously know where the lead point of the U.S. forces are right now, my understanding is that U.S. forces are as close as 15 miles from the southern edge of Baghdad. I'm told by U.S. commanders, they haven't given a precise timeline, but have said by the early hours of this morning that U.S. would actually be in the outskirts of Baghdad. Wolf.
Well, that's a headline right there. Carl Penhall, one of our embedded reporters, reporting now that perhaps 15 miles U.S. forces outside of Baghdad, and by daybreak, which is not that far away from now, perhaps even closer in the outskirts of Baghdad. We'll be checking back with you. Carl Penhall, CNN's Carl Penhall, thanks very much. And as the coalition advances towards Baghdad, the Pentagon is describing the Iraqi forces in the city as no longer all that credible on a day when Saddam Hussein is issuing yet another statement on Iraqi television. Let's check in with CNN's Nick Robertson. He's live from Ruwayshed in Jordan. That's right across the border from Iraq. Nick, tell us, first of all, about this appearance, this videotape of Saddam Hussein once again on Iraqi television.
Yes, Wolf, he was appearing with the Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, with the Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, some other ministers as well. Not clear when the videotape was taken. President Saddam Hussein seemed to be relaxed. He was dressed in military uniform. Perhaps one of the key things about this, his younger son, Qusay Saddam Hussein, was not present at that meeting. Now, Qusay Saddam Hussein is in charge of not only the Republican Guard units, but also the defense of the whole of the center of Iraq, including Baghdad. So perhaps significant that he was not present at that particular meeting. The latest statement coming from President Saddam Hussein, again for the second night in the row, being read by his information minister, Mohammed al-Sahaf, essentially a direct threat to Jalal Talibani, one of the leaders of the Kurdish forces in the north, essentially challenging him not to back the coalition forces at this time and warning him against doing so.
It is becoming, increasingly becoming, to welcome their troops to open a northern front against the army and the people of Iraq in order to alleviate the trouble they are facing in the southern front for their casualties, who everybody knows in the world. It is my duty and my moral duty and my constitutional duty is to warn you how dangerous is this game. If you surrender and continue this path, regardless how the problems and differences between our two peoples, we have one history and one country.
Now, that's the second statement from President Saddam Hussein today. Earlier in the day, there was another announcement from the president, read on television by a news anchor dressed in military uniform. This statement told Iraqis that victory was close at hand, that Iraq's 11th Division and the Ba'ath Party fighters had fought well in Al-Nasiriyah in the south of Iraq, that the Iraqi forces were doing well, that they had only used 1/3 of the army so far, but that coalition forces already expended all their forces, already used up everything that they had sent into the country against Iraq. That was the position, that was the message from President Saddam Hussein. Also, a decree coming from the Iraqi leader today promising money to any Iraqi who turns in spies who are helping the coalition forces at this time. And we've heard also from Information Minister Sahaf as well, saying that the coalition forces are not really close to Baghdad, that they haven't crossed the Tigris River, and that it is all an illusion being created by the Pentagon. Wolf?
Nick, this latest videotape of Saddam Hussein with his senior advisors that was shown on Iraqi television tonight. There's no way of knowing when that was done. It could have been done months ago, it could have been done weeks ago, then again it could have been done since the war started. What leads many U.S. analysts to be suspicious that it's a new videotape is the fact that if, in fact, there was a camera there, it would be easy to put a microphone in front of that camera and let him say something to suggest that, yes, he is alive. Is there a sense, as you look at this tape, that it could be an old tape that they just released to try to rally the troops, if you will?
There is that potential. This is President Saddam Hussein wearing a military uniform, and he didn't start doing that publicly for television purposes, at least until the war began. So I think perhaps if you analyze it in that light, unless the theater has been planned well in advance, then that's not the case. Wolf, I have to say it's quite typical for Iraqi newscasts to put a camera in the room with President Saddam Hussein and his ministers and then not broadcast any of the sound. This is quite typical. But again, it does beg that question. If you can get a camera in the room with President Saddam Hussein, why not give him a microphone? Why not allow him to give some of these statements that are being read by the information minister? So it does beg the question of when exactly were these videotapes taken. But it is not, this won't come across as unusual to the Iraqi people at least, because they are used to seeing the ministers and President Saddam Hussein together without actually hearing or even knowing fully what's been said at the meeting, Wolf.
Because as you know, Nick, if he were going to speak, and he did make a reference to some current, some contemporary events on the battlefield or whatever, that would clarify, that would clear up the mystery, whether he's alive or dead or injured or whatever. And one of the things that you were pointing out yesterday, and other analysts were pointing out, that for security reasons, they might not want to get a camera crew to where he is, since the U.S. is trying to kill him at this point. But if there is a camera crew there, it would be easy to just mic him up and let him talk. But obviously that did not happen. Nick Roberts said he's monitoring this situation for all of us. He's joining us from the border between Iraq and Jordan. Thanks, Nick, very much. We'll be checking back with you very, very soon. Let's check in now with CNN's Miles O'Brien in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta for some more. And Miles?
Thanks very much, Wolf. About 100 miles east of Karbala, U.S. Marines have taken a key bridge in the town of Al-Qut. They crossed the Tigris River following a fierce firefight, a bloody battle with the Republican Guard troops. Major General Don Shepard here to give us a little sense of what it's like to take a bridge like this, the bridge on the River Tigris in this case. First of all, let's talk a little bit about get the lay of the land for folks here. This is Al-Qut, this is Baghdad. As we say, about 100 miles separates the two of them. As we zoom in, I'll give you a sense of what we're talking about here. Of course, nestled right along the Tigris River, a rather significant bend in that river right in Al-Qut, and that is makes it strategic also because it does have at least one bridge that we pointed out. I don't know, do you know how many bridges are in Qut?
That's the key bridge at Al-Qut. That's the one they needed to take because it's very well reinforced to move heavy vehicles across.
All right, so this is the bridge we're talking about here. Now let's give folks a sense. We don't know how this bridge was taken specifically, but based on what we know about U.S. military doctrine, we can give you a sense of how this happened. All right, here's your hypothetical bridge. For the moment, let's assume that's the Tigris River, and this is Al-Qut. Let's put this in motion and give you a sense, first of all, of how an advancing group of armor might do it. What's happening?
The problem is that the armor or any vehicles have to bunch up to get across that bridge, making them a target from the other side. The enemy will take advantage of zeroing in with their artillery, their mortars, their rockets.
Artillery here. And there's some fortified positions here.
And they're going to be shooting. They're going to be shooting at coalition troops as they try to cross this bridge.
All right, let's advance it along a little farther. And as we go back across the bridge on the coalition side here, depicting, let's say they put up a smoke screen. That's not out of the realm of possibility, is it?
Just what they're doing in Baghdad right now, so that the coalition forces cannot see to shoot where they're coming.
Of course, the Abrams tank, the main battle tank in the coalition, has means of looking through that, right? I mean, it's possible to do that?
It can look through certain things, yes, and also it can outshoot the Iraqi armor as well.
All right, well, which is a key point. Now, let's assume you want to call it an airstrike. This is an F-16 we've depicted here. That F-16, would it be thwarted by that same smoke?
It would be thwarted by the smoke if he was dropping a bomb visually. He can't see what's underneath the smoke with the human eye, and so we have other means to help him.
We call in some help, and this is, in this case, Special Forces is what we're talking about.
You bet.
Small squad would get down in there, perhaps behind enemy lines, who knows where, right?
Yeah, indeed. And now you got combat control team members that have laser designating devices. These are Air Force officers with the Special Forces. Special operations is what they're called. They laser designate the target and then coordinate with the airplane and make those into coordinates for a laser, for a satellite-guided bomb.
So latitude and longitude up to the aircraft, it gets programmed into those JDAM or bombs that are guided by satellite, and off they go on to target with precision. So that smoke cloud, in theory, is not the obstacle that perhaps the Iraqis would hope it to be.
That's right. There's always, for every measure, there's a countermeasure, and the fact that the pilot never saw the target, he had the forward air controller relay coordinates to him, which he typed into his bomb, and the bomb, satellite-assisted, hit the target.
I guess one of the concerns that's not addressed in this animation is the possibility that those bridges could be rigged up, booby-trapped, by the Iraqis in order to stop the progress.
Most of them are. As a matter of fact, special forces are often sent in to clear those bridges of explosives before crossings.
So that might have happened. We don't know.
Could have.
Once again, we don't know exactly what happened in Al-Qut. That's one way that coalition U.S. forces might take a bridge. Judy?
Well, Miles and General Shepard, thank you both. If we didn't know better, sometimes we look at those very impressive graphics and we think we're watching a video game, but of course it is anything but that. It is real, and it is all about warfare. Well, many people call it the CNN effect. That is, people staying home, glued to their television sets, devouring war stories by the hour. Our own Jeff Flock looks at how, or even if, Americans are following this war.
With all the bombs and drama,
We're on an HC-130 now. We are flying over Iraq.
And action unfolding in Iraq,
That we might well be under mortar attack. So
it seems all of America is watching the coverage.
Saddam, what's his name, Saddam?
Or are they?
I make it a point not to.
News ratings are up. At CNN, for example, before the war, about 500,000 people were watching at any given moment. Now it's well over 2 million. Other cable news channels show similar increases. The CNN.com website had about 50 million page views a day pre-war. Now it's well over 100 million.
I've been obsessed with the developments in Iraq. I'm watching them constantly.
But she has a son at war. The fact is, for much of America, life goes on.
Day to day, everything pretty much operates as usual now.
At the Best Buy in Chicago, there are hundreds of televisions, but not one is tuned to the war.
There's only so much oversaturation on TV before you can finally, want to watch Seinfeld or Simpsons, get your mind off of the war.
Movie attendance is off. Last weekend, compared to the same time last year, the top 10 movies did $25 million less business, down almost 25%.
We'd like you to run for president.
Of what? Though a Daily Variety story says, quote, the explanation may be more the mediocrity of product than war jitters.
We're here, but we're not here.
The military action picture Basic debuted at number 4, by the way.
I think there's a certain point that I'll say, okay, enough already. I'm tired of the war coverage.
Retail sales have been down since the war, almost 2% according to Shopper Track, but analysts blame a late Easter more than what some call the CNN effect, shoppers staying home to watch war coverage.
Even though we see a downward trend, it's not something that we would say would be driven by the events in Iraq.
Of the 13 opening day baseball games, only 2 were sellouts. But lousy spring weather may have been more to blame than people home watching war.
Don't worry about things you can't do anything about. So at the point that they drop a bomb in Chicago, that's when I'll start following the war.
Some do protest or show support. Many watch and hope. But for most, it seems, life does indeed go on. I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, in Chicago.
And of course, we hope they don't drop any bombs in Chicago. It's pretty clear some people are trying to get on with their lives, and they are, but others seem to be very much consumed with watching every bit of news about this war. Still to come this hour, images of the war, photos from the front lines. After the break, award-winning photographer David Turnley and the Iraqi lives he captures through his lens. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right after this break.
Frustrated by itching and flaking? Get the power of 3. Unlike most other medicated shampoos, Neutrogena T-Gel works on all 3 itchy, flaky scalp conditions. Be confident with the one that works on all 3. Number 1 dermatologist recommended, Neutrogena T-Gel.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the big push to Baghdad, the latest from the front lines and with the troops, plus former Secretary of State Alexander Haig, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
What if you lost your freedom? What if your livelihood disappeared? What if your individuality was taken away? What if your security no longer existed? You lose a lot more than a car when you're the victim of auto theft. Call for tips on preventing a thief from choosing your vehicle.
It's Macy's Great Shoe Sale. Buy more and save more. Fabulous styles at just $49.99. 9 West dress slides. Steve Madden strappy slides. Or Naturalizer banded dress slides. Bandolino dress mules. Plus, take an extra 15% off any 2 pairs of sale-priced shoes. Or take an extra 20% off any 3 or more pairs of sale-priced shoes. Macy's Great Shoe Sale. Going on now.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Innocent faces, frightened faces, explosions, damage, soldiers, civilians, all the images of war. Stirring images captured by photographers such as David Turnley. Here now we want to share with you a look at how he sees the faces of war, his photos described in his own words.
I'm David Turnley. I'm here in a town called Kifri on the eastern flank of the Northern Front in northern Iraq. I'm trying to document the pathos, the emotions, the way that people cope in the middle of what is a very anxious situation. This was particularly illustrated in this small town today. My day in Kifri started as I drove into town photographing refugees who were fleeing the attack of an Iraqi frontline position just a couple hundred meters away. There were mortar attacks on the town of Kifri, several people killed and injured. One of the people that was unfortunately randomly hit today was this young man, a school teacher who's 26, who was killed. We were taken to the home of the family of this young man. It was a kind of wake. The roles of the men and the women seemed to be very distinct. The men, many of whom themselves were in a very deep form or kind of grieving, went about the very serious task and a very sort of deliberate and dignified task of washing and preparing this man's body for burial. The women, on the other hand, were congregated together, whether they be young girls or whether they be adult women, and they were involved with a kind of collective catharsis of emotion in which they were screaming and wailing and flagellating themselves by beating themselves on their chests, sometimes their faces. It almost seemed as if they were in the midst of grieving, trying to hurt themselves. Oftentimes they would look to the sky. They seemed to be appealing to a greater power. Sometimes they would evoke the name of Saddam Hussein with a great deal of rage in their voices. Today was clearly a reaction to the Kurdish people in this community being very much caught in the middle of this war. After they had prepared the body, they brought it into the living room, laid it on a sheet, wrapped it with a blanket, and then immediately put the body into a wooden coffin, carried it outside, put it in the back of a truck, and drove straight to the cemetery to bury this young man.
Powerful pictures from photographer David Turnley. Wolf, the images of grief, that's an emotion all of us can understand.
And Judy, all too often words simply fail to capture the horrors of war, and sometimes they reflect the heartbreak with gut-wrenching accuracy, such is the case with war letters, as our Gene Meserve shows right now.
I've called these letters pages out of our national autobiography.
75,000 pieces of war correspondence from the nation's first conflict to its present one, collected by the Legacy Project. Some of the letters tear the soul, like the farewell written by a World War II POW on the back of photos of himself and his family.
Mommy and Dad, it's pretty hard to check out this way without a fighting chance, but we can't all live forever. Loving and waiting for you in the world beyond, your son, Lieutenant Tommy Kennedy.
Andrew Carroll, the force behind this project, values the mundane accounts of everyday life and hardship on the battlefront and the home front. But there are important items, too. A letter from George Herbert Walker Bush after he was shot down in World War II. Teddy Roosevelt reflects on the death of his son. Colin Powell's condolences on the death of someone else's son. Then there is the letter penned on Hitler's stationery by a young staff sergeant, contrasting the opulence of the Führer's apartment with the just liberated concentration camp.
This is the historical record. These are the eyewitnesses to these events, so that no one can ever say, oh, this didn't happen or it wasn't like that. This tells us it happened, and in a very immediate and quite graphic way.
The common theme in letters from every war, I am okay, don't worry. The most common phrase, I love you. Love was a complication in World War II when Victory Mail, dubbed V-Mail, was put through machines and transferred to film for easier shipment to the front.
When they first started doing these, a lot of women would kiss the envelopes with, lipstick, just the way they do with love letters. And so as they were going through the processing machine, the lipstick would build up and it would jam the machines. So they had to do public service announcements saying, please don't kiss your letters. And it was called the Scarlet Scourge.
Then V-Mail, today email. Carroll says electronic communications tend not to be as thoughtful as letters, but there are gems, like the letter written to 7-year-old Connor by his dad in Bosnia. No toy stores here, he writes, so he sends a flag flown over his camp in honor of Connor's birthday. This flag represents America and makes me proud each time I see it, he writes.
They're sort of timeless, because whether you're going off with a musket or an M16, and no matter how big or how small the war is, whether it's D-Day or A-Day, which we just had, it's everything to you. This is life and death.
Emails and letters from Iraq are just beginning to trickle into the Legacy Project. One of Andrew Carroll's great regrets is that these will not be the last, that the letters will keep coming as long as the wars do. Jean Meserve, CNN, Washington.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom. Here's what's happening at this hour. Coalition forces are pressing toward Baghdad. The Pentagon says 2 columns of U.S. troops are advancing on the Iraqi capital. CNN's Carl Penhall reports some elements are within 15 miles of Baghdad. Pentagon sources tell CNN, barring anything unforeseen, there will be no let-up in this first phase of the final push toward the city. Also from CNN's Carl Penhall, word that Apache helicopter gunships were able to fly past Karbala. He tells us the advance appears to have happened faster than commanders expected. Earlier in the day, CNN's Walter Rogers reported soldiers from the Army's 3rd Infantry fought and defeated troops from the Republican Guard's Medina Division at Karbala. Iraqi television viewers were told today the war is, quote, an aggression on religion itself and the Islamic nation. The message was purportedly from Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein, read by a man in a military uniform. Iraqi TV also showed pictures of Saddam in a military uniform sitting with his ministers. It's not clear when those pictures were shot. In Najaf, about 100 miles south of Baghdad, Iraqi soldiers remain holed up in the Tomb of Ali, considered one of Islam's holiest sites. CENTCOM says U.S. forces have avoided firing on the mosque. Also in Najaf, a U.S. convoy destroyed 2 trucks driven by suspected Iraqi paramilitaries. CNN's Ryan Chilcote says those inside fired on the troops. In about an hour, rescued prisoner of war Jessica Lynch is expected to arrive in Germany, where she will undergo treatment for gunshot wounds and broken bones. U.S. commandos rescued the 19-year-old Army private from her Iraqi captors in a late-night raid in Nasiriyah. She was captured 10 days ago when her unit was ambushed. Coming up this hour, the view of the war from the White House. We're moments away from Ari Fleischer's daily briefing. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that. And the view from the front lines, we'll check in with our reporters embedded with the U.S. forces in central Iraq. Plus, what's next in the battle for Baghdad? We'll speak with an expert about upcoming military moves as American troops close in on the Iraqi capital. Now, CNN's coverage of war in Iraq continues.
Thank you, Heidi. Destination Baghdad at midnight in Iraq. Right now, coalition forces are said to be closing in. According to reports from the battlefield, the final push toward the capital is underway. and right now it is said to be moving quickly. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington, and we want to let you know we are expecting a White House briefing to begin shortly. We are going to carry it live just as soon as it gets underway. But right now, let's go back to Kuwait City and my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. U.S. and British military spokesmen are saying it's probably premature to say the Battle of Baghdad has actually begun, but after beating back Iraqi Republican Guard divisions in the towns of Karbala and Kut, CNN's Carl Penhall is reporting some U.S. forces, get this, are now within 15 miles from the southern edge of Baghdad. And Pentagon sources say, barring unforeseen circumstances, there will be no let-up in their drive toward the capital. CNN's Martin Savage is on the move with the U.S. Marines.
1st Battalion, 7th Marines, which we are a part of, have been on the move since this morning, moving now over 80 kilometers, heading in the general direction of north. As you know, the U.S. Marines moving up on the eastern side of Iraq as part of this pincer movement, focusing in the general direction towards Baghdad. The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines are the only ones, as you can tell, on the highway today in this part of the country. It is literally bumper-to-bumper traffic of Marine hardware, troops, ammunition, artillery, APCs, tanks, all moving in the general direction north. So far, no major opposition that we have encountered, no sounds of any fighting. The only artillery we've heard is outgoing artillery coming from Marine guns themselves. So it appears, at least from our perspective, that the Marines are moving forward, closing in on the Baghdad area without running into major opposition at this point. And the supplies and everything this fighting force needs continues to roll right along with it, apparently not suffering any opposition from paramilitary units as well. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in central Iraq.
The 101st Airborne Division, meanwhile, is facing off with Iraqi paramilitary forces in Najaf. Army officers say U.S. forces avoided firing at the Gilded Tomb of Ali, a Shiite Muslim landmark where some Iraqi soldiers were holed up. CNN's Ryan Chilcote has more now on the situation in Najaf.
Grunts from the 327th Infantry 2nd Battalion, better known as No Slack, marched through a patch of palm trees, black clouds of smoke, and 69 landmines into Iraq's holy city of Najaf. The second day of an attack to root out Fedayeen paramilitaries who have used the city as a safe haven to launch attacks against U.S. forces for more than a week.
Go!
The goal to deny the Fedayeen's movement.
We had a family of 6 inside the second unlocked door over.
While causing minimal disruption to the largely pro-American Shia population and its religious sites.
No.
Searching house to house, street to street is slow, tedious, and dangerous work. If it comes to this in Baghdad, things could take a very long time.
But first, some of the cities on the way to Baghdad, like this one, will have to be secured.
You ready?
Teams of 4 moved with painstaking procedure, a dozen blocks deep into the heart of Najaf. Sergeant Michael Bowers from Virginia, sharing my take on the day.
What do you think about this door-to-door, street-to-street stuff? Long and tedious.
No Slack took no casualties and no return fire. They did see a lot of visibly pleased locals, though. Many of the Fedayeen, they were told, fled north to Baghdad. Still, they could come back, and there's no telling how many of them are still at large. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with 101st Airborne in Najaf, Iraq.
And clearly, developments are moving fast, very fast, on the front lines of this war. Judy, back to you.
Well, Wolf, we've seen a look at the southern part of Iraq, south central. Now we want to look at northern Iraq, where government troops have abandoned a ridge near Kalak that had been the target of repeated U.S. airstrikes. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is covering the northern front. And Ben, when I last spoke with you, you were describing some retreat on the part of the Iraqis.
It's just that, as you said, Judy, they abandoned their positions on a ridge that had really been pounded by U.S. aircraft over the last 10 days. Now, basically, it was just before sunset here. We were watching down onto the ridge below us, as we saw a group of people on a road which normally has no one on it at all. And we know that this road, for instance, is mined. We assumed at the time that it was Iraqi troops surrendering, but in fact it was Kurdish fighters making their way very cautiously, very slowly up the hill. They had seen over the previous few hours that there was no movement on the Iraqi positions. Sometimes you see the Iraqi soldiers walking out in the open, completely unarmed, from one bunker to another, one trench to another. Today in the afternoon, the Kurdish fighters saw nobody. So they went up there and they discovered not only had they abandoned those positions, they had moved basically 7 kilometers toward the west, toward the city of Mosul. This really without a shot being fired on the ground, although as I did mention, those positions were fairly severely bombed over the last 10 days or so. Now also in this area north of the city of Mosul, Iraqi forces pulled back about 13 miles. This was as a result of some fighting actually between the Kurds and the Iraqi army, and also after some fairly intense bombing in that area. We saw 3 Iraqi army trucks which had been hit by American missiles completely destroyed, several Iraqi soldiers being killed in that instance. Now also on the ground were U.S. troops. They were mostly special forces who were providing guidance to those American aircraft that were hitting the Iraqi positions. Something else we noted in this town, in one of the towns that had been freed from Iraqi control, was that the local people, who are Kurds it must be said, were greeting the Kurdish fighters, greeting the American soldiers. There was no standoffishness about it. They clapped, they cheered. One man came up to me speaking in English, saying that they were happy to see the Iraqis going. He described Saddam Hussein as a dictator. So a whole different feel, Judy, a whole different atmosphere to what has gone on in the south, where the local population has been much more cautious.
Very quickly, any surprise on the part of the Kurdish people, Kurdish fighters, that the Iraqi presence seems to have weakened so quickly?
Well, we have been seeing, as our viewers probably have as well, how hard the American planes have been bombing those Iraqi positions. That really obviously weakened the Iraqis, shattered their morale according to the deserters we spoke to. But we also know, we must realize at the same time, that the Iraqi forces are pulling back to more defensible positions. We know from Kurdish intelligence officials that the Iraqi forces in the north of the country, which number around 120,000, are gradually being brought around the 2 main cities of Kirkuk and Mosul, being built up in those cities where obviously they have a much greater advantage in that urban environment than they do out in the open where they're exposed to American aircraft. Judy?
All right, Ben Wiedemann reporting for us from near Kalak. Well, with that situation in the north and with coalition forces now just a short distance from Baghdad, let's turn now to Miles O'Brien at CNN Center. He's with our military analyst, retired Army Colonel Pat Lang. Miles?
Thanks very much, Judy. You know, watching Ryan Chilcote, who is embedded with the 101st Airborne, talking about that tedious and very dangerous work of door-to-door securing a particular area, calls to mind the prospect, as he pointed out, of potentially urban combat inside the city of Baghdad. Colonel Pat Lang joining us now from Washington, who has a lot of experience in Baghdad as well as a lot of experience with the military, United States Army, Defense Intelligence Agency, among other things on his resume. Colonel, good to have you with us.
My pleasure.
All right, this prospect of door-to-door fighting in Baghdad is something that I suppose someone with a military training would be very concerned about. Would you be among them?
Oh, sure. I mean, this is a difficult place to fight a battle, but it isn't an unmanageable place. You saw what that soldier from the 101st said when he was asked what he thought of this. He thought it was rather tedious and took a long time, which was an interesting response. But, you know, first they have to break through the Republican Guard's hard shell around Baghdad, which they're doing very well. The Air Force seems to have taken them apart nicely. And I would think once they get through that, they're going to start running patrols into Baghdad, you know, fighting patrols to test the strength of the resistance at various points around the perimeter. And then if it looks soft, they'll probably go in with the forces at hand. If it looks pretty tough, they might sit down and wait and bring supplies forward and wait for the 4th Infantry Division to come up.
So what's your best sense then? I mean, in what we're seeing thus far, we've seen a lot of movement as that vanguard force gets closer to Baghdad. Is what we're seeing probing right now, just trying to test those Republican Guard forces? Or is the idea to just get rid of that defense that encircles the outer part of Baghdad as best they can, deal with them before they perhaps retrench back into the city?
Well, I think you have to deal with these things sequentially. You know, the Air Force has prepared these Republican Guard divisions enough, and what you're seeing, I think, is the real deal. These, the Marines and the Army 3rd Infantry Division and the 101st, to some extent, are all going in right over the top of them against not very strong resistance because they're either dead or they've run by now. And they're going to keep going in across that until they come up against the city and then make the kind of decision I was talking about before.
Now, as I'm talking to you right now, Colonel, we're looking at some very long, wide avenues there in Baghdad, and that is very typical of this city. Who does that favor? Of course, you mentioned earlier that the defense always has an advantage. How does the layout of this city perhaps help the defense?
Well, there are parts of the city that are the typical Middle Eastern or North African rabbit's warren of little tiny streets, but most of it is quite modern. It reminds you of San Diego or someplace like that. And especially in the western half of the city and the southeastern part of the city, there are lots of long, straight boulevards, often 4-lane, scattered 14, 20-story buildings with parks in between them and communities of things that look like ranch houses. And so, as you said, the defensive is inherently the stronger form of combat, although the offensive is the more decisive. And so all these buildings make good places to fight from, and the open places make good things for long fields of fire. So those are advantages of the defense. On the other hand, we've got all this air power, which we would use in point of attack of buildings, both with fixed wing and helicopters. We've got a lot of artillery, a lot of tanks going in with the infantry. And in the end, there would be no doubt whatever what the outcome would be. It's just a question of how long it took and what it would cost.
Colonel, we have just not too much time, but if I could get a quick sense from you as to how good our human intelligence assets, the U.S. human intelligence assets, are inside Baghdad right now. Do you have any sense of it?
Well, one can only guess, but I used to be in that business, and I would be willing to bet you with all the friendly Iraqis there are around from the Iraqi National Congress and Shia and things that you've got some American intelligence operatives in there working with friendly Iraqis. We probably have very good observation coverage of the streets and movements inside the city.
Colonel Pat Lang, retired U.S. Army, thank you very much for being with us. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Back to you, Judy.
Well, that's fascinating, Miles, and especially when you look at the size of that city, to hear what it's going to take to get in there. It's really fascinating. Well, we are 15 minutes away, we're told now, from the start of today's White House briefing. They've moved it back a bit. When it does start, we are going to go there live. Plus, the summer-like heat wave headed for Iraq, how triple-digit temperatures could affect the action on the battlefield.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
CNN Tonight, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson's first interview on the SARS outbreak. With over 60 cases in the U.S. and more than 1,000 worldwide, what is being done to control its spread? On Lou Dobbs Moneyline, CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern.
A stifling heat wave is expected in Iraq by this weekend. For more on the hot forecast for the days and weeks to come, let's join meteorologist Jackie Jarris. She's in the CNN Center in Atlanta. Jackie?
Well, Wolf, temperatures are going to be gradually bumping up over the next couple of days and topping out likely by Saturday across Iraq. There's a huge ridge of high pressure which is in place across Saudi Arabia, and that's going to be driving the winds up and over Iraq. It's going to be blocking out any storm systems from moving in, and very stagnant type air mass will be in place. In high pressure systems, the air compresses, and as it compresses, it tends to heat up. So the heat will be building, and temperatures are going to be hotter by about 10 degrees as we head into the weekend. Baghdad specifically will be extremely hot with a high temperature right near 100 degrees. A little farther down to the south and west, temperatures even hotter than that, likely around 110. So that's going to be very unbearable for the troops on the ground over the next several days. We'll spell out some of the specifics for you. Starting out to the south into Kuwait City, high temperature for Thursday will be 92 degrees, high temperature of about 96 by Friday. Farther up to the north into Basra, high temperature will be 90 degrees on Thursday. The ultraviolet index, too, by the way, will be very high, about 9, and that means you can get a sunburn in only about 15 minutes to exposed skin. And as we head up to Baghdad, the high temperatures today were only into the lower 80s, 81 degrees for tomorrow, high temperature 96 degrees by Friday, and again Saturday, it's going to be pushing the triple digits. Judy, back to you.
Thanks, Jackie. We've been telling you about the rescued American prisoner of war, Jessica Lynch. Well, she is on her way at this hour. She should be arriving within the hour at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Jessica Lynch was rescued in a daring raid by American troops on the Saddam Hospital in Nasiriyah. This Nightscope video from U.S. Central Command shows troops carrying the 19-year-old Army private to a Black Hawk helicopter. Now, 11 bodies were also recovered in the operation, and military officials are working now, they say, to identify them. In Germany, Miss Lynch will be treated for bullet wounds and for broken bones. She's reported to be in stable condition. This is a picture of her that was released after the rescue. Lynch and more than a dozen other members of her Army maintenance unit were ambushed near Nasiriyah more than a week ago. At least one of them, we know, was killed by enemy forces. 5 of them are thought to be prisoners of war. 7 are listed as missing. Meanwhile, in Palestine, West Virginia, neighbors and friends of Jessica Lynch are gathering at her family home to rejoice over what has happened. Her father, Greg, said he first thought the news of his daughter's rescue was an April Fool's joke. But his doubts, he said, quickly turned to relief. He and other family members say they never gave up hope.
That's about all we've got to hold on to is faith and hope. If we lose faith and hope and quit praying to the Lord, there's no hope. So you got to keep us soaring high.
The family's response just overwhelming. They received the call last night a little after 6, and of course Mom was ear to ear with Dad trying to figure out good or bad news, and you know, of course, good news came through, and the roof got a little higher and the door got a little looser.
When asked what he would say to his daughter right now, Mr. Lynch says that he would tell her, quote, that we love her, and the little brat caused a big stir. We now hear that Private Lynch will be arriving in Germany at 5:15 Eastern. We wanted to clarify that time. That's moved a little bit later, and we, of course, will have live coverage of the arrival. Also celebrating their freedom, 4 journalists who were detained for a week by Iraqi officials in Baghdad. Newsday reporter Matt McAllister and photographer Moises Salmon were joined at a news conference today by freelance photographers Molly Bingham and Johan Spanner. The 4 were removed from their Baghdad hotel on March the 25th, along with an American peace activist. The journalists said that they were interrogated repeatedly by Iraqi officials, but that they were never physically harmed. Bingham said that she constantly feared for her safety.
We didn't know what they were going to do with us, and as I said, they took us away individually, blindfolded. I mean, you have no idea where they're taking you or what they're going to do to you. And so, you know, absolutely, you know, every other moment of every day, it was like, you know, Are they gonna kill me, or are they just gonna ask me more questions? And are the questions gonna be something I can answer, or, you know, how is this gonna come out? And I basically started to tell myself that there were parts of this I couldn't control, and there were parts of it that I could, and that I just had to focus on the things that I could do to keep myself sort of centered, basically.
Freelance photographer Molly Bingham. All the journalists said that they were never told why they were taken into custody or why they were released. And Wolf, we know that a lot of people back here in the United States were working hard to get them released.
A lot of very, very relieved people. Indeed, just a reminder to our viewers out there, Judy, we're standing by next few moments to go live to the White House for that press briefing. The White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer will be answering reporters' questions. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. In the meantime, Iraqi state television sent the message once again today that Saddam Hussein is alive and in control, including videotape that appeared to show the Iraqi president laughing with members of his cabinet. CNN's Nick Robertson is following the latest developments from his post in Jordan, that's right along the border with Iraq. Nick, talk to us about this latest videotape.
Well, Wolf, this videotape shows the president of Iraq meeting with his top ministers, Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan. It's not clear exactly when it was shot, but President Saddam Hussein was in his military uniform, and that's something he's only started wearing, it appears, since the war began. Perhaps one of the key people missing from that meeting, Qusay Saddam Hussein, the president's younger son, who is in charge not only of the military forces in the center of Iraq, but also of those Republican Guard units that are at this moment positioned between coalition forces and Baghdad at this time. We've also heard for the second straight day an announcement, a statement from President Saddam Hussein, delivered again by his information minister, this time directed towards the people in the north of Iraq, towards the Kurds, towards Jalal Talibani, one of the Kurdish leaders, warning him not to back the coalition forces. It may have been a warning to Mr. Talibani not to back the coalition, or it may also have been a warning to those forces in the north of Iraq who were opposed, the Iraqi forces who were opposed to Talibani, calling him unpatriotic for not backing Iraq, but certainly a warning to him not to support the coalition. We've also heard another statement read today by a newsreader on Iraqi television coming again from President Saddam Hussein. This particular message praising Iraq's 11th Division of the Army, praising the Ba'ath Party members who he said had defended al-Nasiriyah in the south of Iraq. Indeed, he said that victory was close at hand for the Iraqi people. And he also said that Iraq had only used 1/3 of its army at this time, saying that while they'd only used a small amount of their force, the coalition forces had come into Iraq, they'd used up everything that they had, and they still hadn't taken control of the country. Wolf?
Okay, Nick Robertson, thanks very much for that report. Nick covering the story from his listening post along the border between Iraq and Jordan. Back to you, Judy.
Of course, Wolf, every time the face of Saddam Hussein pops up on Iraqi television, we pay attention to see if it's a live picture. So far, there hasn't been one since the war got underway. Well, reporters from CNN and other Western television networks are bringing the war in Iraq into the living rooms of millions of viewers around the world. But Arab news networks also have reporters embedded with the troops. The story in our Arab Voices segment when we return.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. The latest on the war from the Pentagon. U.S. forces in the desert could soon call home for free.
Yeah, man, I'm out, man. We're going to leave right now.
An update on the daring rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch. Her journey home begins. Live coverage during our 4 o'clock hour. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready?
Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings. Only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Embedded reporters are showing people around the world the realities of war in Iraq. Those embedded reporters are working not only for the Western networks, but also for some of the Arab news channels as well. Here's CNN's Octavia Nasser with today's Arab Voices.
Now, here are the latest developments.
Much is made about how the Western media differ from their Arab counterparts when it comes to covering the war in Iraq. But truth be told, there are as many similarities as differences, similarities such as embedding. Like CNN's many journalists now embedded with various coalition forces, so too are Arab reporters. Networks such as Al Arabiya and Abu Dhabi TV provide viewers with numerous accounts from the front lines, reports of U.S. paratroopers and Kurds operating in northern Iraq, of fierce air and ground battles around Nasiriyah. That said, however, the presentation of embedded Arab reporters can vary substantially. Case in point, Al Jazeera, the most widely known Arab network. When Al Jazeera introduces its embedded journalist Amr al-Kahki, the anchor couches al-Kahki's report by noting, on air,
I would like to tell the viewers this report was censored by the American military.
By contrast, most Western networks don't agree that the rules of embedding amount to censorship. Many, like CNN, however, do readily acknowledge there are restrictions, often reminding viewers that certain field correspondents cannot give exact locations of troop movements. A difference of style, perhaps, or maybe just interpretation. With Arab Voices, I'm Octavia Nasser.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom at this hour. You are looking live at Baghdad, where the coalition forces expect to face some of their toughest fighting in a defining battle. The Pentagon says 2 columns of U.S. troops are advancing on the Iraqi capital. CNN's Carl Penhall reports some elements are within 15 miles of the southern edge of Baghdad. The White House is giving a proposed airline bailout the thumbs down. The administration says the $3 billion plan passed by House and Senate committees yesterday is, quote, excessive. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer says the airline should only get help for problems resulting from the war. As a precaution against the mystery illness known as SARS, the World Health Organization has advised travelers not to visit Hong Kong or the southern Chinese province of Guangdong. At least 78 people have died of the disease worldwide. Yesterday's scare on board an airliner in California turned out to be a false alarm. The military march toward Baghdad appears to be giving stocks a boost, that is. About 30 minutes before the closing bell, the Dow is up more than 200 points. NASDAQ is also showing strong gains. The markets closed higher yesterday as well after 4 straight losing sessions. Coming up next here on CNN, is second guessing of the Pentagon's battle plan a sign of a fatal flaw or just a lot of loose talk? We'll take a look at that. And it's front page news across the globe. But what are newspapers around the world saying about the war in Iraq? We'll turn some pages. Plus, the war and the economy. It seems the markets like today's headlines out of Iraq. We'll go live to Wall Street for an eye on your money. That is a quick update of the headlines. Now back to Judy Woodruff in Washington.
Thanks, Heidi. We're waiting for 2 things at this hour. The White House press briefing. Ari Fleischer expected to take reporters' questions. That should get underway any moment now. We'll take it to you live when it does. We're also waiting for possible comments from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He's been briefing senators and members of the House of Representatives at Capitol Hill today. Both of those things we're waiting for. Our coverage continues after this. And to the White House we go. Here's Ari Fleischer talking to reporters.
Foreign Minister of Kuwait and the President of Spain. This afternoon, the President just concluded a meeting that went much longer than scheduled, so my apologies for coming out here late, with a group of economists from Wall Street to talk about the state of the economy and the President's jobs and growth package that is pending on Capitol Hill. And I have one announcement, and I'm happy to take your questions. The President will meet with President Jorge Batay of Uruguay at the White House on April 23rd, 2003. This visit provides the opportunity to deepen United States cooperation with Uruguay, a strong ally in the war on terrorism and promoting democracy and economic growth in the hemisphere. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. Ron?
Do we know from either forensic evidence or any statements by Private Lynch the identity or whether or not any of those bodies were coalition troops?
I have no information on that. Anything about that would come from the Pentagon.
And can you tell us when the President found out that there would be a mission to try to rescue them?
Well, let me try to walk you through a little bit about this. Yesterday, the President was informed about the successful rescue in a conversation he had with Secretary Rumsfeld shortly before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Secretary Rumsfeld informed the President of the successful rescue, and the President's reaction was, "That's great." The President had a hint of it earlier in the day, but the tactical decisions were made by General Franks and his commanders on the ground about exactly what to do and when to do it. And that's what took place. Well, I think the President had some generalized information, but again, the tactical information was the decision about what to do and when to do it was made by commanders on the ground. The President had some general awareness that something might be happening, but not the details.
Could he have told General Franks not to do it? And was the plan signed off on by him?
It's not a question of whether this is signed off on or not signed off on by the President. These are the exact types of things that commanders-in-chief entrust to their people in the field to do. That's the way the military structure works best. That's the way the President works it. So this is the
history of commanders-in-chief signing off on authorizing just this kind of mission. Literally.
The President has made it clear that he wants the commanders in the field to have the flexibility, the ability, and knowing that they'll have the backup from the White House for them to make these types of calls and these types of decisions in a way that maximizes the mission.
Whose call was it to do it, Franks or the President?
You have to ask DOD specifically, which military official, but oh no, that's correct. Let me say this though, the President does express to the armed forces, to all those involved, especially to the daring servicemen and who carried out, servicemen and women who helped make this happen. The President expresses to them the pride of our nation for the successful rescue, and of course he expresses the joy of our nation for the Lynch family upon her being rescued. And I do want to say it is tempered somewhat by also the fact, of course, that the President knows that we have others who are missing in action, we have others who are POW, we have others who have died, and that of course is always on the President's mind. But there's no question this is a good day, a good moment, and the President is very proud of what took place. Bill?
How is the President reacting to the stress of the war? There's an article that suggests, in quote from his friends, that he feels he's being tested, and he feels burdened by this. How would you...
You know, I can only say that I think the people who are talking are not people who have spent much time with the President, because my read of having seen the President is the following, and I see him often. I think it's fair to say that the hardest part was the lead up to the decision to use force. I think for any commander-in-chief, for the President, for this President, that to him represented the most difficult time of deciding whether or not force must be used, knowing that it would put American men and women in harm's way. Once the decision was made, this is a President who is very comfortable, who is very steady with the decision made. And that's what I see in him. These are serious times. We are a nation at war, and the President is always cognizant of that. Tomorrow when the President goes to Camp Lejeune, he's going to meet with some families whose servicemen or women have lost their lives in Iraq. And that is something the president thinks about. But he also keeps in mind the purpose of the mission, the nature of the mission, the importance of the mission, and that's what I see in him.
Do you feel that he feels burdened and that he feels that he is being tested?
No, I really can't say that. I think when you say burdened, I don't know how to define what the word burden means. I think any time a president of the United States authorizes the use of force, when this president has authorized the use of force, he understands the serious nature of that. But when he does so because he feels so strongly and so deeply, as he's shared with the public, the important reasons why force has to be used. The president is somebody who has set his sights on a mission and is proud of the men and women who are carrying out the mission, and he is resolved to see it through. He is comfortable with the decisions that are made, and I think that you'll see tomorrow at Camp Lejeune, it's going to be a private meeting with the families. As you know, the president does think carefully about these decisions to put people in harm's way, and he cares deeply about that. Helen?
Has the U.S. any contact with the Iraqis or any third-party intervention to end the war?
Not that I know of.
All right, follow up on Ron's question. You said he had a hint of it earlier in the day and he knew something was going on. Did he know that there was a rescue mission underway to try to get one of the POWs?
I really am not going to go into any more depth than that, than what I said. Just there was, without being specific, there was some generalized information, obviously, of highly classified nature. But as far as the timing, the tactical aspects, he did not.
I'm asking, and I know it's classified, but now everyone knows that DOD received intelligence that Jessica Lynch might be alive, and that they were going to launch this special operations
Kimball is
mission
not
to
at
get her.
liberty to get into more specifics about what it was that the president got hinted.
How much the president is tuned in to the daily developments on the ground. I mean, this was a big deal, obviously.
Well, obviously, I mean, when I say he's tuned in, he's tuned in. He's tuned in. The secretary informed him about it at 10:05. That was part of the regular briefing that the president receives on all events, particularly something like this. But on many of the different events in the theater, the president is told about it. Earlier in the day, he received some generalized information about some possibilities, this possibility, and I just leave it at that. This possibility that of what transpired later in the day may happen.
What transpired later?
The rescue. And that was singular.
On a different subject, appropriations committees in both the House and Senate have now rejected a White House request relating to the supplemental for the $2.5 billion that would go toward reconstruction and humanitarian aid. Rejected your request that that money be controlled by the Pentagon. And instead, they're designating that it be controlled by State Department and other agencies.
Correct.
Does this mean the State Department is now going to run the reconstruction effort?
No, it's part of a $74 billion appropriation bill that Congress is considering. They granted the president's request in this area for the dollar amount, but there is a difference in their committee work about exactly who should get to expend the dollar amount. So the president is pleased with the focus on the correct dollar amount in this case. We disagree with the committees about whether it should be the State Department or the Defense Department that should be authorized to expend the funds, and that is an issue that we'll take up with the House and the Senate when it comes to the floor.
But given that both committees, and this is not just a partisan issue, Republicans agree that the money should go to the State Department too, how do you readjust? Does Jay Gardner, retired General Gardner, who's supposed to be running the operation, does he work for the State Department now?
By working the issue when it comes to the full House and the full Senate. It was a committee that did it in the House, a committee that did it in the Senate, and of course the way the process works, it's the beginning stages of it, we'll continue to work it.
So just to clarify, the president still believes that the Pentagon should be in control of the rebuilding and humanitarian relief effort under this supplemental.
The president made the proposal to do in that manner because given the fact that the Pentagon has the security forces, the armed forces on the ground, he believes that's the most effective way to deliver the help to the Iraqi people that would be necessary for the reconstruction of Iraq. So that's why he made the proposal the way he did. He stands by it. We'll see ultimately what happens when it gets to the floor.
So is it... Iraq has a debt, an external debt of about $100 billion. Huge burden, obviously, even with its oil reserves, run up by Saddam Hussein, unelected dictator, building palaces and weapons. And there is...
Actually, he was elected. He had 100%, he said.
And corrected. There is a proposal out there that once Saddam Hussein and his regime are gone, that the people of Iraq should not be burdened with this debt, that it should be forgiven, partly to liberate them from this conduct of Saddam Hussein, and also to teach banks and corporations and countries who lent such a tyrant that kind of money a lesson not to do it in the future. Does the president have a feeling on what should be done with
I think
Iraq's
that
debt?
all of these issues are going to be the issues that are going to be part of the reconstruction effort. And these decisions will get made with the international community. Obviously, there are a number of nations who have money that is owed to them, owed by the state. The state will continue to exist. So therefore, it is still an important issue. The people of Iraq will have a role in this as well. So I don't think anybody can tell you what the outcome will be. The one thing that is certain is Iraq is a wealthy nation. Iraq has vast resources. Iraq will have, unlike Afghanistan, for example, Iraq will have a huge financial base from within upon which to draw. And that's because of their oil wealth. And that should serve benevolent purposes in the future, should serve peaceful purposes, should serve trade purposes in the future, as a future also where the trade sanctions will get lifted one day.
So you aren't ruling in or out debt forgiveness?
I'm just saying I think it's too soon for anybody to give any assurances on one way or another. As I said, state-to-state relations continue even if a regime is changed.
Can I ask a more specific question then? Does the United States know, now that forces are within 15 miles perhaps closer to Baghdad, the day after this regime falls, literally the day after, who runs the financial system in Iraq? Who runs its diplomacy? Who runs its oil fields?
Well, this will be part of the whole reconstruction effort.
So we don't know that yet?
Well, I think when the day the Taliban fell, did we know the name of the new president of Afghanistan? No. The point is, the best way to ensure the future stability of a country is to take care first of the security matters, which is first to make certain that the regime is disarmed, to make certain that Saddam Hussein and those around him are not in power, and things will evolve, and I think things will evolve in different parts of the country at different pace. Already you're seeing some talk by the British of empowering Iraqi officials to run certain affairs in some of the areas that they have now controlled. And so again, I think you're going to see different things, different regions of the country, but broadly, the effort is designed to make certain that security is enhanced. There will be additional handovers of roles to the Iraqi people from both within and without.
You mentioned this morning that the airline aid package on the Hill is excessive. Do you think the airlines are trying to take advantage of the government to cover up some structural problems they have?
I think that the airline industry, even prior to the war in Iraq, was beset by economic difficulties, obviously unrelated to anything happening in the war in Iraq. The taxpayers responded generously once right after September 11th in the form of loans that were available to the airlines, some of which have just this week accepted substantial loans from the taxpayers. So the airline industry has to be looked at in terms of, is there something specific that was caused as a result of this war that merits additional help from the taxpayers, or were there other conditions that existed in the marketplace that need to be considered separate and apart from the war? Some of the issues that the airline industry brought to the attention of policymakers were their fear that a war would lead to a spike up in the price of fuel oil, which is a large component of the cost that our airlines incur. Jet fuel costs have actually fallen, not risen, as was predicted. Fuel costs have fallen from $1.20 a gallon in February to just 80 cents last week. And also in terms of passenger ridership, the airlines anticipated a 15% decline in ridership. There's indeed been a decline of 10%, not the anticipated 15%. And that's also a factor that needs to be considered. The level at which the ridership now is very similar to the level of just 1 year ago. Therefore, when the administration takes a look at the congressional committee's action to add some $3 billion to the appropriations for the airlines, the White House believes that that is excessive. Something less than that. The administration does not oppose assistance for the airlines, but clearly given the factors that have affected the airlines, such as fuel oil, and the limited impact the war has had, the administration believes that the amount that the Congress is considering now is excessive. Elizabeth?
A lot of stories are going to say the White House is signaling it wants to compromise on the tax cut.
What is your reaction to that? Is $550 billion acceptable to you?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Obviously, the House has passed a figure at the level that the President sought. The Senate has passed a different figure, and we believe that the President believes very strongly that the higher the number, the more jobs will be created for the American people, and therefore the President continues to think it's very important that the $726 billion figure that the President sought is the figure that is arrived at. He will continue to push for that figure. We understand that there will be a give-and-take process in the Congress between the House and the Senate, but the President is going to continue to push for that figure.
Sounding, no, we're not going to compromise.
Well, again, we understand that the President proposes, Congress disposes, but the President is continuing to push for the figure that he proposed. John?
I think the point people are trying to get at when it comes to the rescue operation, you say the President had a hint of it. Without getting into any of the classified information or operational details, that seems to suggest that the President was told in the morning at one of his earlier meetings with the National Security Team that there was some intelligence and the possibility of a rescue operation being launched. Was he also given the option to say no?
I don't think people view the President as looking at it in that way. When the President receives his briefings in the morning about here are the different possibilities of things that may take place down the road. And then later in the afternoon, down the road is traveled, and the President gets an update on the things that he talked about earlier in the day. The President has made it very clear to the commanders and to Tommy Franks that Tommy Franks makes the calls about the tactics and the timing of the operations. That is how the President thinks wars are won. The President has said repeatedly the White House will not micromanage the war. That is exactly why you have generals and admirals and experts to guide the war and run the war in the way that they believe is the best way to run it. He'll stay deeply involved. He monitors it. He asks questions about what is happening to enforce accountability, to make certain that people are doing the things that they said they were going to do. But when it comes to running the war, the President believes that it's best left in the hands of the people who are expert at running the war.
Question now on the financial issues. In the supplemental, there are a number of Republicans who are saying there is majority support for striking out the money for Turkey because of anger on the Hill about how the Turkey situation. What is the administration doing to try to keep that money in there? And to follow on Elizabeth's question, not as the White House press secretary, but as the former spokesman for the Senate Budget Committee chairman and the former spokesman for the House Ways and Means Committee chairman, how likely is it that the President will get his $700 billion?
Are you asking me as an AP writer? The land of the formers. As a former spokesman for those two entities, I think it's appropriate to buck that question to the White House press secretary, and he answered already. So thank you for the opportunity. No, I can tell you there's a process that's underway on the Hill. We've seen this before, and the President made a proposal because he thought it was the best proposal to do the most good for the economy, and therefore he's going to continue to push the Congress to pass the proposal that he made. We will work with the Congress in that endeavor. Congress, of course, has the final word, but it will be a final word where the President's voice is heard. And on Turkey, as you know, Secretary Powell has been in Turkey, meeting with Turkish officials about the ongoing bilateral relations and interests. And we will see exactly what happens on the floor of the House or the floor of the Senate. We're aware that members of Congress have some strong opinions on this, but the President does think, given Turkey's economic circumstances, it is appropriate, it is the right policy for the $1 billion to be approved. Mara?
There seems to be a new big push going on towards Baghdad at the moment, and the Pentagon said today that the toughest fighting may be ahead of us still. One of the criticisms of this administration is that the rationale for the war has seemed to change over time. So, for the record, at this point, would you say how would this administration define a victory?
Well, the President has been unequivocal. He said it in his speech in Philadelphia. He's been saying it in all his remarks, and I think this is something you've heard repeatedly out of the Pentagon. This mission in Iraq is about the disarmament of the Iraqi regime. It is also about making certain that Saddam Hussein and those around him are no longer in power so they can do this again to the Iraqi people or to the world. Those are the two missions.
Both things in order to be a victory, one or the other.
It always has been, and that is the purpose of the military effort.
Can you tell us what the threshold is for defense officials coming to the President and asking for some sort of fresh authorization aside from any classified matters? are there circumstances under which they must come to him for fresh authorization?
You know, there's really nothing that's been brought to my attention like that. What happened is here, the president develops a war plan with the experts, with the National Security Council, with the DOD, with the generals, with the SINC, with the Secretary of Defense. The plan is approved.
We're going to leave Ari Fleischer at the White House for just a moment and move over to Capitol Hill, where Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has been briefing members of Congress.
Sure, there are several ways that could happen. It depends on what takes place between now and then. It depends on what happens to the regime. It depends on the extent to which the capabilities of the Iraqi military and the regime are degraded between now and then. It depends on the conviction on the part of the Iraqi people that Saddam Hussein is definitely going to be gone, and that emboldens them. So there are lots of ways.
Mr. Secretary, can I ask you, it's supposed to be 100 degrees in Baghdad this weekend, and of course it's moved closer to the city, the concern about chemical weapons. Are you concerned about the weather and the possibility that those weapons may be used?
I looked at a range today, and it was something like 55 to 72 or something.
The troops are prepared to fight in any weather. We've talked about that before. Clearly, when they put on their chemical protective suits, it's hotter for them, but we can also fight at night. That's one of the things our forces are able to do, and we can pick and choose our times because right now we're the militarily the dominant force on the battlefield. So it'd slow you down a little bit, but it would not stop progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and General Richard Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just answering a couple of reporters' questions, saying that it is, if I could discern what the first question was, saying it's hard to say when U.S. coalition forces will be in Baghdad. He said it depends on many factors, the resistance of the enemy and a number of other things. And we just heard them talking about the heat, which is increasingly becoming a factor as the forces get closer to the capital city. Very quickly, just earlier we were listening to Ari Fleischer, brief reporters at the White House, describing that the president, among other things, something we did not know, that President Bush had awareness earlier in the day yesterday that a mission might well be underway to rescue captured soldier Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Ari Fleischer didn't want to give many more details than that, but he said the president had a generalized knowledge that this rescue effort was going to be or might be undertaken, but he went on to insist that the decisions about what to do and when to do it would be made by the commanders on the ground, by General Tommy Franks and others. And as I come back to you, Wolf, in Kuwait City, at the very end, we heard Ari Fleischer saying the mission of this war, number one, to disarm Saddam Hussein, and number two, to make sure that he's no longer in power so that he can't do to his people, what he has been doing. Wolf.
The clear-cut mission that the Bush administration has been expressing now for some time. We heard earlier today, Judy, from the president's father, the former president, George Bush, speaking to Marines and their family members at the Marine Corps Air Station in Cherry Point, North Carolina. I want our viewers to listen what the former president had to say.
I didn't know I usually, these days, the speaking role goes to one of our sons. That would be the current president of the United States. But I can tell you that he is staying the course. He is not going to back down in terms of his responsibilities, and he's going to see this through to victory. And is he ever proud of the Marines? I'll tell you, I talk to him all the time, and he mentions the pride he has in this service, the pride he has in all of our forces serving abroad. And so you ought to know that, and you never ought to worry about the commander-in-chief kind of leaving you out to lurch there or not following through on his responsibilities, just as every Marine will follow through on his or her responsibilities now, as they have always in the past.
The former president speaking earlier today in North Carolina at the Marine Corps Air Station in Cherry Point. By the way, Judy, the current president will be in North Carolina tomorrow at Camp Lejeune. He'll be speaking to Marines as well. He'll no doubt have a very receptive audience when President Bush goes there tomorrow. A lot of visitors heading to North Carolina. Judy?
No question, and I caught the former president, the president's father, saying, I talk to him all the time which is interesting, that the two are evidently on the phone practically daily, and if not several times a day. Coming up in a moment, the latest headlines in the war in Iraq, plus it is front page news across the globe, but what are newspapers around the world saying about the war in Iraq? We're back in 90 seconds.
Florida's natural premium orange juice is made just from our fresh oranges, not from concentrate. We own the land, the trees, and the company. Florida's natural. It's as close to the grove as you can get.
CNN Tonight as troops gear up for the push to Baghdad, former Secretary of State Alexander Haig and more, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
You want to hear a great story? A friend of mine owed $100,000 in income taxes. Next thing I know, he tells me he's flying to Australia on vacation, business class. Excuse me, I say, what am I missing here? It turns out he charged his taxes through official payments. And because he belongs to his card's rewards program, he got airline miles for the tax dollars he charged. I thought he was putting me on. He wasn't. So I say to him, why aren't I charging my taxes? Well, I don't know, he says. Why aren't you? It's easy. All you have to do is call official payments at 1-800-2-PAY-TAX, and you can do it right over the phone. Yeah, there was a convenience fee, but business class to Australia? My friend got a heck of a return on his taxes, I'd say.
Official payments, the proven way to make paying taxes pay. Call 1-800-2-PAY-TAX.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom with a check of the headlines at this hour. U.S. troops could be in Baghdad's southern outskirts by early Thursday, according to CNN's Carl Penhall, who is embedded with U.S. Army forces near the capital. Military officials tell Penhall U.S. forces are now about 15 miles south of Baghdad's southern edge. An official with the International Red Cross says a Baghdad maternity hospital suffered minor damage today from a nearby bomb blast. Iraqi officials said the U.S. had bombed the hospital, but the Red Cross says damage was minor and no one was injured. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein made another appearance today on Iraqi TV, but it is not clear when the tape was made. In the video, the Iraqi leader appears with a group of government ministers, and a new statement attributed to Saddam Hussein urges the people of Iraq to fight on. That statement, read on Iraqi TV, says victory is at hand. Secretary of State Colin Powell met today with the Prime Minister of Serbia in Belgrade. He said the U.S. is pleased with the Serb government's commitment to reform. Powell began his European trip in Turkey. He is due in Brussels tomorrow for meetings with NATO and European Union officials. It appears Wall Street likes today's news from the battlefront. We're moments away from the closing bell. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrials are up more than 200 points. The NASDAQ jumped nearly 50 points. A live report from Wall Street is just minutes away. Meanwhile, concerns about a mysterious flu-like illness are growing as the illness keeps spreading. Today, the World Health Organization is advising travelers to avoid Hong Kong and a province in southern China. SARS, or severe acute respiratory syndrome, has killed dozens of people around the world, most of them in Asia. So far, there are no SARS-related deaths confirmed in the United States. Those are the headlines for now. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Target Baghdad. The push to the capital is on.
The speed of the push to Baghdad seems to have gathered pace. In fact, it's going much faster than many of the U.S. commanders on the ground predicted.
A dramatic rescue. Now a once-missing soldier is safe, and her family is grateful.
They went in, executed it, and came out with my sister safe and sound. So I give them great thanks.
Cheers. In the heart of Iraq, coalition forces finally get the welcome they were hoping for. CNN Live this hour, Judy Woodruff reports from Washington with correspondents from around the world. A special edition of Inside Politics. The war in Iraq starts right now.
Thank you for joining us. As you heard live on CNN a short time ago, White House spokesman Ari Fleischer said the president is happy and proud about the rescue in Iraq of missing soldier Jessica Lynch, an effort he said the president did have general knowledge about before it happened. But he also indicated that in this operation, as in others, Mr. Bush let commanders in the field make the final decisions. Lynch is due to arrive for treatment in Germany a little more than an hour from now. We'll have more on her story ahead. Plus, why are Democrats so quiet about the progress of the war? I'll ask the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Joe Biden. And military brass versus the retired generals. Our Jeff Greenfield will offer his take on the second guessing about the Iraq war plan. All that ahead, but first, let's go to Kuwait City and my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. Hello again, Wolf.
Hi, Judy. Thank you very much. As of an hour or so ago, we got a word from the battlefield that U.S. forces were just 15 miles away from the southern edge of Baghdad, and they may be even closer right now. The toughest fight, though, may lie ahead in the heart of the Iraqi capital. Pentagon sources say the first phase of the final push into Baghdad is now underway. U.S.-led forces were able to press farther north after defeating Iraqi Republican Guard units at Karbala and Quds. Our embedded reporters say the two-pronged advance appears to be moving faster than commanders expected. The Pentagon says two of the Republican Guard divisions defending Baghdad are no longer credible forces. Scenes from Najaf may also be bolstering the troops' spirits. Iraqis who initially were cautious when U.S. forces arrived in Najaf ended up cheering them on, shaking their hands, and patting their backs. The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry is in the forefront of U.S. troops since they first left Kuwait and crossed directly into the Iraqi desert. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the unit's 3rd Squadron, which is leading the 3rd Infantry Division's march toward the Iraqi capital.
Throughout the day, as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry punched northward in the general direction of Baghdad, we have seen huge convoys of supply troops moving ever northward. Indeed, all the arrows on the Army's map seem to be pointing in the direction of the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division took Karbala with a minimum of fight, and then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division secured the town of Karbala. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry has pushed onward in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, we were about 50 miles from the southern suburbs of Baghdad. We have perhaps halved that distance. Throughout the day, we have watched the 3rd Infantry Division bring in prisoners of war, Iraqi soldiers, glad the war is over for them, perhaps 100 at a time. There were times when the 7th Cavalry itself got into some skirmishes as it pushed forward again in the direction of Baghdad. There was a bit of a firefight when the 7th Cavalry came upon 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns, ACAC guns. The Iraqi unit in possession of those guns fired mortars in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The Apache troop opened its tank guns, opened its own mortars, decimated that unit, put it out of existence, and probably killed some 20 Iraqis in the process. This as it continues to push ever closer towards the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in the Iraqi desert.
And it's a similar story from CNN's Carl Tenhall, who's now just miles from the southern outskirts of the Iraqi capital. He's embedded with the U.S. Army's 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. Here's his report, just filed a few minutes ago.
The speed of the push to Baghdad seems to have gathered pace overnight and in the course of this morning. In fact, it's going much faster than many of the U.S. commanders on the ground predicted.
The intensity it's a very quick-moving, very fluid battle. The armor and mechanized infantry and artillery pieces and personnel on the ground are moving at rapid speeds.
Overnight and early this morning, the tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles of the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by the Apache attack helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment, punched through the Republican Guard defenses in and around Karbala. They were then able to advance far north of that city, and as we speak, U.S. commanders tell me that elements of the 3rd Infantry Division are now literally just a few miles from Baghdad.
That's CNN's Carl Penhall with the very latest from the battlefront. Let's get an update now on casualties in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Military officials say 39 Americans have been killed in combat, 9 more by friendly fire or in accidents. Britain reports 6 of its troops have been killed by combat, 19 more in non-hostile action, and 2 deaths have not been classified. Iraq does not report on its military casualties, but Iraqi officials say 420 civilians have been killed and about 4,000 injured. U.S. Central Command says 4,500 Iraqis have been taken prisoner. 7 Americans remain prisoners of war in Iraq, and 15 Americans are listed as missing in action, 1 less than yesterday after that dramatic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Judy, in the next hour on our special Wolf Blitzer reports, I'm going to be speaking live to her older brother who's in the Army, her younger sister who wants to be in the Army, just around the same time as Jessica is going to be arriving at Ramstein, the air base in Germany, for some serious medical treatment. That's all coming up on our special edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports at the top of the hour. Judy, back to you.
All right, Wolf, and we will be watching. Thanks very much. Well, at the Pentagon briefing this afternoon, officials describing several units of the Republican Guard as effectively no longer being a credible fighting force. Let's get the very latest from the Pentagon for the overall war picture as they see it. Our Jamie McIntyre, our senior military affairs correspondent, is with us now. Hello again, Jamie.
Well, Judy, the Pentagon is beginning to see some positive signs that it hadn't seen for a while. First of all, as we saw just a few moments ago on CNN, the pictures of some of the actual happy Iraqi citizens welcoming U.S. troops, that taking place in Najaf. Also, the Pentagon is seeing lighter than expected resistance, indicating at least that they may have really seriously degraded those Republican Guard divisions before the U.S. troops arrived, both in Karbala and also in Al-Qut. They met lighter than expected resistance. But the Pentagon officials stressed that as they close in on Baghdad, this becomes the real dangerous part, as they enter that so-called red zone, where Saddam Hussein is believed to have given his commanders authority to use chemical weapons, and that use of chemical weapons remains a real fear at the Pentagon.
We are not expecting to drive into Baghdad suddenly and seize it in a coup de main or anything like that. So in regard to that, we are paying great attention to their ability to defend on the ground. They may just suddenly be effective on the ground. Additionally, their ability to use chemical and biological weapons, they've proven it historically. We believe they have the capability now. Clearly, as we threaten the core of the regime, which Baghdad and Tikrit represent, we believe that the likelihood of them using those weapons goes up.
Now, in less than 24 hours, the U.S. 101st Airborne Division has driven Iraqi Fedayeen fighters from the key city of Najaf, pushed north in a several-pronged attack. The Army's 3rd Infantry has punched through Karbala, meeting only light resistance from the Medina Republican Guard and moving along Highway 9 within 25 miles of Baghdad. At the same time, the Marines from the 1st Division have secured a key Tigris River crossing near Al-Qut and reported to have essentially destroyed the combat fighting ability of that light infantry Baghdad division that was supposed to be providing defense down there. At the U.S. Central Command briefing this morning at the forward headquarters in Doha, Qatar, General Vincent Brooks said that the U.S. would be continuing to approach Baghdad. He said, quote, "The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime now, and it will remain pointed at it," he said, "until the regime is gone." Judy?
Jamie, these descriptions of the weakening of the Republican Guard begin to bring back memories of the first Gulf War 12 years ago. Is there a chance that coalition forces could at this point be overestimating the strength of what's left of the opposition?
Well, they might be, and that might be a good thing. They're taking it very cautiously. No one, again, they stress the most dangerous part of this could be ahead. Could be urban combat, could involve chemical weapons, could be the most loyal fighters left as they draw into Baghdad. Could be a very dangerous time. They also are careful to point out that even while they say that a division has been destroyed, they don't mean every single person has been killed, simply that its combat effectiveness has been eliminated. Judy?
And we noticed they said they did not want to use the word destroyed. In fact, they said let others do that. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Well, rescued American prisoner of war Jessica Lynch is expected to arrive at Ramstein Air Base in Germany just about an hour from now. CNN will have live coverage of her arrival. Lynch was rescued in a daring raid by U.S. forces on the Saddam Hospital in Nasiriyah. This Nightscope video shows troops carrying the 19-year-old Army private to a Black Hawk helicopter. We know, though, that 11 bodies were also recovered in this operation, and military officials say they are working now to identify them. When she's in Germany, Lynch will be treated for bullet wounds and for broken bones. She is reported to be in stable condition. She and more than a dozen other members of her Army maintenance unit were ambushed near Nasiriyah more than a week ago. Meantime, in Palestine, West Virginia, there is a lot of joy over the news of Jessica Lynch's rescue. Her father, mother, and other family members say they never gave up hope despite their fears of what might have happened, and they say they are grateful to her rescuers.
I can't really say how the military is functioning over there right now because I'm not there, but you know they're doing their job, and you know I don't know the thoughts of the soldiers, what they're doing, the men and women that went in that building and brought her out. They're heroes in my book.
West Virginia's United States Senator Robert Byrd is also praising the rescue.
She was rescued in a daring effort by the brave Army Rangers and Navy SEALs. And today, she is safe. Safe. Safe, once again. Her state of West Virginia is relieved. Her community is exuberant. Her family is overjoyed. I spoke with Jessica Lynch's father last evening and shared with him our thoughts and good wishes.
Senator Byrd called the rescue miraculous. We'll have more on the march toward Baghdad after a quick break. We preview the potential battles ahead and the strategies in play when we check in with our military analyst.
Moving freely makes my spirits soar.
Flexium works two ways. Patented SAMe helps ease pain from everyday activities. Plus, glucosamine helps renew cartilage. You can feel results in as little as 2 weeks. Feel the Flexium difference, guaranteed.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MED, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
U.S. forces moving ever closer to Baghdad, but military officials say they are not counting on capitulation. For a look at what might lie ahead for U.S. forces, let's turn to our Miles O'Brien in Atlanta. Miles.
Thank you very much, Judy. And to help guide us through all this discussion about red zones and daggers and exactly what is the strength of the Republican Guard, we turn to Colonel Patrick Lang. He's retired with the United States Army. He spent some time in the Defense Intelligence Agency, among other things. Colonel, good to have you with us.
You're welcome.
What do you suppose right now would be the governor on the forward advance? Is it the Republican Guard, or is it the U.S. and coalition supply lines, or both?
Well, they're close enough up to Baghdad now so that the supply line issue is probably not a big one since they had time to restock fuel and food and ammunition. So probably the main thing is combing through the rubble that the Air Force has left of these Republican Guard divisions to make sure there are no strong points that you leave behind that could threaten your lines of supply once you get past. Once they're satisfied they're through all that, I would imagine there'll be a pause while they start to reconnoiter into Baghdad, probing hard to see how much resistance there really is.
All right.
And
well, let me ask you that. First of all, I wanted to just tell viewers where we just took our satellite imagery. This is that Karbala area, which is about 50 miles from Baghdad. Baghdad is roughly in that direction from there. We know that the vanguard is supposedly as close as 15 miles. One of the next key points along the way here is Saddam International Airport. Do you suppose that is a key target right now?
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, a feature of that importance would always be something you'd want to hold. And besides, as soon as you get control of it, you'll be able to start using it for air operations. They'll put a survey team in there as soon as it's secure, and then start using it for helicopter operations, haul forward some big bladders of fuel to refuel helicopters and rearm them and things like that. And if the front stabilizes between there and the downtown Baghdad, they'll start using it for fixed-wing aircraft as well.
Now, as you go from Saddam International Airport into town, you see there's some big, wide, divided highways there. Control of these highways will be crucial, won't it?
Yeah, these are the high-speed approaches into the heart of the city, and armored forces like the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division just love high-speed approaches. They will try to go down those things, cutting the city up into sectors as best they can, and then work on the specific sectors of the city that they think are key terrain. I would think probably various utilities, as well as major government buildings that they need to control to set up a new government.
It's a big city, about the size of Philadelphia or thereabouts. Some have said Chicago is a good analogy. It's a tremendous amount of force needed to control a city of that size, or am I wrong?
Well, it depends on the attitude of the populace, you know, which is not clear yet. If the population, in fact, or at least a big part of them, like the Shia half of the population, if they want to be liberated, then you can control them with a fairly small force. If, in fact, a lot of people in the city don't want to be liberated, and that's always, you're never going to know that until you try, then you're going to need a much larger force, and we might end up waiting for a couple of weeks for reinforcements.
Based on what you've seen thus far, what is your sense of that? The Shias are a bit gun-shy, if you will, in the south because of what happened in 1991. They rose up, didn't get American support. Do you suppose it'll be a different story in Baghdad? Is there a lot of latent hatred for Saddam Hussein that will come out?
Yes, there is, but these folks are going to be mighty cautious. You know, they have a long history of being kicked around by the Sunni Arab population of central Iraq, and they don't have any particular reason to trust us so far. So they'll wait and see what happens. It's the other people in the city you have to worry about, who are you know, ethnically much the same as the Saddam Hussein regime, and their behavior right now is unpredictable.
Colonel Patrick Lang, retired United States Army, thanks for your insights. A man who's been to Baghdad many times and can tell us with great knowledge exactly what it's going to be like to fight on those avenues in that sprawling city of Baghdad. Judy?
Always helps, Miles, to hear a voice of experience. Thank you, and thanks to Colonel Lang. When we come back, hopes rising among investors. That means stocks were up today on Wall Street as they look at the progress of the war in Iraq. We're going to check in with Rhonda Schaffler at the Stock Exchange in just a moment.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. The latest on the war from the Pentagon. U.S. forces in the desert could soon call home for free.
Yeah, man, I'm out, man. We're going to leave right now.
An update on the daring rescue of Army Private Jessica Lynch. Her journey home begins. These stories and more throughout the afternoon. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Academy Award-winning director James Cameron is about to change the way you watch movies forever with a 3D real-life journey back to the Titanic. On April 11th, prepare for an unscripted, groundbreaking, historic motion picture event. Ghosts of the Abyss, an immersive 3D adventure. Rated G. Advance tickets now on sale. Call 1-888-DISNEY-6. CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes the plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Well, it certainly appears that Wall Street liked the news today from the battlefront. Our Rhonda Schaffler joins us live from the New York Stock Exchange with an eye on the war and the economy. Rhonda, they were looking up today.
Yes, Judy, a huge rally here. And remember, investors in the market offer immediate feedback to the latest war developments. And today's headlines did spark a powerful rally as U.S. and allied troops zeroed in on Baghdad. The advance fueled hopes that a resolution of this conflict is drawing nearer. On top of that, there was a surge in overseas markets, a drop in oil prices once again, now below $29 a barrel, and strength in the U.S. dollar, all of this unleashing the bulls here on Wall Street. Dow surging 215 points, or 2 2/3%. The Dow is now back above its level when the war began, and the NASDAQ rallied 3.5%. A swift resolution to the war would help ease uncertainty that's plagued the market and the economy. It could open the door to better corporate profits, more consumer spending, and possibly boost job creation. That's the very latest from Wall Street. Back to you, Judy.
Thanks, Rhonda. Coming up, we're getting an update across the board on war developments and other headlines this hour, plus progress reports on the air and ground wars across the desert of Iraq.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Is now the year's most triumphant movie.
Damn right!
Chicago is the winner of 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture of the Year.
You couldn't buy that kind of publicity.
Critics cheer. It's brilliant, exhilarating, an absolute sensation.
Oh!
You can watch it over and over. That's Chicago. Chicago, rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
As coalition forces push ahead in their march toward Baghdad, they have encountered some resistance in the Shiite holy city of Karbala. But American troops and their superior technology have turned out to be a key factor in the fighting there. And to the south, British forces continue their attacks on targets around Basra. ITN correspondent Tim Ewart reports.
These are soldiers of the U.S. 3rd Infantry fighting near Karbala, southwest of Baghdad. They're facing Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard, his finest soldiers. But for all the resistance, coalition aircraft rule the skies, and coalition technology is overwhelmingly superior. U.S. commanders believe the Republican Guard is a doomed force.
We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone.
To the south, more black smoke over the town of Basra. British troops control the outskirts of the town and today destroyed another building they said housed Iraqi fighters. There is much fear here of the Saddam loyalists who still hold sway in Basra and of the invading troops waiting at the gates. The Americans are racing towards Baghdad. The British still seem anxious to make their progress here as measured as possible. Basra will fall, but there may first be fighting in the capital, 250 miles to the north. Tim Ewart, ITV News, Southern Iraq.
From the south to the north, in the rolling hills of northern Iraq, coalition airstrikes targeted Iraqi positions today in what's been called a ferocious bombardment. It happened outside the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. CNN's Brent Sadler is there.
A back road leading to Kirkuk, the heartland of northern Iraq's oil wealth. A road that's now in the hands of Iraqi Kurdish forces. Occupying these positions, straddled along a crescent-shaped front line east of Kirkuk. This land fell into Iraqi Kurdish hands without a shot being fired. Iraqi soldiers fled these positions in a hurry under the onslaught of coalition bombing. This is the end of the road for Kurdish forces manning this remote checkpoint. But with special permission, they let us through. We are now between the lines, a no man's land of abandoned Iraqi bunkers and an unnerving silence broken by the roar of warplanes and the distant thud of airstrikes. This territory is within easy artillery range of Saddam Hussein's forces encircling Kirkuk. The oil capital of northern Iraq is visible behind me just over there. A harmless flare of burning gases is easily identifiable. Iraq's precious oil fields remain intact. Also intact, Kirkuk's defenses in the distant haze. Iraq's armed opposition, including these Kurds, waits on the sidelines to join the fray, if America asks.
This is about freedom for Iraqis. This is about the liberation of Iraq, and we Iraqis must shoulder the responsibility of helping in the process of liberation.
And, says the Iraqi opposition, in winning this war. Brent Sadler, CNN, near Kirkuk in northern Iraq.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom with a look at the headlines this hour. It is about 1:30 a.m. in Baghdad, and U.S.-led forces reportedly are 15 miles from the southern edge of the Iraqi capital, maybe even a little closer now. Pentagon sources say, barring unforeseen circumstances, there will be no let-up in what they are calling the first phase of the final push to Baghdad. A warning today from the United Nations about humanitarian efforts in Iraq. The UN says food rations being handed out by coalition forces are wrapped in the same color as a small bomb currently being dropped in Iraq. They say children could confuse the two, and that could be deadly. Rescued American prisoner of war Jessica Lynch is expected to arrive at Ramstein Air Base in Germany less than an hour from now. She will be transferred to a hospital to be treated for bullet wounds and broken bones. Lynch was rescued from a hospital in Nasiriyah, Iraq, in a U.S. military operation led by Special Forces. The 19-year-old Army private was captured during an ambush more than 1 week ago. A boat that might be a hijacked Cuban ferry is drifting in international waters about 60 miles off Key West. That word from a police spokesman there. A federal law enforcement source tells CNN there are 2 armed individuals and 23 other people on board. The police spokesman has said the group includes women and children. Coming up next hour, what happens next after this intense 24 hours of fighting? The very latest on where U.S.-led forces are, where the Iraqis are, and how the assault on Baghdad might develop from here with our military analyst, General Dan Kreisman. Hear from the family of former POW Private First Class Jessica Lynch on her dramatic rescue and celebrations back home. And from the family of Shoshana Johnson, the U.S. Army specialist who's still listed as a POW. And from the ranks of the wounded, why a Marine gunnery sergeant who has fought in both Gulf Wars says there's no comparison between them. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
With U.S. forces rolling closer and closer to Baghdad, the military seems to be zeroing in on the ground war. But as it has from the beginning, air power remains an important part of the battle. Let's check in with CNN's Gary Tuckman at an air base near Iraq. Gary, you've seen it firsthand from the first moments.
Well, that's right, Judy. And 2 weeks after the air war began, there is no let-up and no effective response from the Iraqis. According to the Air Force, at any given time, there are more than 200 coalition aircraft either over Iraq, flying to Iraq, or flying from Iraq. We come to you from a base near the Iraqi border. Many of the pilots are flying these A-10 attack planes behind me. They also fly F-16s. There are also Marine F-A-18s and Marine Harriers at this base. We can tell you that a lot of the pilots at this base are now flying to another base in Iraq. It's a base that was taken over by the coalition last week, and we spent part of the day at that base. And when you arrive there, you're greeted, in a sense, by Saddam Hussein.
This is Talil, Iraq, the Talil Air Base. But there are no more Iraqis here. The coalition took over this base last week. It's now a major staging point. And you know you're in Iraq when you drive down the road coming into the base and you see the portrait of Saddam Hussein. What's happened is the military personnel who've arrived here have taken out their markers and are writing messages on Saddam Hussein's portrait. You can see the main one here on the bottom, and also here messages like, "We won, April 1st, 2003. I want to give you a look. There's a lot of security personnel here. You can look over there, and you can see the military vehicles. These are Air Force security forces with their rifles patrolling the entrance. There is a lot of fighting in this area. We're near the town of Nasiriyah, but this base now is considered secure enough to make it a major staging point for the coalition.
Now, a short time ago, we talked to a pilot at this base who's been to that Iraqi base, and he too says he has signed that mural right on Saddam Hussein's sash. After he told us that, we asked him during his missions, and he's flown about 30 in the last 2 weeks, we've asked him, does he still have any artillery being fired at him?
And yesterday I was up just south of Baghdad by 30 miles, and we were fighting SA-2s and SA-6s and AAA on the ground, so it's still out there. But the air power and the air package that we take to the fight, we continue to be very effective, and we attrit the Medina forces down to less than 50%. And when we put our power punch to them and then the Army and the Marines move forward, it's a very effective, coordinated effort.
Lieutenant Colonel Webb is telling us he has a mission this very evening. We want to tell you the Air Force has just informed us that between this morning and tomorrow morning, it will fly 1,900 sorties into Iraq, a total over the last 2 weeks now of close to 24,000 sorties. Before we go, one more thing we want to tell you about superstitions. Military people are very superstitious, like many of us are. Here at this particular base, they get their MREs. Their MREs are their meals ready to eat. They come in a bag, and when you get an MRE, you get your meal, and you get a little treat with it. And what a lot of people here at this base do, when their treat happens to be this one, and this is the candy called charms, many of the people here refuse to eat their charms. They consider it a good luck charm to keep their charms in their clothes and not eat them. So, one little superstitious tale for you, Judy. Back to you.
Well, I'm one of those who thinks that we need to pay attention to our superstitions. Gary, one other quick question for you. That air base that coalition forces have now taken control of near Nasiriyah, are you able to say, are they actually using it or getting much use out of it?
What they are doing, Judy, some of these A-10s behind me go there to refuel, to stage operations further north. They also fly these HH-60 helicopters. They're the search and rescue helicopters that are used in case they have to search and find somebody on the ground, and they stage there and refuel there. But right now, none of them are permanently based there, although the plan is for that to eventually happen.
All right, Gary Tuckman with some charms. You saw him holding it. I will be talking with the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Joe Biden, just ahead for his take on how the war is going. Also, could Tony Blair be in line for a gold medal? Tales on how some in Congress want to honor the British Prime Minister.
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better, faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
CNN Tonight, released after a week in an Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
There's a new kind of drugstore, a drugstore just for pets. It's called Pet Care RX. Just like a regular drugstore, Pet Care RX has well-trained professional pharmacists to fill your pet's prescriptions. We'll even call your vet if needed. At Pet Care RX, you'll save on pet medications like HeartGuard, Frontline, Advantage, and many others. You can save up to 50% or more. And Pet Care RX has health and grooming supplies, over-the-counter remedies, nutritional supplements, even treats and toys, all at big discounts, all conveniently rushed to your home. And every new customer will receive a free supply of pet vitamins. So when your pet needs a prescription, do what you'd do if you needed medicine. Go to a drugstore. The online discount drugstore for pets, Pet Care RX.
Hi, I'm Blake Brossman, and this is my dog Sam. And we promise to offer you the best products at great prices.
Save up to 50% on your pet's medications online at Pet Care RX or call 1-800-PET-2158 now. Pet Care RX, the online discount drugstore for pets.
CNN. trusted name in news.
A little while ago, as we look at these pictures, Nightscope pictures from last night, we heard from the White House a little more detail about the rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, who'd been missing after her convoy was ambushed about a week ago. Ari Fleischer saying President Bush had general knowledge yesterday, before the rescue took place, that it might happen. With me now, our chief White House correspondent, John King. John, it was interesting, I think, to many of us that the president would have had foreknowledge that this was coming.
Well, Judy, Ari Fleischer saying the president had a hint it was coming. Other sources telling us here at the White House that the president was told in some of his military briefings yesterday that there was a possibility this operation would be launched if the intelligence held up and if General Tommy Franks thought the operation would prove successful. We also are told the follow-up reports were one of the items discussed this morning when the president met with his national security team. The White House a short time ago releasing a photo of that meeting. Interesting here at the White House, Ari Fleischer saying the president received a hint of it, but they seem to be going to great lengths here to not tell us very much about what the president was told of the planned operation. One thing Ari Fleischer did say, though, he says that this is not the type of operation that rises to the level of having to get the president's approval. Ari Fleischer says those decisions are made by the commanders in the field, particularly General Franks.
The president has made it very clear to the commanders and to Tommy Franks that Tommy Franks makes the calls about the tactics and the timing of the operations. That is how the president thinks wars are won. The president has said repeatedly, the White House will not micromanage the war. That is exactly why you have generals and admirals and experts to guide the war and run the war in the way that they believe is the best way to run it.
Mr. Bush also spending time today focusing on his economic proposals on Capitol Hill. You see the president here with the Treasury Secretary John Snow. This at a meeting with about a dozen prominent Wall Street economists, the White House enlisting their help, trying to convince the Congress to give the president as big a tax cut as possible. The House has accepted the president's view that a new tax cut should be more than $700 billion. The Senate favors a much smaller tax cut in the $300 billion range. Publicly, the White House line is the president hopes to get the entire package when a compromise is struck. Privately behind the scenes, though, Judy, they say they expect to get something in the $500 billion range as those negotiations continue. Also negotiations, as well over that wartime supplemental budget. The White House having some issues, even with its Republican friends on Capitol Hill, saying they want to be too generous in a bailout package to the airlines as part of that war budget. Also an effort here at the White House to fight back an effort that appears to have majority support, at least in the House right now, to strip $1 billion in economic assistance for Turkey out of that emergency wartime budget. Some members in Congress still angry that Turkey did not allow U.S. troops to open a northern front by staging ground forces from Turkey into Iraq. Judy.
And John, we heard you at the briefing trying to get Ari Fleischer to give you a former Capitol Hill press secretary perspective on that budget. Not making much headway with him.
No, I remembered his former jobs. He remembered my former job, but he wouldn't answer the question.
With the Associated Press. Distinguished reporter at both places, John King. Thanks very much. Well, with me now to talk more about the war in Iraq and U.S. relations with its allies is Democratic Senator Joe Biden of Delaware. He is the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Biden, from your perspective, how is the war going?
I think it's going very well, Judy. You know, I'll leave it to the historians to argue whether or not we had enough troops in place and when and how. I mean, that's a tactical decision for presidents to make and commanders-in-chief, but I think it's remarkable, Judy. We secured those oil fields very quickly in the south. You know, there was all kinds of concern among many of us who were briefed earlier that they would be in flames. We have moved within 20 miles of Iraq. We've decimated a significant portion of the Republican Guard. The hard part comes now.
But what about, you mentioned you'll leave it to future historians, but what about these generals, colonels, other military commanders on the ground in Iraq questioning whether there were enough troops sent over, questioning whether the administration, Tommy Franks and others, underestimated the resilience of the resistance? Let me quickly quote what retired General Barry McCaffrey, who was, of course, involved in the first Gulf War, said, "The rolling start concept of the attack dictated by Defense Secretary Rumsfeld has put us in a temporarily risky position."
Judy, as they say, that's above my pay grade. I'm not going to get into that while the war is going on. I think that history may prove that McCaffrey was right, but right now, look, the ultimate objective we set out to accomplish, which is to get rid of those weapons of mass destruction still lies ahead of us. We have to take down Saddam to get to that. I think we're on the verge of doing that. And again, whether it could have been done better, quicker, I'll leave that to history. The bottom line is our fighting men and women who are there have performed brilliantly, and I'm not just being, it's not just, you know, our fighting men and women, I'm an American senator, therefore I'm for them. It goes beyond that. I mean, they really have performed brilliantly.
But Senator, let me just interrupt you, because after Tom Daschle, Senator Daschle, just before the war broke out, was critical of President Bush, saying that his unwillingness to go a step further with diplomacy could put the lives of young men and women at risk. He was criticized across the board for saying that. Has that made Democrats gun-shy here, if you will, and unwilling to speak up?
No, I don't think so. And by the way, at the time Tom said that, I pointed out he's a very good friend of mine, but I disagree with him. Look, Judy, the way the Constitution works is we voted to give the president the authority to go to war. It's our decision whether or not we go from a state of peace to a state of war. We gave him that authority. You can second guess whether we should have or not. Once we've done that, then it is his decision to prosecute the war. I wish he had been more successful and more earnest in his diplomacy. And my prayer now is, Judy, that he will be more successful in the diplomacy of how to win the peace. But as the conduct of the war goes, that's his call.
Very quickly, the disagreement we read about between the State Department and the Pentagon over who ought to control post-war Iraq, which side are you on?
I'm on the, clearly on the State Department side. I think the Pentagon prescription is a prescription for disaster. It will move us from liberators to occupiers, and it will deprive any new government of the legitimacy that it's going to need in order to have any fighting chance to be able to establish itself.
Senator Joe Biden, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Judy.
We appreciate it.
I'm happy to be with you.
Well, along with the regular daily duties on Capitol Hill, the war in Iraq remains a top issue for members of Congress. The Senate has approved a measure sponsored by Republican Senators John McCain and George Allen that would offer phone cards to troops in Iraq and Afghanistan so that they could call home for free. In the House, meanwhile, Congresswoman Ginny Brown Waite of Florida has introduced a bill to award the Congressional Gold Medal to British Prime Minister Tony Blair. This medal is the highest honor that can be awarded by the United States Congress. Kentucky Republican Senator Jim Bunning, meanwhile, remains angry over the recent comments that cost broadcast journalist Peter Arnett his jobs with National Geographic and NBC News. Senator Bunning said, quote, "If this was 200 years ago, I'm pretty sure Peter Arnett would be hanging in the village square," end quote. Coming up next, the Pentagon chiefs and their war plan. Our Jeff Greenfield will look at the armchair analysis and the fallout.
The perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
There are some who live for caring with all they have to give. There are some who will always be there. They dare to care. They dare to cry. They dare to feel. They dare to try. There are some who have the courage to care. There are some.
Be a nurse.
Who dare to care.
A message of caring from Johnson & Johnson.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Well, the sight today of tanks pressing ever closer to Baghdad may be the ultimate weapon for quieting critics of the U.S. war plan. something that the Joint Chiefs Chairman tried to do yesterday during his Pentagon briefing. Our senior analyst Jeff Greenfield has been listening to all the second guessing.
It is not helpful to have those kind of comments come out when we got troops in combat.
You can understand the frustration of Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and Top General Myers yesterday. Nobody likes to be second-guessed.
We are 12 days into the war.
And 2 weeks does seem to be on the early side. But for those of us trying to make sense of the strategy, there is something even more frustrating. Sometimes it seems as if the military experts are arguing not with the Pentagon or with each other, but with themselves. Here's Barry McCaffrey, a commanding general in the first Gulf War who was one of the first to challenge the Pentagon. Their assumptions were wrong, he told the New York Times on April 1st. But here is the same General McCaffrey on the same day in an op-ed piece for the Wall Street Journal. Here he says, the initial success of the attack has been impressive. Early criticisms of the Pentagon have been overheated. And while he says the rolling start of the war was risky, he concludes by saying, we will be in great peril if we do not support the president in this time of national crisis. Last week, Colin Oman, one of the authors of the shock and awe doctrine, said the Pentagon's shock and awe campaign this time sunk without a trace. The campaign was more slogan than operational strategy. This Tuesday, he was accentuating the positive, arguing that the critics have got it wrong. The troops, he said, are doing a magnificent job. Or consider this story from the Army Times, way back last August. A retired general, Paul Van Riper, was asked by the Pentagon to play the bad guys in a war game. By using guerrilla tactics, he was able to foil the Pentagon strategy, whereupon the game was halted, and Van Riper was told to stop deploying those tactics. He quit, arguing the planners were locking themselves into rigid assumptions. So when the Iraqis began employing unconventional, asymmetrical, guerrilla, and terrorist-type tactics, did the general say, I told you so? No, he said in the Washington Post, look at the big picture. 300 miles, relatively few casualties, and almost no armored vehicles lost. Now, the ability of the military men to change the emphasis from pessimism to optimism can lead to a fair amount of head-scratching. But there's one more point. The most talked about piece this week was Cy Hirsch's article in the New Yorker magazine. Why? Because the voices that assailed Rumsfeld's planning came not from retired generals, but from active-duty majors and colonels in the Pentagon. They say the secretary kept lowering the strength of the forces to be sent to Iraq. Now, is this evidence that the plan is flawed, or another example of the bureaucratic wars among the armed services that's a more or less permanent fact of Washington life? Talk about the fog of war. Jeff Greenfield, CNN, New York.
A fog that extends all the way to Washington. Well, the U.S.-led war in Iraq gets top billing, of course, in American newspapers. When we come back, we'll check in with Richard Quest to find out what some leading newspapers in other countries are saying about the war.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Walt Rogers with the 7th Cavalry as they close in on Iraq's capital. Could this be the beginning of the battle for Baghdad? And another statement from Saddam Hussein, but no sign of the man himself. Nick Robertson investigates on Wolf Blitzer reports at 5 Eastern. For complete coverage of the war in Iraq, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Okay, the charges. Bubba's Biker Bar, $471. Tattoo Town, $355. Leather Rama, $822. And the Motorcycle Pit, $720.
Okay, that comes to $2,368.
Perfect. That's what the bank put back in our account.
Oh. Total security protection. Good. For stolen check cards. Free from Bank of America. Higher standards.
As support for the war in Iraq continues high here in the United States, there is opposition remaining strong in much of the rest of the world. CNN's Richard Quest has been checking out how the story is playing out in some of the world's major newspapers.
The mainstream British papers go with the main story. Big push for Baghdad begins, is how the Daily Telegraph puts it, and bid to crush Republican Guard, with full coverage of the battles taking place in Iraq. In Africa, the Johannesburg Star looks at a different aspect of the war, this time the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people and whether the battle for those has been damaged by what's happened in the shooting of unarmed civilians at various checkpoints and what that's likely to be in terms of the overall effect on the war. Back to France, where Le Monde has a different spin, and it comes on the cartoon on the front page. Here we have American troops going into Baghdad, being welcomed by the people with big signs saying welcome. The sting, of course, is in the cartoon. Right at the end, there's somebody holding a sign saying 1st of April, April Fool. There's one part of the world where the war isn't on the front page, and that's in Asia. The South China Morning Post, for instance, has the SARS virus, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, and the Post talks about the disease, its effect, the quarantine, the economic implications, and the number of people who have been killed by the SARS virus and travel restrictions. So even as the war continues, a different perspective on world events from the world's newspapers. Richard Quest for Inside Politics, London.
Views different around the world. We're going to be checking in with newspapers around the world in the days to come. 2 combat veterans, 2 parallel lives. Up next, the story of 2 men whose experiences in war and careers in politics traced similar paths.
CNN Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal, plus friends of rescued POW Jessica Lynch, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I began losing my hair about a year ago. Is it ever going to stop? What caused it to fall out anyway?
Let's say I'm ready to do something about my hair loss. What are my options?
Why me?
It's hard to know what to do when you start losing your hair. That's where Bosley Medical comes in. For over 25 years, people have turned to us for answers to their questions about hair loss and hair restoration.
So what is natural hair restoration? Where does the hair come from? Is it permanent?
Does the hair actually grow?
To find out, just call this toll-free number. We'll send you this free video and comprehensive guidebook that give you the real facts about hair loss and the choices you have for dealing with it. Financing is available, so call now and discover how Bosley Medical has advanced the science of natural hair restoration, how they use your own living hair to fill in the thin spots. You'll also meet people who were once losing their hair and see what they looked like then and now.
But here's the big question. Do you think my barber will remember me?
Learn about all your options. Call now and get the information you need to determine if hair restoration is right for you.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hawaii's United States Senator Daniel Inouye and former Kansas Senator Bob Dole spent years on opposite sides of the aisle here in Washington. But what many people may not know is because of their experiences in World War II, they were friends long before either of them decided to run for office. Our Candy Crowley has their story.
This is a story about a young man from Hawaii and another from Kansas who both dreamt of becoming doctors and then went to war.
Well, he was wounded a hill apart from me and a week apart. A week later, on a hill that I could see from where I was.
It was the spring of 1945 in Italy's Po Valley, weeks before VE Day, when something exploded Bob Dole's shoulder, shattering his spinal cord. He lay on the battlefield paralyzed near death.
All I knew is something hurt up here, my right area shoulder, and I see my little dog, my little white dog. I remember the girl I first had a date with me, and all these things sort of. You remember your mother and your father and freezing ice cream, hand cranking ice cream.
Daniel Inouye had enlisted in the 442nd, the Go for Broke Regiment. Assaulting a heavily defended hill, he was shot in the leg, the stomach, and a third shot blew off his arm. Inouye won the nation's highest military award for valor for what came next.
I don't remember charging up to a machine gun nest with blood splattering all over and tossing grenades just like from here to you, and then picking up my gun and like Rambo himself, you know, with one arm. It looks ridiculous. I can't picture myself doing that. But they all swear that's the way it happened.
Inouye's arm could not be saved. He spent 3 months in and out of surgery and headed for rehab.
We were given a choice. They would say there are 4 orthopedic hospitals, one in Utah, one in California, one in Michigan, and one in the South somewhere. I said, let me go to Michigan. And that's where I met Bob Dole.
The next battle had begun.
If you're pretty badly hurt, then you've got a long, long period of hospitalization and rehabilitation. And, you know, it's like anything else. The cameras are gone, the lights are off, and there you are.
War is about enemies, death, and destruction. War's aftermath is about friends, healing, and choices.
I used to watch him play bridge. He was the best bridge player in the hospital. You know, we sat around and talked about what are we going to do the rest of our life.
Their injuries meant neither could ever be a doctor.
I said, Bob, what are you going to be doing? And one thing about Bob Dole, he had his life mapped out, really mapped out. He says, well, when I get back, I'll be a county attorney. Then I'll be in the legislature. The first opening in the Congress, that's where I'll go. I said, gee, that's a good idea.
It was not the path either had originally chosen, but sometimes you pick the journey, and sometimes life does.
You know, 3 more weeks, the war was over. We could have been there for the victory party. Instead, we were both flat in our bed, our backs in a hospital somewhere. And, but as it turned out, I guess we did all right for a couple of guys.
2 men, 2 worlds, and quite a journey.
I went to law school. I became an assistant prosecutor, got into territorial legislature. Hawaii became a state. I'm here. When I got here, I sent a note to Bob. Bob, I'm here. Where are you?
Bob arrived in Washington 2 years later. Republican Senator Robert Dole and Democratic Senator Daniel Inouye served together in the United States Congress for 36 years. They had been friends for almost 60. Candy Crowley, CNN, Washington.
2 men of uncommon courage. That's it for our coverage this hour. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. Wolf Blitzer report starts right now.
They're calling it the beginning of the final push to Baghdad. The Pentagon says Iraq's Medina and Baghdad divisions are finished. Marines have crossed the Tigris River, and coalition troops are now within 30 miles of the Iraqi capital. Just how close is the final battle for Baghdad? A smiling Saddam Hussein turns up on Iraqi television. They say pictures don't lie, but do they? And her family didn't know if she was dead or alive. But after a daring rescue from an Iraqi-held hospital, Private First Class Jessica Lynch is out of danger and out of the Gulf.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Wolf Blitzer Reports starts now.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. I want to immediately go to Capitol Hill. That's where the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, has been answering reporters' questions.
The Nebuchadnezzar Division came down from the north and has been portions of it and had been trying to fill in. They are also bringing in some regular Army folks and trying to fill in the gaps. But the progress has been good. The forces have been pressuring them on the ground and from the air. My guess is, however, that the Republican Guard that pretty much ring Baghdad at the present time will probably represent some difficult days ahead and dangerous days ahead in terms of fighting.
Let's take one more here, and then we'll let the Secretary go.
Now that the troops are closer to Baghdad, are there any fresh indications that the Iraqis are preparing to use chemical or biological weapons? And if so, what would the U.S. response be?
We keep seeing chatter in the intelligence channels about the possibility. We've discovered caches of chemical protective gear that the Iraqis have stored. And of course, they know we don't have chemical weapons and don't use chemical weapons. So it's
It's hard to believe they've been stored for any other purpose but to protect their people in the event they decide to use those weapons. General Franks has thoughts about a way to dissuade and deter further use of chemical weapons, but we'll leave that for the future.
Let me just make one statement about the Secretary also. He's made an excellent case for the operation so far. The mood of the Congress is to support him very strongly. One thing that we realize now is that by this rapid armored drive up through the throat of Iraq, we were able to take bridges and take other key positions before the Iraqi defenders could blow them. That was partly a result of the rapidity of this march and also the surprise element. As you noticed, there aren't monster oil fires going on in Iraq this time as there were in 1991. Key places like dams and bridges have been secured before they could be blown. And this, in our estimation, is evidence of a very effective operation. So the mood of the Congress in this briefing and earlier has been to be very supportive of the Secretary, General Franks, and the plan. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. See you soon.
Thank you, sir. The Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, giving a progress report to the House Armed Services Committee. That was Duncan Hunter, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, the Secretary, talking about the march towards Baghdad, which is clearly intensifying right now. Also right now, we're waiting for Private First Class Jessica Lynch, just rescued from captivity in Iraq, to arrive at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. We'll take you live there as soon as she arrives, and I'll speak to her older brother and younger sister in West Virginia at exactly that time. It's now early morning in Baghdad as the city braces for the coalition assault that's moving ever closer. Right now, an Allied assault on Baghdad appears to be closer than it's ever been in our headlines from the Persian Gulf. Coalition forces approaching Baghdad's southern outskirts, preparing for the final push into the capital. But as U.S.-led forces move forward, coalition commanders say Iraq's Republican Guards could still put up some stiff resistance as the fight draws nearer to Baghdad. We'll have all of that, but first, CNN's Heidi Collins has a news update from the CNN News.
Thanks, Wolf. Here are the headlines at this hour. Iraqi TV today showed pictures of President Saddam Hussein meeting with his cabinet, but there is no way of confirming whether the pictures are new. A statement purportedly written by the Iraqi president refuted reports of coalition advances and declared victory is at hand. The BBC says one of its cameramen has died in a landmine accident in Iraq. The network says the 52-year-old Iranian freelancer stepped on the explosive as he was getting out of a car. One other person in the four-man crew was injured. And military officials tell CNN's Barbara Starr U.S. forces have used a top-secret version of the Tomahawk missile in Iraq. It spews carbon fibers on targets like power and communication systems, disabling them but not destroying them. The Pentagon does not acknowledge the missile exists. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Another update at the half hour. For now, back to Wolf in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Heidi. U.S. military officials are reporting key gains in the push toward Baghdad. Let's take a look at today's battle lines. A dramatic day, a steady and violent advance toward the outskirts of Baghdad by the U.S. Army and Marine Corps. The Pentagon says they're within 30 miles of Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers reports the 3rd Infantry fought the Republican Guard's Medina Division at Karbala and defeated the Iraqis and punched through. They're now poised for the battle for the capital city, as is the Army's 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. CNN's Carl Penhall reports that group also encountered Medina Division units at Karbala and defeated them.
The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone.
But the dagger is yet to pierce downtown Baghdad, where more intense street-to-street combat may be waiting. Still, U.S. forces are moving north, fast, and Pentagon sources tell CNN that barring unforeseen circumstances, there will be no let-up in what they're calling the first phase of the final push to Baghdad. East of Karbala, near the town of Kut, U.S. Central Command says the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force overran and destroyed the entire Baghdad division of the Republican Guard, then made a key crossing of the Tigris River. and is headed north. Still in central Iraq, at Najaf, just south of Karbala, CNN's Ryan Chilcott reports Marines with cover from attack helicopters routed Iraqi paramilitary units at an important intersection. Also in Najaf, Chilcott reports the Army's 101st Airborne Division fired on Iraqi paramilitary units from helicopter gunships, but says the Iraqis have taken over the gilded dome of the Tomb of Ali, a holy site for Shiite Muslims. Chilcott reports American forces are not firing on the mosque. On the northern front, between the key cities of Mosul and Erbil, CNN's Ben Wiedemann and Brent Sadler report coalition bombing drove Iraqi forces off a ridgeline close to Kalak and pounded Iraqi positions near Kirkuk. And you're looking now at live pictures from Ramstein Air Base. A U.S. C-17 military transport plane has just landed aboard Private First Class Jessica Lynch. She is the 19-year-old Army soldier who was rescued yesterday by special forces outside of Nasiriyah inside a hospital. She's badly wounded, though, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and other injuries. She's going to be coming off that plane in a stretcher, taken to an ambulance, and moved to the Landstuhl Hospital, which is not far away. We will have live coverage. We'll also be speaking live with her younger sister and her older brother. They'll be joining us from Palestine, West Virginia, their hometown. There you see the Ramstein Air Base, a U.S. C-17 behind that DHL plane, a U.S. C-17 flown over from Kuwait. There it is, all the way to Ramstein. Once that plane stops taxiing right now, we'll have live coverage. Let's bring in fact, right now, Private First Class Gregory Lynch, Jr., the older brother of Jessica. Gregory, I don't know if you can see these pictures right now, but if you can, what's going through your mind and your heart? All right, we're going to work that out with Gregory Lynch, also U.S. Army, and we're going to bring him in and talk to Brandy, the younger sister of Jessica, as well. As soon as that plane stops, we're going to get their thoughts. This was a dramatic rescue by U.S. Special Forces who went in there, including Navy SEALs and Rangers. Greg, if you can hear me, what's going through your mind right now as you look at these pictures? I assume you can see these pictures on CNN.
I can't really see no pictures right now. We're just talking to you through the camera right now, Wolf.
All right, so well, basically what you're seeing is a C-17 that has just landed at Ramstein, and it's taxiing. Pretty soon we're going to be seeing your sister taken off this plane and taken by an ambulance to a hospital for treatment. Have you spoken? You had a chance to speak with her yet, or are you still waiting for that?
We're still waiting right now. We have got no, we knew that she was on a plane to Germany to the hospital, but you are telling me the first right now that she is landing, so that is good news.
Yes, she's landed after a long flight from Kuwait, a journey that began in Nasiriyah at a hospital where she was rescued by U.S. military personnel. This has been a hectic almost 24 hours for you. You've gone through a lot of emotions. Talk to our viewers a little bit about how you're feeling.
It's a relief right now. The whole family is just emotionally overwhelmed with the gratitude. They want me to thank everybody for all the support. The special forces that went in there to rescue my sister, it's just great. Everybody is doing their job and doing it well.
Are you planning on, they told you whether she's going to be treated extensively at the Landstuhl Hospital near Ramstein, or will she just be treated there briefly and then taken to a U.S. hospital, perhaps the Walter Reed Medical Center in Washington, D.C.? Have they given you any indication of what they're planning on doing?
Wolf, right now they haven't contacted us and told us anything about how she's going to be treated or where exactly she is. All we know that she was on that plane to Germany to be the hospital there.
And what are they saying to you? Have they given you some more details about how she was rescued?
No details are being released to us right now. Just what we're catching from CNN, live coverage. That is what we're getting. Just showing the takedown of how it went down. and how she was pulled out on a stretcher, and then the plane taking off. We did see some of that.
What kind of injuries has she suffered from? Did they give you some specifics about that?
We were told multiple wounds, possible broken bones in both legs. They assumed from the gunshot wounds to her legs is what we were told, Wolf.
But her spirits are, I'm sure, very good, and I'm sure she's going to make a complete recovery. She's going to get some excellent medical treatment.
Yes.
She in part decided to join the Army because of you. You were almost like a role model, an example for her. Talk to us a little bit about that.
I tell you what, she looks up to me a lot, and I took it for granted as a younger age, and now that I see that she does respect me for not only who I am as a brother, but, you know, as a fellow soldier as well, and it just makes me proud to see that she's trying to follow in my footsteps, and more or less, I think I should follow in her footsteps, Wolf.
Well, she's a remarkable young woman, and your younger sister, Brandy, I don't know if is she there with you now?
No, she is not feeling good right now, Wolf, and the governor from West Virginia is right now at my house talking, so it's a chaotic mess right now.
I can only imagine how excited everyone must be in your small town. Brandy wants to join the Army too when she finishes high school. Is that right?
That's what she's been saying. Whether or not she proceeds onto it, I hope she does something with herself, and whether it be the Army or college, it's up to her right now.
And she hasn't said anything about what her sister has had to endure over the past week is going to force her to, or convince her to rethink her own goals, her own plans?
She's just like her older sister there. She's strong-headed as well, and the path that she takes is yet to be determined.
The whole experience for your father, the rest of your family, talk to us a little bit about what it's been like this past week before you learned that your sister had been successfully rescued.
Nerve-wracking. The whole family, every evening we would have a prayer meeting at the house with the family members, and not only the support from the community, bringing supplies to the house, anything that we needed. We were more than welcome to anything that we could get our hands on. They were more than welcome to give it to us. The state providing anything that we needed as well, and the nation as well. I mean, it's just overwhelming what this community and the country is doing for us.
Greg, hold on one second, because David Jolly, a freelance journalist, is on the phone with us. He's at Ramstein, the air base in Germany, where your sister has just touched down on the C-17 military transport plane. David, set the scene for us a little bit. Tell us what's happening at Ramstein.
Hello, Wolf. Well, yeah, as you say, a C-17 has just touched down a few minutes ago. We're expecting Jessica Lynch to be on board, to be taken off this aircraft in some minutes and then loaded into an ambulance and then taken the 3 miles to Landstuhl Hospital, where she will be treated for some time. We're not sure exactly how long she's going to spend here in Germany, but she'll at least be here for a couple of days. Wolf?
Because sometimes with some of the other wounded U.S. military personnel, U.S. soldiers, they stay there briefly at Landstuhl and then they're taken to Walter Reed or one of the other hospitals, military hospitals in the United States for more advanced treatment. Is there going to be any sort of ceremony or anything along those lines, or will it be a simple, she'll be on a stretcher, they'll carry her off and put her in the ambulance?
Well, what we know at the moment is that the Brigadier General Erwin F. Lessel, who is the 86th Airlift Wing Commander here at Ramstein Air Base, he's coming here in a few minutes. So we're not actually sure whether there's going to be any sort of ceremony or whether he's merely going to greet Private Lynch before she's taken off in an ambulance. Again, I don't know what will happen at the hospital. We're going to wait and see. We're expecting some sort of briefing tomorrow on Private Lynch's condition, and then we'll know a little bit more.
Do you know what the earlier sort of sequence of events with other wounded soldiers has been at Ramstein once they come off that military transport plane?
Well, it's a pretty standard procedure that we've seen many times since the beginning of the conflict. It rather depends on the injuries that the wounded have sustained as to how long they actually stay at Landstuhl. It depends. I mean, it depends on the severity, whether they're in intensive care, but most of them are flown on fairly quickly to the United States. Obviously, as I say, it depends on the severity of a particular injury.
Stand by, David. I want to bring Greg Lynch back. He's the older brother of Jessica. He's with us from West Virginia. How long have you been in the U.S. Army, Greg?
Almost 2 years. It's about 20 months right now, Wolf.
And what's your job there?
I'm a avionics electrician with the Black Hawk unit, helicopters.
And where are you based?
Out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Your unit, any plans for it to be deployed here to the Persian Gulf?
Right now, Wolf, we're not getting any plans. That information like that is just on the spur. You know, they're just going to come down on orders, and then we're going to go. It's hard to tell when it's going to happen.
How do you feel about that after what's happened to your sister?
Wolf, before it even happened, I was ready to go, and now that it's happened, I'm ready to go even more.
You're ready to serve your country. Obviously, you've been there. You've been serving your country now for 2 years. No change of heart, no impact whatsoever. You're determined to do your duty. Is that it?
That's correct, Wolf. That's my job, and I'm going to do it.
David Jolly, as we see the plane, the door has now opened of that C-17. Who is expected to go ahead and receive Jessica on the scene, on the tarmac there?
Well, as I say, the Brigadier General Irwin F. Lessell, who is the 86th Airlift Wing Commander here, is expected to greet Private Lynch when she comes off the aircraft. At the moment, from my vantage point, I can't actually see whether he's arrived or not. Obviously, the people you can see in the battle fatigues are the aircraft crew that have come out first. We can now see from where you won't be able to see yet, but there's an ambulance medical bus coming in from the left. Will pass in front of the camera in some seconds. Presumably, this is the vehicle that will take Private Lynch Landstuhl some 3 miles away from here.
Landstuhl is the hospital. How good of a hospital, how sophisticated of a hospital is Landstuhl, David?
It's a very, very good hospital. During the last Gulf War in 1991, it took some 4,000 U.S. personnel. So it's a hospital that's very much geared up to taking battle injuries. It's the largest U.S. hospital outside the U.S. It has NBC specialists, nuclear, biological, chemical specialists to deal with any use of weapons of mass destruction. It has burn specialists from Brooks Army Medical Center in Texas. It's a hospital that's certainly geared up to deal with this, and it is the hospital that's taken some 3/4 of those injured in the conflict so far.
Greg, when you hear that, that must be music to your ears when you hear how sophisticated and how solid that Landstuhl hospital is, Greg.
Ears. Not only to mine, but the family and anybody that's supported my family. It's just great news.
Because she's going to get the finest medical treatment in the world to make sure she makes a complete recovery. Talk about the rest of your family. How have they reacted to this incredible news?
Wolf, I tell you, it's unbelievable what's going on at my house. When my dad received the call last night, my mom literally about tore the door off the hinges. It was just through the roof when the news spread so fast. And I tell you what, it's just good news to hear, not only for my family, but anybody other family that may have a missing person. It just gives them hope as well that their family members will come home as well.
Can you look down and see the TV screen and see what our viewers are seeing right now as this ambulance is there at the plane?
I see that right now, Wolf. I see the screen with the people walking on the ramp as we speak.
All right, I want you to look at that screen, and as soon as you see your sister, obviously you're going to be very excited. It's going to bring a smile, I'm sure, to your face, to your family's face. Are they all inside? They're watching TV right now?
Yes, they're inside right now, Wolf, watching TV with the governor as we speak.
And your parents, talk a little bit about your mom and dad. How are they holding up with all the excitement?
They're holding up a lot better now.
Here she comes. Here she comes on the stretcher. You can see this, right, Greg?
Yes. Yeah, I can see it, Wolf. I can see.
Well, tell us, how do you feel about that?
It's outstanding. It just brings tears to my eyes and a smile to my face. It's good news that she's on her way home.
This is an important stopover on her way back to the United States. She'll be taken in this ambulance to the Landstuhl Hospital, get some more treatment. Excellent doctors there, excellent nurses there, the finest medical care, and then eventually she'll be brought back to the United States. You've been on leave over the past week or so since your sister was declared MIA, missing in action. Is that right, Greg?
That's correct, Wolf. I'm on emergency leave till the April 11th.
And then you head back to North Carolina?
Yes, that's correct, Wolf. And then I'll be heading back to North Carolina.
Well, this has been quite an exciting day. Gregory Lynch, congratulations to you. Congratulations to your parents, your younger sister, Brandy, the whole family, all your friends and relatives in Palestine, West Virginia, and indeed to the entire nation as you watched your sister. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with our viewers?
I tell you, Wolf, I just want to thank everybody in the nation for the support of the family. I want to give other families the hope that their soldiers will come home as well, and I want to give thanks to all the soldiers over there serving the country in Iraq right now that they're doing an outstanding job, and it's just truly amazing.
All right, well, look, congratulations, Gregory Lynch, to you, Private First Class, U.S. Army. Congratulations to your entire family. We're glad that we could share this moment with you and with all of our viewers. David Jolly, thanks to you as well for joining us from on the scene at Ramstein. Jessica Lynch now on her way to the Landstuhl Hospital for medical treatment. Eventually, she'll be coming back to the United States. Jessica's rescue, of course, is bittersweet for the families and friends of the 22 other Americans still missing or held captive in Iraq. Among them, Army Specialist Shoshana Johnson, who was captured the same day Jessica Lynch was in that ambush near Nasiriyah. Her father had this reaction earlier.
I'm very, very, very glad that Jessica has been returned and that she is safe. As I have said previously, it's not just about Shoshana, it's about all of the prisoners that are over there. And I hope and pray that each and every one of them can come home safe just like Jessica did.
Meanwhile, the Reverend Jesse Jackson is pressing Iraq to release its remaining American POWs. He met today in New York with Iraq's United Nations ambassador. Reverend Jackson says he's willing to go to Iraq himself to secure their freedom. We're going to take a quick break. Much more coverage of the war in Iraq, including the march towards Baghdad. 15 miles and counting. We'll have the latest. Stay with us.
For years, people have been telling us that a long-distance call is so different from a local call that it has to cost more money. They both look like apples to me. That's what's great about the neighborhood. You can get unlimited local and long distance for one low monthly price. So every call from home is the same. That's some fresh news.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
CNN puts you alongside the troops.
It will be one of the launch pads for an assault on Baghdad. What you're seeing behind me, I'm going to step out.
More reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson's first interview on the SARS outbreak. With over 60 cases in the U.S. and more than 1,000 worldwide, what is being done to control its spread? On Lou Dobbs Moneyline, CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Looking at live pictures of Baghdad, explosions earlier in the night. The night is still young here in this part of the world. We're watching what's happening in the Iraqi capital as well as elsewhere in Iraq. Despite reports that coalition troops may soon reach the outskirts of Baghdad, the Iraqi government continues to insist it has things completely under control. Our senior international correspondent Nick Robertson is joining us now from his listening post in Ruwayshed in Jordan. That's right on the border with Iraq. First of all, Nick, there's word tonight, late word just now, that Al Jazeera is being expelled, the Arabic language satellite channel, from Iraq, from all parts of Iraq. What, if anything, do you know about that?
Wolf, at the beginning of their news broadcast just a few minutes ago, Al Jazeera announced that all of its journalists inside Iraq had been told by the Iraqi authorities to stop reporting. Indeed, one of their reporters has been asked to leave the country. Now, we know that they've had reporters not only in Baghdad, but in Basra in the south, in Mosul in the north. The Iraqi authorities have told them all to stop broadcasting. What the Iraqi authorities have told Al Jazeera they can continue to do is that they can continue to send out pictures of those television announcements by Iraqi leaders, Iraqi officials. They are allowed to send out pictures that they gather from around Iraq, pictures of the bombing, pictures of injured people in the hospital. But as from what we understand and what Al Jazeera is now telling its audience is that they are no longer allowed to have their journalists comment on what they're seeing, not allowed to comment, not allowed to make their complete reports and stories, Wolf.
Any explanation given at all for this dramatic development?
Al Jazeera at this time isn't offering any sort of explanation. It announced it at the beginning of its news broadcast. It appears that perhaps they've only just been given this information by Iraqi authorities. So at this time, it's not clear why they're being put in this position or whether or not they have any leeway, whether or not they can change their position. But certainly, Al Jazeera has been one of the broadcasters within Iraq that's had perhaps the greatest and widest access, the largest number of reporters, the largest number of camera crews. They've had access to go to Basra in the south, even when coalition forces have been firing into areas of Republican Guard and Fedayeen forces in and around Basra. They've been able to go to the north, to Mosul, when that city has been under coalition bombing on Iraqi military positions there. And they've had access in Baghdad. They've been able to operate from their own offices independently of Iraq's Ministry of Information for a large part. This is something Western broadcasters have not been able to do. So going from a position of good access relative to other broadcasters, this really appears to be quite a setback for Al Jazeera at this time, Wolf.
What about the other developments today in Iraq? Saddam Hussein with some of his senior advisors were seen on Iraqi television. What, if anything, does that say to us about whether or not the Iraqi leader is dead or alive?
Again, this is an appearance on television. It's not clear whether President Saddam Hussein was, it's not clear when these pictures were taken. He was in military uniform and he was with ministers. He was with the Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. He was with the Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan. Although the President of Iraq looked quite relaxed, Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister, looked incredibly serious sitting at the table, and so did some of the other ministers with him. But it's not clear when these pictures were taken. What's interesting here as well is that Uday Saddam Hussein, who is critical for the military governance of the center of Iraq, he is also in charge of those Republican Guard units who are between the coalition forces and Baghdad at this time. He was not present at that meeting. Perhaps there's some importance in that. Certainly analysts believe that Qusay is a critical figure in the leadership of Iraq at this time, and he certainly wasn't there. But again, Wolf, impossible to say when these pictures were taken. For the second day in the row, however, we have had a statement read on Iraqi television by the information minister purporting to come from President Saddam Hussein. And whereas yesterday's message appeared to be the Shia community in the south, today's message was a warning to the Kurdish community in the north not to back the coalition.
It is my duty and my moral duty and my constitutional duty is to warn you how dangerous is this game. If you surrender and continue this path, regardless how the problems and differences between our two peoples, we have one history and one country.
President Saddam Hussein also had another statement read out on Iraqi television saying that victory would soon be at hand for the Iraqis. Wolf?
Nick Robertson with the latest from the situation inside Iraq. Nick joining us from the border between Jordan and Iraq. Thanks very much, Nick. Meanwhile, U.S. soldiers and Marines on the move. They're getting closer towards the Iraqi capital. One report, perhaps only 15 miles away from Baghdad. The U.S. Army's 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment is among the U.S. troops moving towards Baghdad. CNN's Carl Penhall is embedded with that unit.
U.S. commanders say U.S. troops are now within 15 to 20 miles of the southern outskirts of Baghdad after a day of rapid advances. Tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles of the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by Apache attack helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment, have been advancing through the city of Karbala, a strategic town that controls river points and major highways, and advanced north across open arable land and again across the Euphrates River. Some U.S. commanders have even suggested by the early hours of the morning U.S. troops could be actually on the southern outskirts of Baghdad. These advances have come much quicker than many commanders expected. In the course of the battles and fighting today, there has been resistance from Iraqi forces, but U.S. commanders say that that resistance has been lighter than expected. Some Apache attack helicopters were damaged by ground fire, but there was no repeat of the heavy anti-aircraft fire experienced in earlier attacks around the city of Karbala. This is Carl Penhall with the 11th Aviation Regiment near An-Najaf, Iraq.
Let's get more now on this dramatic move towards the Iraqi capital. CNN senior international correspondent Walter Rogers is embedded with the Army's 307th Cavalry, one of the units bearing down directly on Baghdad.
Throughout the day, as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry punched northward in the general direction of Baghdad, we have seen huge convoys of supply troops moving ever northward. Indeed, all the arrows on the Army's map seem to be pointing in the direction of the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division took Karbala with a minimum of fight, and then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division secured the town of Karbala. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry has pushed onward in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, we were about 50 miles from the southern suburbs of Baghdad. We have perhaps halved that distance. Throughout the day, we have watched the 3rd Infantry Division bring in prisoners of war, Iraqi soldiers, glad the war is over for them, perhaps 100 at a time. There were times when the 7th Cavalry itself got into some skirmishes as it pushed forward again in the direction of Baghdad. There was a bit of a firefight when the 7th Cavalry came upon 3 Soviet vintage 20-millimeter anti-aircraft guns, ACAC guns. The Iraqi unit in possession of those guns fired mortars in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The Apache troop opened its tank guns, opened its own mortars, decimated that unit, put it out of existence, and probably killed some 20 Iraqis in the process. This as it continues to push ever closer towards the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in the Iraqi desert.
So where exactly does the war stand right now? Joining us from Washington, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Daniel Chrisman. General, thanks for joining us. Now that we've seen these reports of the coalition victories at Karbala and Kut, where does the coalition move from here? They seem to be pretty close to Baghdad.
Wolf, this was a hugely important day. This is not just to set this for a second. This was not the end game. This is not the beginning of the end, and it's not even the battle for the city of Baghdad. But it is a battle in so many respects for the key holders to that city. And those 2 key holders, 2 of them in a larger number, are the Medina Division and the Baghdad Division. And having those 2 defeated is hugely important. Where this coalition goes next is to assault the next ring of Saddam's defenses. Any military defender will arrays defenses in depth. And this first ring that Walter reported on, that the Marines assaulted at Al-Kut, that's the first ring of several. Inside of this are 2 or 3 additional guard divisions like Al-Nida, like Hammurabi, that have not yet been assaulted. at least by direct fire, evidently. So the next step is to ensure those are eliminated. And then inside of that, Wolf, is the actual key to the city itself, and that's the Special Republican Guard brigades that hold, in so many respects, the critical avenues into the city itself. Important day, but still many, many hard days of direct fighting await us.
So how about this push north towards Baghdad? Will it move slowly, incrementally, or will there be a dramatic thrust upon the capital?
It's going to wait, I think, entirely on what these advanced units like Walter Rogers, 3rd of the 7th, and like the Marine Recce units in that first MEF encounter. If they have found that the coalition airstrikes have so depleted those divisions which I outlined, Hammurabi, Al-Nida, and the remnants of Nebuchadnezzar, if they find those are gone, then I suspect in this next 24 to 48 hours, indeed, the coalition will be on the doorstep of the city of Baghdad itself. So it has to await the results of those combat assessments, both air and ground, before these final miles are closed.
All right, General Crispin, thanks very much for your insight. Appreciate it very much. And to our viewers, here's your chance to weigh in on the war in Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: how long do you think it will take coalition troops to take control of Baghdad? Days? Weeks? Months? We'll have the results later in this broadcast. Vote at CNN.com/Wolf. And while you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also, of course, where you can read my daily online column, CNN.com/Wolf. And I write one every day from here in the Persian Gulf. In the meantime, for the latest headlines, let's go back to CNN's Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta. Heidi?
Thanks, Wolf. Jessica Lynch is now in Germany. The former American Army POW arrived there a short while ago after a daring rescue by U.S. Special Forces. Officials say she'll be treated at a military hospital for gunshot wounds and broken bones. They say she is in stable condition. The coalition's steady advance on Baghdad raised hopes on Wall Street of a speedy end to the war, and that gave a major boost to the major indices. The Dow was up 215 points, the Nasdaq gained 48, and the S&P 500 up 22. And an update today on SARS from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Officials say U.S. researchers have made good progress toward understanding and containing severe acute respiratory syndrome, but they say the disease will likely continue to cause problems around the world. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Now back to our coverage of the war in Iraq and Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Heidi. U.S. troops poised on the edge of Baghdad. Are they more in even more danger? Now we'll go live to the Pentagon, take a much closer look. Also, caught in the crossfire, an Iraqi town that says it's overwhelmed with civilian casualties and presidential support. Hear what former Presidents Bush and Carter are saying about the war. But first, these images from the front line.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alivert. New Alivert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. So Alivert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside,
Outside, in your car, wherever you are.
get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alivert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
It's all about efficiency.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do.
We're going to the fair.
I can't tell you who decided to.
It's my other set of wheels.
Gets me to class.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
We're going to the fair, all right.
Public transportation, wherever life takes you.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City.
Reports describe today's developments in Iraq as quick-moving and fluid as coalition troops get ever closer to Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage is embedded with the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines in central Iraq.
The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines got their orders to pull out after several days of working security along the vital supply lines. Now, no longer taking that job, but taking obviously other objectives. They have been rolling forward north in the general direction of Baghdad. As you can tell, though, by the traffic, we are not alone. There is a lot of equipment, all of it marine hardware, all of it moving in the general direction. The Marines moving up on the eastern side of Iraq. The Army is off to the west on the flank side. And you would know this is all part of the drive in a pincer-like movement to get up into the region of Baghdad itself. No indications here that there has been any opposition that has been faced, at least not significant resistance on the part of Iraqi troops. There has been no sniping at the supply lines that we have witnessed. The only gunfire, artillery that we have heard, all from the U.S. Marines themselves, outbound, not incoming. So it would appear that for the Marines, at least at this point, at this juncture, they're moving full speed ahead, or at least as fast as the traffic jams going north will allow. Wolf?
CNN's Martin Savage, he's with the U.S. Marines. Thanks, Marty, very much. Despite today's key gains in the march toward Baghdad, military officials say U.S. forces may still encounter some stiff resistance. Our senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre has the story.
As U.S. forces close in on Baghdad, they're beginning to see more signs of success. Iraqi citizens have cheered them, and battle-weary Republican Guard divisions have offered lighter-than-expected resistance as the U.S. forces approach the capital.
We have indications that elements of the regular Army have been brought in to reinforce Republican Guard organizations. Interestingly enough, we think that's a sign of weakness on their part. They would not normally match those formations.
In less than 24 hours, the U.S. 101st Airborne Division drove Iraqi Fedayeen fighters from the key city of Najaf, while other forces pushed north in a two-pronged attack. The Army's 3rd Infantry Division punched through Karbala, meeting only light resistance from the Medina Republican Guard Division, and moving along Highway 9 to within 25 miles of Baghdad. At the same time, Marines from the 1st Division secured a key Tigris River crossing near Al-Qut, and are reported to have destroyed the combatability of the Light Infantry Baghdad Division. The Marines are now on Highway 7 headed north.
We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone.
The U.S. troops have now also entered the so-called red zone around Baghdad, where it's believed Saddam Hussein has authorized his troops to use chemical weapons.
As much as we are making good progress, and we are, the toughest fighting could lie ahead. The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now.
The U.S. continues to use its high-tech advantage to maximum effect. In another combat first, the Pentagon says new sensor-fused cluster bombs like these were used to stop an Iraqi tank column in its tracks. And Monday night, the U.S. seized a key dam in Iraq that, if sabotaged, could have flooded the Euphrates and slowed the advance of U.S. troops through Karbala.
And even as the ground war presses forward, the air war continues as well. Word from the U.S. Central Command is that the Air Force and Navy have dropped more than 40 satellite-guided bombs on a single target in Baghdad, a secure facility believed used by the Special Republican Guard. Wolf?
Jamie McIntyre with the latest from the Pentagon. Thanks, Jamie, very much. A hospital in southern Iraq. The Red Cross says it's overwhelmed with civilian casualties. We'll tell you what happened and what the coalition is saying about it. All of that just ahead.
I offer you the car of tomorrow. It has the ride of a luxury sedan, the seating capacity of a minivan.
What's a minivan?
And capabilities of an SUV.
SUV?
Oh, did I mention the compartments for your laptop and your cell phone?
They just weren't ready for it. Are you? My name is Harley Earl, and I've come back to build you a great car.
Buick, the spirit of American style.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
John Mapes is 42, mortgage, married, 2 great kids.
He wants to protect his family with a $500,000 term life insurance policy. What do you think it'll cost him? $100 a month? 60? 40? Actually, none of the above. John can get a $500,000 policy from a highly rated insurer for under $24 a month. His secret? SelectQuote. SelectQuote is impartial. They'll search the pick of insurers like these to give you a choice of your best prices. SelectQuote has great savings on term life for women, too. John's wife, Carrie, can get a $500,000 policy for under $15 a month. SelectQuote has helped make term life insurance affordable for hundreds of thousands of people since 1985. How about you? Just call this number or visit SelectQuote.com.
1-800-394-8997.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
As we've been reporting at this very hour, coalition forces are closing in on Baghdad, with some units now just 15 miles away. CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta is a little further back. He's just landed at a logistical supply area.
Well, the first thing you'll notice if you look behind me over my left shoulder is something we haven't seen really since we've been in Iraq, and that is green vegetation, grass. There are trees behind me. This gives you a sense of just how far north we are. There is some water flowing through here. Those are the rivers that we've been hearing so much about. Also, this is known as a logistical supply area, a very far forward one, just about 40 miles south of Baghdad. You can see helicopters now over my right shoulder. This has been a whirlwind of activity. Supplies coming in and out. There's food, there's ammunition, there's fuel. There's a road right to my right side over here. That's a highway. That highway is exactly where a plane landed. The plane that we came in landed just a little while ago. We are going to spend some time with the Devil Docs. This is a medical support unit that actually takes care of patients. They've been telling me that their activity has been up and down, has closely reflected the patterns of the war. We're going to go spend some time with them and report back to you as soon as we can. Back to you.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our CNN medical correspondent, embedded with the so-called Devil Docs. Thanks, Sanjay, very much. All wars, of course, place civilians in harm's way, and the outcome is often tragic, as we've seen in this war. According to the Arabic language television network Al Arabiya, a Baghdad boy lost most of his family in what he says was a coalition attack.
They attacked our house. All my brothers and my father are dead, except my older brother, Haidar, and myself. What is your plan for the future? I have no future. I wish to die now.
As we mentioned, the information on this boy came from the Arabic language television network Al Arabiya. We cannot confirm what was the cause of that attack, of course. The International Red Cross says some of its staff members have seen the bodies of dozens of Iraqis, including women and children, in the town of Hila, just 60 miles south of Baghdad. A Red Cross official says the hospital is overwhelmed by casualties. Iraqi officials said yesterday U.S. Apache attack helicopters attacked a neighborhood there, killing 33 people and wounding more than 300. The U.S. Central Command says it's investigating, adding that coalition forces strike only legitimate military targets. The commander-in-chief from the last Gulf War has some powerful words from military families today. We'll show you what the first President George Bush said earlier. That's coming up just ahead.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
I think the spirit of service comes from the people, from the heart of the people who work for Quest.
Quest people are committed to being there, proudly doing whatever it takes to serve their customers.
The spirit of service is ingrained in everything I do.
That's our goal. That's what we do.
If there's anything I can do for the customer above and beyond, I'll do it.
To make our communities a little stronger.
volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, donating blood, and encouraging people with special needs.
There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do.
Nos complace poder ayudarles.
In serving our country, taking our commitment to the spirit of service one step further.
Commitment and loyalty, it carries across whether you're in uniform or out.
We're reservists and Quest employees.
So you're always helping somebody, and that's the nature of, I guess, who I am and what I do.
It makes me very proud to work with people like that.
Whatever it takes for us to do it, we're there.
The spirit of service, there for you.
North Carolina is getting a double dose of the Bush family. Former President Bush visited Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point earlier today, and the current President Bush is slated to visit Camp Lejeune in North Carolina tomorrow. The elder Bush spent time with station personnel and some of the spouses of deployed Marines. He painted an optimistic picture of the war. At the same time, former President Jimmy Carter says Americans can support troops in Iraq and still disagree about military strategy. Carter made the remarks at an appearance in Little Rock, Arkansas. He says it's not unusual for experts to disagree on how military operations should be conducted.
There are strong elements of dispute between military commanders who are on the scene and some of the officials in Washington. I think that's not unhealthy. I think it's perfectly legitimate for people to express their own assessment of a very complex situation, even though those assessments might be contrary to one another.
Former President Carter also says he's concerned that fighting in Iraq could stir up anti-American sentiments even in countries that have been friends of the United States. Now a recap of some of the late-breaking developments in the war in Iraq. Here's CNN's Miles O'Brien.
9:13 a.m. CNN's Art Harris with the Marines reports local Iraqi citizens told U.S. troops where to find Jessica Lynch, an injured U.S. soldier who was held as a prisoner of war at a hospital in Nasiriyah. 10:33 a.m. CNN's Ryan Chilcote reporting from Najaf that the black smoke hanging over the city comes from two pickup trucks full of ammunition driven by Iraqi Fedayeen fighters that were taken out when they attacked a U.S. convoy. 10:41 a.m. Eastern Time, CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports from northern Iraq that Iraqi army units have abandoned their positions in the hills over Kalak. He says they didn't surrender, they just disappeared. Kurdish forces are checking the area for booby traps. 11:08 a.m. CNN's Barbara Starr reporting from the Pentagon. Sources tell her there will be no let-up in the current U.S. push and that this is the first phase of the final push to Baghdad. 1:05 p.m. at the Pentagon, Major General Stanley McChrystal says the Medina and Baghdad divisions of the Republican Guard have been defeated and are no longer credible forces. 2:30 p.m. CNN's Carl Penhall reports some U.S. forces are within 15 miles of Baghdad, part of a two-pronged advance on the Iraqi capital.
CNN's Miles O'Brien with the latest. Throughout this war, we've brought you some of the most powerful images from the battlefield, but we're starting to see different pictures now, showing how life is changing so quickly in Iraq. We'll show you some of those images immediately when we come back.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. As coalition forces push closer to Baghdad, will chemical or biological weapons be a factor? And are coalition forces prepared for urban combat? Plus, held prisoner in Iraq, journalist Matthew McAllister is now free and joins Larry King at 9. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes a plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. Ever since the fighting began in Iraq, we've been making it a point to call attention to some of the more dramatic images from this war. Today, one image stands out in particular. It's a former Iraqi air base now controlled by the coalition forces, and CNN's Gary Tuckman found it.
This is Talil, Iraq, the Talil Air Base. But there are no more Iraqis here. The coalition took over this base last week. It's now a major staging point. And you know you're in Iraq when you drive down the road coming into the base and you see the portrait of Saddam Hussein. What's happened is the military personnel who've arrived here have taken out their markers and are writing messages on Saddam Hussein's portrait. You can see the main one here on the bottom. And also here messages like, "We won, April 1st, 2003. I want to give you a look. There's a lot of security personnel here. You can look over there and you can see the military vehicles. These are Air Force security forces with their rifles patrolling the entrance. There is a lot of fighting in this area. We're near the town of Nasiriyah, but this base now is considered secure enough to make it a major staging point for the coalition.
Gary Tuckman reporting from an air base that used to be an Iraqi air base, now controlled by the coalition. How long do you think it will take coalition troops to take control of Baghdad? You can still vote. Go to our webpage, cnn.com/Wolf. We'll have the results of our web question when we come back.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You want to hear a great story? A friend of mine owed $100,000 in income taxes. Next thing I know, he tells me he's flying to Australia on vacation, business class. Excuse me, I say, what am I missing here? It turns out he charged his taxes through official payments. And because he belongs to his card's rewards program, he got airline miles for the tax dollars he charged. I thought he was putting me on. He wasn't. So I say to him, why aren't I charging my taxes? Well, I don't know, he says. Why aren't you? It's easy. All you have to do is call official payments at 1-800-2-PAY-TAX, and you can do it right over the phone. Yeah, there was a convenience fee, but business class to Australia? My friend got a heck of a return on his taxes, I'd say.
Official payments, the proven way to make paying taxes pay. Call 1-800-2-PAY-TAX.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Here's how you're weighing in on our web question of the day. Remember, we've been asking you this. How long do you think it will take coalition troops to take control of Baghdad? 19% of you said days, 44% weeks, 37% said months. You can find the exact vote tally. Continue to vote, by the way. Go to my webpage, cnn.com/Wolf. Remember, this is not a scientific poll. Please stay with CNN throughout the night for all the late-breaking, up-to-the-minute war coverage. I'll be back in 1 hour, 2 hours of special coverage with Paul Azan. Till then, thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. For the latest now, we hand it over to Lou Dobbs. He's standing by in New York. Lou?
Well, thank you very much. The news today, coalition forces have advanced to within 15 miles of Baghdad, less than 2 weeks after the beginning of the ground war. Central Command says the dagger is now clearly pointed at the heart of the Baghdad regime. We'll have action reports from our reporters in the field with the Army and Marines. Over the course of this next hour, we'll also have special reports on the growing U.S. anger at France and France's failure to support the coalition against Saddam Hussein. Shiite Muslims gave soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division a warm welcome in Najaf today. The city's residents were at first cautious, but they soon began shaking soldiers' hands and chanting slogans against Saddam Hussein. Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne Division will report from Najaf. Two powerful columns of coalition troops tonight are advancing toward the outskirts of Baghdad. The U.S. attack has already destroyed 2 full Republican Guard divisions, the Medina and the Baghdad divisions. We'll have a report from Carl Penhall with the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. Marines are advancing toward Baghdad up the Tigris Valley, supported by heavy artillery barrages. One Marine infantry battalion killed 100 Iraqi soldiers as they captured a bridge. Martin Savage with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines will report on the latest on that advance. Private Jessica Lynch has arrived in Germany for medical treatment after she was rescued dramatically by Special Operations Forces in Iraq. She arrived at Ramstein Air Base less than an hour ago. Private Lynch will be treated for gunshot wounds and broken limbs before she can return home to West Virginia. Now, the latest developments at this hour. A setback tonight for the Arab broadcasting network Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, the Arabic network, has been banned from reporting anywhere in Iraq. The Iraqi government gave no reason for its order. Al Jazeera has had reporters in Baghdad, Basra, and Mosul and has been highly controversial in its coverage. It, too, now ordered out of Iraq. Teams of engineers are preparing to extinguish the last 2 burning oil well fires in Iraq. Iraqi soldiers set fire to several wells as they retreated from the Ramallah oil fields in southern Iraq. The U.S. and Kuwaiti teams say those fires will be out within a few days. Radical Islamists are being blamed for a Filipino bombing that killed at least 16 people. This is the 2nd bombing in the city of Davao in less than a month. A March 4th explosion there killed 21 people just outside the airport at Davao. A big advance on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrials rallying, jumping 213 points. The Nasdaq up with a gain of 45 points on the day. Investors cheered by the rapid advance against Baghdad. Good evening. The spearhead of the coalition force advancing to Baghdad tonight is about 15 miles from the city. The Army and Marines destroyed 2 full Republican Guard divisions in fierce fighting last night. The 3rd Infantry Division received massive air and artillery support as it advanced through the Karbala Gap south of Baghdad. Carl Penhall with the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment has the report.
U.S. commanders say U.S. troops are now within 15 to 20 miles of the southern outskirts of Baghdad after a day of rapid advances. Tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles of the 3rd Infantry Division, backed by Apache attack helicopters of the 11th Aviation Regiment, have been advancing through the city of Karbala, a strategic town that controls river points and major highways, and advanced north across open arable land and again across the Euphrates River. Some U.S. commanders have even suggested by the early hours of the morning U.S. troops could be actually on the southern outskirts of Baghdad. These advances have come much quicker than many commanders expected. In the course of the battles and fighting today, there has been resistance from Iraqi forces, but U.S. commanders say that that resistance has been lighter than expected. Some Apache attack helicopters were damaged by ground fire, but there was no repeat of the heavy anti-aircraft fire experienced in earlier attacks around the city of Karbala. This is Carl Penhall with the 11th Aviation Regiment near An-Najaf, Iraq.
The Pentagon today said coalition forces advancing to Baghdad are meeting only sporadic and somewhat lighter resistance than had been expected. The Pentagon obviously pleased with the advance of those coalition forces, but those same officials repeating their view that the toughest fighting may well lie ahead. Senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre has the report.
As U.S. forces close in on Baghdad, they're beginning to see more signs of success. Iraqi citizens have cheered them, and battle-weary Republican Guard divisions have offered lighter than expected resistance as the U.S. forces approach the capital.
We have indications that elements of the regular Army have been brought in to reinforce Republican Guard organizations. Interestingly enough, we think that's a sign of weakness on their part. They would not normally match those formations.
In less than 24 hours, the U.S. 101st Airborne Division drove Iraqi Fedayeen fighters from the key city of Najaf, while other forces pushed north in a 2-pronged attack. The Army's 3rd Infantry Division punched through Karbala, meeting only light resistance from the Medina Republican Guard Division, and moving along Highway 9 to within 25 miles of Baghdad. At the same time, Marines from the 1st Division secured a key Tigris River crossing near Al-Qut and are reported to have destroyed the combat ability of the Light Infantry Baghdad Division. The Marines are now on Highway 7 headed north.
We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone.
The U.S. troops have now also entered the so-called red zone around Baghdad, where it's believed Saddam Hussein has authorized his troops to use chemical weapons.
As much as we are making good progress, and we are, the toughest fighting could lie ahead. The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now.
The U.S. continues to use its high-tech advantage to maximum effect. In another combat first, the Pentagon says new sensor-fused cluster bombs like these were used to stop an Iraqi tank column in its tracks. And Monday night, the U.S. seized a key dam in Iraq that, if sabotaged, could have flooded the Euphrates and slowed the advance of U.S. troops through Karbala. And even as U.S. ground troops push forward, the air war continues as well, unabated. In fact, today, the Pentagon says in one target in Baghdad was hit with 40 satellite-guided bombs, a single target. It apparently is a very highly secure facility used by the Special Republican Guard, attacked by 40 of those satellite-guided JDAMs. Lou?
Jimmy, just how pleased are the senior commanders there at the Pentagon with this advance over the course of the past 24 hours?
Well, I think there is a feeling of some vindication of the war plan, but everybody here says it's just as it was premature to start talking about problems, it's way premature to say that this war is going smoothly. They do think that the hardest part could be to come, and they really do believe there's a real threat of the use of chemical or biological weapons.
And the divisions there approaching Baghdad are approaching, the infantry divisions in particular, are approaching in full chemical gear, are they not?
They have been, as they've been getting closer and that threat is growing real, they have been putting on some chemical gear as they move forward, although I'm not sure which units are doing that and under which conditions.
Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent, thank you very much. 2 brigades of the 101st Airborne Division are now mopping up Iraqi resistance in the city of Najaf, just south of Baghdad. Some of the surviving Iraqi forces are hiding in Muslim holy sites. Ryan Chilcote, who is with the 101st Airborne, reports now from Najaf.
Grunts from the 327th Infantry 2nd Battalion, better known as No Slack, marched through a patch of palm trees, black clouds of smoke, and 69 landmines into Iraq's holy city of Najaf. The second day of an attack to root out Fedayeen paramilitaries who have used the city as a safe haven to launch attacks against U.S. forces for more than a week.
Go!
The goal to deny the Fedayeen's movement.
We had a family of 6 inside the second unlocked door over.
While causing minimal disruption to the largely pro-American Shia population and its religious sites.
No.
Searching house to house, street to street is slow, tedious, and dangerous work. If it comes to this in Baghdad, things could take a very long time.
But first, some of the cities on the way to Baghdad, like this one, will have to be secured.
You ready?
Teams of 4 moved with painstaking procedure, a dozen blocks deep into the heart of Najaf. Sergeant Michael Bowers from Virginia sharing my take on the day.
What do you think about this door-to-door, street-to-street stuff? Long and tedious.
No Slack took no casualties and no return fire. They did see a lot of visibly pleased locals, though. Many of the Fedayeen, they were told, fled north to Baghdad. Still, they could come back, and there's no telling how many of them are still at large. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with 101st Airborne in Najaf, Iraq.
Coalition forces have described the latest battles on the way to Baghdad as quick-moving. For more now on this advance, we're joined by CNN military analyst General David Grange. Dave, good to have you here.
Thank you.
In talking with Jamie McIntyre, I guess we could call it cautious pleasure at this point in seeing this advance move this far at the Pentagon. By any standard, this is a fairly remarkable advance, though, is it not?
Remarkable advance, but I think being cautious right now is prudent. 2 divisions destroyed, but you know, remnants of many others are still out there, and
And once they get to the outskirts of the city, that next big step, there's going to be some preconditions, I'm sure, that will want to be met before they move in.
The forces who are advancing, as you say, is the circle is tightening around those what were six Republican Guard divisions. 4 divisions remain. Elements of those, however, had been brought up, had they not, to reinforce both the Baghdad division and the Medina.
Right, Lou. Some of the other Republican Guard division subunits have reinforced the Baghdad division and the Medina division, as well as using some regular Army units to reinforce the Republican Guard units. So I believe what's happening is shifting laterally as well as north and south of different elements in order to reinforce or reposition, mainly for survivability, but also to try to do some type of delaying operation, which has obviously been unsuccessful for the Iraqis.
As the map that we just put up shows, General, 4 divisions remaining. What is their likely fate now in this advance on Baghdad?
Lou, I believe if they continue to attempt to defend the outskirts of the city or even conduct spoiling attacks on coalition forces, they'll be destroyed. They'll die in place or die trying to move unless they surrender. So the Republican Guard divisions is one of the preconditions of to eliminate, to make combat ineffective before any move into Baghdad would even occur, I believe.
With this remarkable advance comes now the sobering issue of how to proceed against the actual attack on the city of Baghdad itself. What is your best assessment as to how that will proceed?
Yeah, my feeling is that the people really have to want it before a coalition force enters Baghdad, because, you know, the force obviously gets swallowed up very quickly in a city the size of Chicago. You saw what happened in Najuf. That's the kind of thing that the coalition force really needs to be able to move through these choke points, this restricted terrain, this urban environment. Otherwise, the house-to-house clearing that we just watched with the 101st Airborne Division troopers would take a long, long time if there was notable resistance. So I think the people of Baghdad have to want it. And some of these images that they're now seeing will help make that change, that flood of change of the people wanting to free themselves from Saddam's regime, as well as seeing coalition tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles and Apaches right on the outskirts in the suburban areas of Baghdad. That has a moral influence on resistance or changing your sides as well.
Which will also put in, I would think, even in the most ardent Saddam Hussein supporter, some questions, with Saddam Hussein saying the enemy is being vanquished, trying to explain those Apaches and Kiowas and M1A1 tanks within sight of the city itself.
Yeah, I think it'd be very interesting if there any information was gained by Central Command they could share with viewers of forces that say, the heck with this, I'm out of here, or you know, other leaders that have turned on Saddam's regime. The hardcore Special Republican Guard brigades and their Iraqi special forces, hopefully they'll do the same and either leave or surrender, but I have a feeling a lot of those will have to be taken down by raids, strikes of coalition forces, because they really have no future with the Iraqi people.
General David Grange, as always. Thank you, Dave.
My pleasure.
Coming up next, coalition forces uncover a chilling scene, evidence of torture carried out by the regime of Saddam Hussein. We'll have that report for you. Rescued POW Private Jessica Lynch arrived at Ramstein Air Base in Germany just a short while ago. We'll update her condition. And the SARS outbreak continues to spread throughout the world at an alarming rate. Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson joins us with his first interview about this mystery illness and what's being done to protect Americans. Stay with us.
You can't say exactly where we are, but what is roughly our relationship to the capital, Baghdad?
I would say that we're pretty close, and Saddam can hear us not.
Unlike Wall Street, your life doesn't stop every day at 4. Your hopes and dreams go beyond stocks and bonds. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know your financial life goes beyond Wall Street. So their advice goes further too. Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal, plus friends of rescued POW Jessica Lynch, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
One explosion has just been heard in Baghdad. We're going to turn that is, of course, the picture of the skyline and at night of Baghdad. It is now 9 hours earlier than here. The anti-aircraft fire is now being heard, and we will be monitoring that very carefully and bringing it to you as events warrant. The rescued prisoner of war, Jessica Lynch, arrived in Germany for medical treatment tonight, just a little over an hour ago. She arrived at Ramstein Air Base, where she will be treated at a military hospital before she returns home. Private Lynch has several gunshot wounds. She has 2 broken legs. Doctors say she is in stable condition. She was rescued, and it was just a remarkable rescue by Special Operations Forces in the Iraqi town of Nasiriyah last night, 10 days after she was reported missing. British Marines near Basra today found a torture chamber that was abandoned by Saddam Hussein's secret police. The Marines found electric cables, meat hooks, and dozens of identity cards thought to belong to people who were tortured to death. British reporter Clive Myrie has the report.
Outside a police station in southern Iraq stands a mural of this country's leader. Saddam Hussein's dreaded internal security police were based here. This cabinet is locked. Saddam's portrait adorned every room. Not anymore. And downstairs, cells. This one barely 4 feet by 8 with no windows and a filthy pillow and mattress. In other rooms, hooks hang from the ceiling. This room is bare but for 2 old tires and an electricity cable. We are later told a torturer might use the tires to stand on while water is poured on the floor and the prisoner electrocuted. And in this room are the identity cards of scores of Iraqi men, aged between 20 and 40. It's a crime here not to have your ID card with you at all times. Why do these men no longer need theirs? We later found one man who didn't want to be identified, who gave up some of the secrets of the police station. He tells me there was a tariff system. If you committed a crime but paid enough money, you wouldn't be tortured. We've spent days trying to find more people willing to speak on the record about torture in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This man would only talk to us within the safety of a Royal Marines commando base. And if he was a prison guard and Saddam Hussein walked into his jail, I'd cut him into 50 pieces, he tells me. In the distance, as smoke rises from a battlefield, Iraq's tools of repression are being taken away. Clive Myrie, Abu al-Qasib, southern Iraq.
Clive Myrie of the BBC. Coming up next here, some of the most intense fighting of the war has taken place in Basra. We'll have the latest on that battle as the British Marines encircle the city of Basra. U.S. Marines are advancing up the Tigris Valley, headed toward Baghdad. Martin Savage is with the 1st Marines. He'll have the report. Americans angry at the French for not supporting the coalition and supporting instead Saddam Hussein. That attitude may turn out to be a very expensive decision on the part of Jacques Chirac. Bill Tucker will have our report. Stay with us.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. As coalition forces push closer to Baghdad, will chemical or biological weapons be a factor? And are coalition forces prepared for urban combat? Plus, held prisoner in Iraq, journalist Matthew McAllister is now free and joins Larry King at 9. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
See it build. See it transform. If you have an idea, a plan, a dream, see it with CIT.
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil? Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better, faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
President Bush today met with his top national security advisor. Senior White House correspondent John King has the report. John?
And Lou, as you've been reporting, obviously a dramatic and daring rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, and you would think perhaps the President of the United States would be involved in such a decision. The White House today, though, saying not directly. We have a photograph released by the White House of the conversations with the President and his national security team this morning. We are told he received an update on the rescue operation at this meeting. It was in similar conversations yesterday that we are told the President, as his press secretary put it, received a hint that such an operation was in the works. Other senior officials telling us the President was told the military was preparing a rescue operation if the moment was right, in the view of the commanding generals in the field. But Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, saying, yes, the President was informed generally of this upcoming mission, but he says it was not something that required or received direct presidential approval.
The President has made it very clear to the commanders and to Tommy Franks that Tommy Franks makes the calls about the tactics and the timing of the operations. That is how the President thinks wars are won. The President has said repeatedly the White House will not micromanage the war. That is exactly why you have generals and admirals and experts to guide the war and run the war in the way that they believe is the best way to run it.
The economy also on the President's mind today. A meeting here at the White House. His Treasury Secretary John Snow on hand, as well as roughly a dozen leading Wall Street economists. Mr. Bush asking for their help in selling the Bush tax cut. Obviously, the Senate has scaled the Bush tax cut back by more than half. The House has given the President the more than $700 billion tax cut he wants. A compromise agreement now will be negotiated. The President asking for help. White House officials saying the President still wants all of what he is asking for, more than $700 billion. Privately, though, they concede perhaps somewhere in the area of $500 billion tax cut is the best they will be able to get in those compromise negotiations now getting underway on Capitol Hill. Also some issues with members of Congress, including the President's friends, the Republican leadership, on the wartime emergency spending plan. Congress has put in more money for airlines than the White House would like. There are some in Congress who want to strip out money for Turkey, so those negotiations continuing as well, Lou, as the President keeps track moment to moment of war developments inside Iraq.
John, as you report nearly every day from the White House, this president and this nation facing almost unprecedented challenges simultaneously. I'm going to ask you a question that we don't often turn to here, but USA Today ran, I thought, a remarkable story on a president who is burdened and the way in which he is coping. I was wondering what your assessment is as to how the president is holding up and handling this burden, these burdens.
We are told by several officials that they thought that article was a bit too downbeat, saying the President is burdened. We are told the President, of course, carries the burden of knowing he is sending young men and women into combat. Tomorrow he will meet at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, with family members of some of those who have been killed in this operation. So obviously it is not an easy time for the President of the United States. But we are told by senior aides that the President remains quite focused, that at times he is still has his sense of humor. He is sticking to a workout routine. Obviously his schedule is longer throughout the day. Aides routinely describe him, Lou, as focused on his work, as well aware of the gravity of the situation, but they say they don't notice him down in any noticeable way at all. They say the President is even at times even rallying the spirits of his staff if he believes that they're down.
John King, thank you very much. John King, our senior White House correspondent. The advance on Baghdad brings us to tonight's poll question in the balance between the safety of troops in the field and military objectives. How much care is the coalition exercising in preventing civilian deaths in your judgment? An appropriate amount, not enough, or too much? Cast your vote at CNN.com/Moneyline. We'll have the results for you later in the broadcast. British tanks today fired on suspected Iraqi positions on the outskirts of Basra after a checkpoint came under mortar fire. British forces are continuing their siege against Basra as U.S. forces advance toward Baghdad. Tim Ewert of ITN reports.
These are soldiers of the U.S. 3rd Infantry fighting near Karbala, southwest of Baghdad. They're facing Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard, his finest soldiers. But for all the resistance, coalition aircraft rule the skies, and coalition technology is overwhelmingly superior. U.S. commanders believe the Republican Guard is a doomed force.
We will approach Baghdad. The dagger is clearly pointed at the heart of the regime right now and will remain pointed at it until the regime is gone.
To the south, more black smoke over the town of Basra. British troops control the outskirts of the town and today destroyed another building they said housed Iraqi fighters. There is much fear here of the Saddam loyalists who still hold sway in Basra and of the invading troops waiting at the gates. The Americans are racing towards Baghdad. The British still seem anxious to make their progress here as measured as possible. Basra will fall, but there may first be fighting in the capital, 250 miles to the north. Tim Ewert, ITV News, Southern Iraq.
And at this hour in Basra, the British Marines continue sporadic firefights in and around Basra. The 1st Marine Division is advancing to Baghdad. They are moving up the Tigris Valley. The division has destroyed every Iraqi unit in its path, including a Republican Guard division. Martin Savage with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, has our report.
The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, which we are a part of, have been on the move since this morning, moving now over 80 kilometers, heading in the general direction of north. As you know, the U.S. Marines moving up on the eastern side of Iraq as part of this pincer movement, focusing in the general direction towards Baghdad. The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines are the only ones, as you can tell, on the highway today in this part of the country. It is literally bumper-to-bumper traffic of Marine hardware, troops, ammunition, artillery, APCs, tanks, all moving in the general direction north. So far, no major opposition that we have encountered, no sounds of any fighting. The only artillery we've heard is outgoing artillery coming from Marine guns themselves. So it appears, at least from our perspective, that the Marines are moving forward, closing in on the Baghdad area without running into major opposition at this point. And the supplies and everything this fighting force needs continues to roll right along with it, apparently not suffering any opposition from paramilitary units as well. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in central Iraq.
And right now in the skies over Baghdad, apparent quiet. Just moments ago, an explosion was heard in Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire was heard as well. And we will continue to monitor, obviously, the skyline of Baghdad tonight. Coming up next, Iraqi resistance in northern Iraq is diminishing after a continued pounding by coalition forces. Ben Wiedemann will have the latest for us. Also, more cases of the mysterious illness known as SARS have been discovered in this country. We'll be talking with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, about public health officials' plans to deal with this illness. Also, the United Nations Oil for Food program may soon resume in Iraq. Peter Viles will have a special report on how French companies have benefited from this controversial aid program. That and more still ahead. Stay with us.
How'd you get the new bike? We have this rule. You have to put a quarter in the jar anytime you lose your temper. So, my dad has a crummy old computer.
No, 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 no!
Cha-ching.
Maybe it's time to upgrade your old computer. Step up with a compact Presario by HP, powered by the mobile Intel Pentium 4 Processor M, and get the performance you need, all for what you'd pay for a lesser computer. To buy, simply call, click, or visit your local retailer.
Daddy, cash.
When it really matters, choose compact and the mobile Intel Pentium 4 Processor M.
U.S. troops continue to advance on Baghdad tonight. Some U.S. forces could be on Baghdad's southern outskirts by early tomorrow. As forces move forward, they're encountering less than expected resistance, but the Pentagon is warning that the toughest battles certainly lie ahead. In this country, a victory for patients in the Supreme Court today. The court ruled that states can force managed care health providers and plans to open up their networks of doctors. This ruling allows patients to choose a doctor from outside a health plan's network. HMOs argue that having doctors under exclusive contracts save them money. As U.S. troops advance on Baghdad, stocks advanced on Wall Street. Investors cheered by progress in the war, sending the Dow Jones Industrials 213 points higher. The Nasdaq gained 45. Coalition forces tonight are consolidating around Baghdad. Airstrikes are still pounding targets north of the city, preparing a second front apparently. Ben Wiedemann is near the northern city of Kalak and has the story.
Retreat cut short. Iraqi army trucks smolder on the road to Mosul, shattered by American missiles. The trucks were hauling ammunition and, now useless, anti-aircraft guns. Unexploded mortar rounds litter the road, as do the simple possessions of what, by all accounts, were reluctant soldiers. Kurdish fighters found plenty of leftover war booty. A villager shows us the Iraqi army gas mask he picked up and what he thinks of it. Some things the Iraqis left behind were more welcome, like this disabled truck, quickly commandeered with the help of a tractor. Or this. Okay, this is the file of the Iraqi army that shows the placement of landmines in this area. There are hundreds of them around here, says Ahmed, the mine clearer. Further up the road, Kurds stop Arabs from Mosul and question them about the whereabouts of the Iraqi troops. Their cars searched for weapons. All love for the leader, Saddam Hussein, says this graffiti. If there was love, it left with the Iraqi army. In the space of just a few hours, Kurdish fighters were able to advance more than 13 miles on the road to Mosul, pursuing an Iraqi army showing all the signs of demoralization. None of the Iraqi soldiers want to fight, says Sabast Babiri, commander of the local Kurdish forces, but they're afraid of the execution squads and the Fedayeen Saddam. U.S. troops on a rooftop in the Kurdish village of Kanalin, until Tuesday under Iraqi control. No hesitation here to celebrate the end of Ba'athist rule.
I am very happy, very happy. It is freedom. Saddam is dictator. It is Batman.
The Americans directed airstrikes, but according to the Kurds, didn't fire a shot. Kurdish troops move into the old Iraqi positions, but they say they won't stay here for long. Their plans are to keep on moving, slowly but steadily, to the south. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, Kanalin, northern Iraq.
Now turning again to our Moneyline poll question. How much care is the coalition exercising to prevent civilian deaths, trying to balance concern for troop safety and achieving Military objectives, an appropriate amount, not enough, or too much? Cast your vote at CNN.com/Moneyline. We'll have the preliminary results coming up later in the broadcast. A few weeks ago, we introduced you to country singer Darryl Worley on this broadcast. Some radio stations had at that point refused to play his pro-American song, Have You Forgotten? It is now the #1 country song in the nation, and Monday night, Darryl Worley was awarded an American flag for his patriotism and his support of the troops. That flag was one of several flown at the Pentagon on the first anniversary of September 11th. Worley's album, Have You Forgotten, goes into stores on the 15th of April, we're told. Turning now to the mystery illness known as SARS, or severe acute respiratory syndrome. It continues to spread unchecked. Just since last night, the number of deaths worldwide has jumped from 62 to 78. The number of infections has moved from 1,800 to more than 2,200. The number of suspected infections in this country jumped from 62 to 85. There have still been no deaths in this country. The Centers for Disease Control is 90% certain that it's identified the virus behind SARS, but warns that this outbreak is far from over.
This does appear to be a contagious respiratory infection, and you know how difficult it is to control the common cold. Even influenza, where we have a vaccine, is an illness that still causes infection in a large number of people. So I think the global community has to take this very seriously and do everything we can to curtail spread now and stay on top of it.
Joining me now to discuss the SARS outbreak in this country and around the world is the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson. Mr. Secretary, good to have you here.
It's always a pleasure, Lou. How are you?
Very well, sir. Thank you. This outbreak has a lot of people wondering not only what it is, but just how seriously, how much concern should be placed on it because of the number of deaths that have occurred. What is your best judgment?
Well, there's no question. This is very serious. I spent the day yesterday at CDC headquarters in Atlanta and had a chance to view all the findings by the laboratory scientists and doctors. And I want to tell you and tell America that we are very fortunate in this great country to have the best doctors and researchers in the world, I believe, at CDC. They do an excellent job, but they're very worried. And they have pretty much analyzed that this is the coronavirus, which is the virus of the common cold. And as Dr. Julie Gerberding just said, you know, it's difficult to control the cold. Well, this is part of that family of viruses that creates the common cold, and this is a little bit more virulent. About 4% of the cases end up in deaths, so you've got to realize that we are very concerned about it, and this is something that we're going to do everything we possibly can as the Department of Public Health to be able to find, first, a test to determine who has it, secondly, to find a way to control it, and third, to find a vaccine or an antiviral drug that will be able to prevent it.
Mr. Secretary, a number of people early on at the outset of this disease started talking about influenza epidemics, started talking about the possibility of a pandemic worldwide. The World Health Organization has reacted quickly, the CDC, your department. Is there a prospect here, a realistic prospect of a pandemic?
Well, we certainly don't want to alarm the world or the country or anybody at this point in time. It's too early to tell. It's something that we're very concerned about. It's a brand new strain we haven't seen before, and we have to find out how contagious it is and how we're going to control it and treat it. Hopefully this is something that's going to have a very short livelihood and be able to be controlled very quickly. And if we can do that, then of course we won't have a pandemic at all. We won't even have an epidemic or even a very serious illness. But right now we're treating this as very serious, very contagious, and something that we have to do everything we possibly can to find a way to control and treat it. And we're doing everything we possibly can to do that, Lou.
This coronavirus, Mr. Secretary, the outbreak apparently began last year in a province of China and then migrated to Hong Kong. The World Health Organization reacted, however, very quickly as soon as it was detected outside of Hong Kong. They deserve immense credit here for alerting medical practitioners to this potential problem, right?
There is no question about it. The World Health Organization did an excellent job, but I also want to point out the CDC played an integral part with the World Health Organization and the department in doing this. We were meeting with the Deputy Minister of Health. I met with him, I think, about 3 weeks ago, and trying to get more support and cooperation in China. And we have not had that kind of support or cooperation until yesterday. And now we're able to go into the Guangdong province. This is a province right adjacent to Hong Kong. And this is where most of the cases started from. And then an individual doctor who was treating people in Guangdong province went into the Maripol Hotel in Guanlun suburb of Hong Kong and infected about 7 other individuals who went to Hanoi, Bangkok, and Singapore, and Toronto, where the disease was spread by these carriers. So it's been very contagious, but we're trying now to work in cooperation with the World Health Organization, with the Chinese, and find ways how it started and how we might be able to detect it and control it and treat it.
Give us, because as you said, the last thing anyone wants to do is unnecessarily alarm anyone here, and your department has been working to make certain every assessment is prudent, but at the same time vigorous on this disease.
Very much so.
Characterize where we are as we wrap up here. We're out of time, Mr. Secretary, I apologize, but if you would just tell us where we are.
Well, right now we're asking people that are traveling or intending to travel to Hong Kong and China, especially the Guangdong province, to delay those travels. We're also giving people information who are coming in from Asia, any information if they become sick, how to control it. And if people are sick, we try to isolate them until we find out for sure if they are having SARS.
Secretary Tommy Thompson, thank you, sir, for being here.
It's my pleasure. Good luck.
We have 2 stories tonight on the French connection and its link to the war against Saddam Hussein. First, the controversial United Nations Oil for Food program. The United Nations is beginning that program, but with one major change. For the next 6 weeks, the United Nations will bypass the Iraqi government and deliver aid directly to the Iraqi people. Among the major beneficiaries of this program over the years has been the French companies that supply much of the goods going into Iraq. Peter Viles has the story.
It's no wonder the French are gratified. Over the years, the French and the Russians have been Saddam Hussein's favorite UN-sanctioned suppliers under the Oil for Food program. Effective Friday, Saddam has been cut out of the program, but for 7 years, his government controlled the spending of 59% of the Oil for Food money and 82% of money for humanitarian aid. From 1996 to 2000, his favorite suppliers, France and Russia, they each sold Iraq roughly $2 billion in goods, and not necessarily food, electrical components, spare parts for oil production. In recent years, Saddam used the program to cultivate regional allies, Egypt, Jordan, and notably, Syria.
It seems like at the beginning he was leaning very heavily toward France and Russia, and I think, in fact, they may still be the largest suppliers, but he then started to shift the business around a little bit when it seemed more politically expedient for him to do that.
Another French connection. For years, the UN chose the French bank BNP Paribas to manage the multi-billion-dollar Oil for Food account. The bank telling CNN, quote, "Our client is the United Nations, and the United Nations has asked us not to speak to the press about this." And the UN, in fact, confirms that its policy is secrecy, telling CNN, quote, "It is a long-standing policy not to disclose the names of banks where funds are deposited." Now, the UN will tell you that these programs are regularly audited by an outside auditor. There's a very big catch here. The outside auditor is the UN's own board of auditors. It's a 3-member panel, and it is chaired this year, Lou, by a French auditing official. Lou?
Pete, thank you very much. Peter Viles. Tensions between France and the United States continue to grow, and Congress is speaking up with a bill introduced that would ban French companies from obtaining post-war reconstruction projects in Iraq. Bill Tucker has the story.
A lot of wine has been spilt, but a great deal more is at stake, and the American-French relationship is irreversibly changed in the minds of many.
Things have been so
alienated between the United States and France. They're so estranged that the idea that the United States is going to let the UN run Iraq in such a way that France will have a veto over American actions in a post-war Iraq is frankly laughable.
The French don't have to wait for a post-war Iraq to see the repercussions of their actions. In Congress, legislation is shaping up in the House of Representatives to forbid French companies from winning any reconstruction contracts in a post-war Iraq. And at least one congressman wants to cancel an 8-year contract signed with the French company Sodexo last October worth $881 million to feed U.S. Marines.
France has made a national sport about bashing America for the last 4 months, and what we're saying is, probably should be some consequences, particularly when they're not doing anything that's unique, that you can't find American companies that are able to do the same thing.
And as if problems in the States weren't enough, this week a former president of French oil giant Total Fina testified to paying millions of dollars in bribes to the political parties of both Chirac and Mitterrand in order to curry political favor. That same president, Lou, is also on trial for misusing $145 million in political funds. Lou?
Bill Tucker, thank you very much. Coming up next, the backlash against France makes its way to Capitol Hill. A new bill would shut French companies out of post-war Iraq. Congressman Jim Saxton is one of the sponsors, and he will be my guest next. Then, despite falling share prices at some U.S. companies, CEOs, well, they still enjoy robust pay packages, to say the least. Some would call them excessive. Christine Romans will report. And the battle for Iraq stretches across land and water. We'll go inside the battle for control of the water tonight. All of that and more still ahead here. Stay with us.
CNN Tonight, released after a week in an Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Celebrate the spirit of America in song. The American Tenors, a new generation of singers performing the music that made this nation great. Call the number on your screen to order the inspiring new debut album by the American Tenors and experience the music that's bringing America together. Celebrate a new American classic, the American Tenors. Call now for this extraordinary new recording. To order the American Tenors' new debut album, call the number on your screen or order online at AmericanTenorsMusic.com. Rush delivery available. Call now. The American Tenors. Every American should have it.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Our next guest is the congressman who introduced the bill that would ban French companies from winning reconstruction contracts in Iraq. Congressman Jim Saxton joins us now from Capitol Hill. Congressman, good to have you here.
Thank you, Lou.
This bill designed purely to punish the French government for its opposition to the U.S. government and the coalition?
It wasn't originally designed as a punishment, no. It was originally designed during the time we were so-called negotiating with the French and others in the United Nations to try to let the French government know that we were serious, that there could be repercussions, and that they should cooperate back during that time. However, it has taken on a new life here in recent weeks, and I have been joined by Congressman Nethercutt and Congressman Kingston, who I believe you just had on your previous segment, in moving forward tomorrow an amendment which embodies the language of my bill as an amendment to the appropriations bill that will pass tomorrow or Friday.
Congressman Saxton, there are those who would say that this is dangerous stuff, punishing countries and governments for their political judgments. What do you say to those critics?
The French attitude has been more than bad judgment. The French have gone out of their way to try to make life difficult for us after having been attacked on September 11th, knowing that Saddam Hussein was one of the leader of a country that supported the very people who attack our country. And as time has gone on, they have continued the process of advancing that message, and in fact went out of their way to try to spread their influence over other countries The most harmful example may be Turkey and their decision not to cooperate, which of course has the results of which have been seen on television almost every day since the war began.
I understand you received a letter from the French ambassador. Can you share that with us?
I can share the general content of it. It was a 3-page letter. He said that they were friends, that the French government was a friendly government to the United States, that they wanted to continue to work with the United States, but the evidence is obviously otherwise. As a matter of fact, Lou, I was visited by a French friend of mine just this week who brought me a stack of literature. Perhaps one example of that is a magazine called the Observateur, which talks about the current situation in Iraq as the traps of a crazy war. This is the general French government and apparently the press's attitude there. They go, in the article inside, it talks about the insane ones of God, referring to President Bush, and it goes on to say that they are crazy and don't have an ounce of judgment. So this is the kind of attitude that we have seen and continue to see from the French government, and they need to know that we don't appreciate it and that we're serious about moving forward with some programs that may be costly to them.
Accountability, Congressman Saxton. It sounds like a bill that we'll have a test very soon as to what kind of support it has. We thank you very much for being with us to share your views.
Thank you, Lou.
Congressman Jim Saxton. Coming up next here, CEOs writing out a war in high style. Christine Romans will have a special report for us on some of the worst performing companies. CEOs are getting new pay packages worth millions and millions of dollars, a war notwithstanding, performance of their companies notwithstanding. Also tonight,
these men are all specially trained to fight on or from the water, but here in the marshlands of southern Iraq, so are the enemy, and they're good.
Coming at Iraq from land, air, and sea, Mark Bowden will have an up-close look at the battle taking place on the water. Stay with us.
See it grow. See it succeed. If you have an idea, a plan, a dream, see it with CIT.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal, plus friends of rescued POW Jessica Lynch, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Let's take a look at the night skies over Baghdad. Just about an hour ago, anti-aircraft fire, one explosion. It remains, however, quiet at this hour over Baghdad, and we will continue to watch the skies over Baghdad for you and bring that to you as developments warrant. Airlines and other U.S. companies didn't do well last year, but it was anything but a bad year for the CEOs. Christine Romans has the report on executive compensation. Some would call it excessive.
Run the richest country in the world, earn $400,000. Run a war, just about $140,000. Run a company into the ground, that's worth millions. Despite shareholder outrage and free-falling stock prices, 2002 was a good year for CEOs. A survey of 180 large companies shows median CEO pay rose 9% last year, bonuses up 24%, long-term incentives soared more than 20%.
You're talking about a group of people who have a lot of influence over how they are paid and how much they are paid. They have established certain lifestyles and so on that they need to finance. And so it really takes a lot to lower CEO pay.
Consider these fat paychecks, not including options. Delta CEO Leo Mullen made $2.2 million in pay and another $2 million in restricted stock. Lucent shares tumbled 75%, but CEO Patricia Russo took home $2.7 million in pay and $11 million in restricted stock. And don't forget the golden parachute. EDS ousted Chairman and CEO Richard Brown after a terrible year. It'll pay him a $12.4 million severance. That's before $5 million in stock and a monthly pension worth almost $20 million. Governance experts say compensation committees are on alert.
They are very carefully looking at how CEOs are compensated, and much more carefully, by the way, than they have in recent prior years.
There are small signs of progress. Delta's Mullen took a base pay cut this year of 10%. Eli Lilly's CEO took a salary of just $1 last year.
One of Wall Street's most respected CEOs, Warren Buffett, says it's time for a hard look at pay and perks. Reining in pay is the acid test of corporate reform. And for the record, Lou, his base salary, $100,000. Lou?
And he still manages to live pretty well, doesn't he?
Oh, he
Christine
does.
Robbins, thank you very much. Coming up next year, we'll have the results of the Moneyline poll. We'll also tell you about a group of British fighters who could well be nicknamed the Swamp Rats. That story and more still ahead. Stay with us.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You are cordially invited to a college graduation, your own graduation. It will be held a lot sooner than you think. Because at University of Phoenix Online, you can earn your bachelor's or master's degree in the most efficient way possible. Invest in your career and personal earning potential with a state-of-the-industry degree. Attend class whenever and wherever you want via the internet. Most students earn their degree in just 2 to 3 years. Designed for working adults, University of Phoenix is the largest private accredited university in the U.S. We offer degrees in business, e-business, management, IT, marketing, accounting, education, criminal justice, healthcare, and more. Call now to explore your career options with a trained counselor. The consultation is free and could be life-changing. Accept our invitation to your success. University of Phoenix Online. Call for free information now. 1-800-424-6941.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The preliminary results of our poll tonight, the question, how much care is the coalition exercising in preventing civilian deaths, balancing troop security and military objectives? 46% of you said an appropriate amount. 11% of you said not enough. 43% said too much. We'll have the final results on that poll for you tomorrow evening. In southeastern Iraq, Royal Marines from 539 Squadron are engaged in a battle that's starkly different from the Desert War just a few miles away. David Bowden of Britain's Sky News has the report.
So far, the focus of the war in Iraq has been on the land and air battle for strategic towns and cities. But here in the south, much of the fighting occurs on or around the thousands of tiny waterways which dissect the landscape. And for the Royal Marines, that means work for 539 Squadron. These men are all specially trained to fight on or from the water. But here in the marshlands of southern Iraq, so are the enemy. And they're good.
Although it looks muddy here, 10 to 20 feet in, negative anything around the corner waiting for you.
Intelligence reports indicate Iraqi special forces may be operating in the reed beds in the region to the southeast of Basra. Much of the time for the boats of 539, it's a deadly game of cat and mouse. The waterways, thick with the stench of oil, are strewn with derelict and aging Iraqi vessels. Some are crewed, others are abandoned. All raise suspicion for the British troops who patrol here. The dangers these men faced in these reeds have already been tragically demonstrated. One man was killed and 3 others injured when their boat was attacked by Iraqi militia in the waterway near Al-Dubayah. All the men of 539 know their war is against an elusive enemy which can strike and disappear almost at will. But all know, too, their war must be won if the south of Iraq is ever to be safe. David Bowden, Sky News, on the Kar az-Zubayr in southern Iraq.
I'm Lou Dobbs in New York. Thanks for being with us. Paula Zahn and Wolf Blitzer are coming up next. They'll be followed by Larry King. But first, Heidi Collins has the latest developments from CNN Center.
Thanks, Lou. I am Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta, and at this hour, a quick-moving battle puts U.S. forces within 15 miles of the outskirts of Iraq's capital city. Military officials tell CNN's Carl Penhall those forces beat back Iraqi Republican Guard units and that American troops could be on the outskirts of Baghdad by Thursday. Former POW Private Jessica Lynch is now being treated at an American military hospital in Germany. She arrived less than 2 hours ago following the daring and dangerous special operations mission to rescue her from Iraq. She is suffering from gunshot wounds and broken bones. The Arab language network Al Jazeera says it has stopped all reporting from Iraq after Iraqi authorities banned it from reporting from Baghdad. Al Jazeera says no reason was given. The Qatar-based broadcast network says it will continue to air video only from Baghdad, Basra, and Mosul. For the second day in a row, a statement said to be from Saddam Hussein was read on Iraqi TV. It urged Iraqi troops to fight on, saying, quote, "Victory is at hand." The message also warned a top Kurdish leader against collaborating with the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, on a visit to Serbia, said he is, quote, "absolutely delighted that the country is continuing the reforms started by Prime Minister Zoran Đinđić, who was assassinated last month." After his talks in Serbia, Powell flew to Brussels, where he is scheduled to attend a meeting tomorrow with NATO and European Union members. Those are the headlines at this hour. More coverage from the front lines begins right now.
Tightening the noose around Baghdad and Saddam's Republican Guard.
First, they're in trouble. Two, they're under serious attack right now.
When will the battle begin, and how costly will it be?
The toughest fighting could lie ahead. The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now.
The anatomy of a rescue. The inside story of how commandos saved Private Jessica Lynch.
The men and women that went in that building and brought her out, they're heroes in my book.
He's a popular wartime president, but how long can he stay above the political fray and questions and criticism? Live from Baghdad, Washington, Kuwait City, southern Iraq, and cities around the globe. War in Iraq, live from the front lines, with Paula Zahn in New York and Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City.
Good evening and welcome. You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad right now, where it's just after 4 a.m. There have been reports of explosions there only in the last few minutes. Over the next hour, we'll take a look at the latest on the march towards the Iraqi capital, plus another statement from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, including a response to, of all people, his niece.
Also ahead, the anatomy of a rescue. Just a couple of hours ago, rescued American POW Jessica Lynch arrived at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany for medical treatment. A little later, we'll speak with her family and take a closer look at the daring operation that produced her safe recovery. But first, the push into Baghdad. Coalition field commanders say U.S. troops are now within 15 miles of the Iraqi capital. They say their forces today beat back Iraqi Republican Guard units as part of the two-pronged advance on the city. Army commanders tell CNN's Carl Penhall U.S. troops could be on Baghdad's southern outskirts by early Thursday. However, the Pentagon is downplaying the idea that an invasion of Baghdad is imminent. For the second straight day, Iraqi television, meanwhile, has broadcast a statement from the Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. However, despite the appearance of Saddam Hussein in what was said to be new footage, the statement itself was read by an Iraqi news anchor wearing a military uniform. U.S. officials say they aren't sure whether the Iraqi president is still alive. Regardless, the statement praised Iraqis who have fought coalition forces. It was said to be Saddam Hussein's response to a letter from his niece.
God blessed us with people who will fight for their belief, including my daughter Thuraya and Ahlam. May the enemy be defeated, and there will be thousands of fighters who, defending belief, defending the land of the prophets and Holy Land.
And for the latest news out of Baghdad, including more on that new statement said to be from Saddam Hussein, let's turn to senior international correspondent Nick Robertson. He joins us live from Ruwaysh, Jordan, where he's been following the day's events. Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Paula. Well, for the second straight day, President Saddam Hussein having a message read out on Iraqi television by the information minister, Mohammed al-Sahaf. This message had a very clear recipient in mind, Jalal Talibani, one of the Kurdish leaders in the north of Iraq. Yesterday's message focused apparently on the Shia community in the south, now focusing on the Kurds in the north. That message, very simple: don't back the U.S. coalition forces. A message also apparently to the Iraqi forces in the north of Iraq, casting the Kurdish leader as not being patriotic, for not being an Iraqi, and for backing the coalition forces. A very stark warning coming from the Iraqi leadership.
It is my duty and my moral duty and my constitutional duty is to warn you how dangerous is this game. If you surrender and continue this path, regardless how problems and differences between our two peoples, we have one history and one country.
Not the only message from the Iraqi leader as well this day. Another statement read on Iraqi television by a news anchor dressed in a military uniform. This one saying that victory is close at hand for the Iraqis, saying that so far Iraq has only put 1/3 of its army into the battle, but that coalition forces have already spent all their force in Iraq. They've already committed all their forces to it, and they still haven't won. Also a message perhaps designed for the Iraqi people. Pictures played on Iraqi television of a ministerial meeting, President Saddam Hussein with his Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, with his Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, the Iraqi leader looking somewhat more relaxed. He was in military uniform, but when one looks for insights into this videotape, when was it shot? Does this represent the Iraqi leader as he is now? Is he alive and well? We can't help but notice that the quality of this material appears to be shot on a much lower grade camera than pictures we've seen the Iraqi leader shot with recently, perhaps even a DV camera rather than some of the big studio cameras that he's often used in the past. So perhaps that an insight into his ability to communicate, if you will, at this time. We've had statements as well from the information minister of Iraq saying that coalition forces aren't close to Baghdad, that is an illusion created by the Pentagon. He also said that 186 people have been wounded and 24 killed in Iraq in the last day. Those figures cannot be verified. One interesting insight into the casualties in Iraq, though, the International Committee for the Red Cross sent a representative to a hospital in the town of Hilla, about 100 kilometers south of Baghdad.
I'd just like to mention that we have been very much shocked yesterday by the discovery of a terribly high number of civilian casualties at a hospital in Hilla, which is 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. And that hospital, where we had a chance of traveling with our own surgeon, was absolutely overwhelmed by hundreds of civilian casualties brought in just over 48 hours. And there were lots and lots of dead bodies that were practically dismembered by the violence of explosion they had been subjected to. This was a terrific sight, very, very difficult to put up with.
Now, in these days when the Iraqi people seem to be inundated with messages from their leadership, a decree from President Saddam Hussein saying that people should turn in spies, people who are spying for the coalition forces, and that there would be a reward for anyone doing that. Paula?
I guess they were actually asked to turn in their cell phones and their satellite phones to help out in flushing the so-called traitors out. Final question to you tonight, Nick. There is a report that Al Jazeera has suspended all of the work of its correspondents after Iraq banned one of its correspondents. How significant of a move is that?
quite significant. Taseer Ajlouni has been expelled from the country. Diyar al-Umari, another reporter based in Baghdad, has been told to stop broadcasting. Essentially, Al Jazeera now saying that because of this move by the Iraqi authorities, they've decided to suspend the work of their reporters in Basra and in Mosul in the north of the country. It is very critical for Iraq as well at this time. Al Jazeera has been given perhaps better access throughout Iraq than any of the other broadcasters based in Baghdad at this time. Al Jazeera have decided that from now on they will only broadcast images and pictures, the statements from Iraqi officials, the pictures they get from the hospitals around Iraq, but they will not have their reporters comment at all. Paula?
Thanks so much, Nick. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Paula. You have to watch this story every moment because it keeps on changing. The Pentagon now says two of the strongest units of Iraq's elite Republican Guard, the Medina and Baghdad divisions, are no longer credible forces. Army sources tell CNN soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Division fought and defeated troops from the Medina division at Karbala, which is about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Meanwhile, to the east of Karbala, U.S. Central Command says U.S. Marines destroyed the Baghdad division in a battle at Kut. The Pentagon says that means the division is no longer able to effectively maneuver or defend. In southern Iraq, coalition troops say they've seized a giant food distribution center from the paramilitary Fedayeen Saddam in Basra. The center had been used by the UN Oil for Food program. Troops found several hundred tons of food inside the facility, as well as cash, weapons, and documents relating to the food distribution system. Coalition forces say they hope the material will help alleviate the food shortage problems in Basra if and when they take control of the city. Let's go back to Baghdad now. Allied bombing continuing today in and around the Iraqi capital. U.S. officials say the emphasis was on what they call leadership and command and control targets. CNN's Bob Franken is embedded with the U.S. Air Force. He's joining us now live from an air base not far from the Iraqi border. Bob.
And Wolf, your discussion just a moment ago about the that is the sound of music, and of course it is a tune that has been playing just constantly for the last several days. I was pointing out about the Republican Guard, some numbers which might illustrate what effect the Air Force and bombardment has been having on that. There have been about 1,900 flights again in the last 24-hour period. 900 of them have been actual combat missions, and of that 600 have been aimed at the Republican Guard. Obviously a very heavy emphasis, and the idea is, of course, that as the fighting goes on the ground, the air power will be used to debilitate the Republican Guard, to sap its strength, and the planners here say that in fact it is having that effect, that the Republican Guard is getting clobbered so much from the air that it is much softened up for the fight on the ground. It is something that has been going on steadily. The numbers haven't changed over the last couple of days. About 4 days ago, the number of bombing runs, the number of runs, military missions in their entirety doubled, and they've kept up at that pace, quite an intense pace that they plan to continue as the fight is taken out of the Republican Guard and the march on Baghdad continues on the ground. There's been an emphasis on that. There's about 50 flights a night that are used to bomb command and control centers and the like, all of course supplementing what's going on the ground. Wolf?
Bob Franken at an air base not far from the Iraqi border. It's going to be another hectic night, Paula, by all accounts.
Thanks, Wolf. As we have been reporting for much of the last couple of hours, coalition troops are now clearly closing in on Baghdad, in some cases within 15 miles of the southern edge of the city. But as we told you earlier, the Pentagon is cautioning that the push into the Iraqi capital may not come anytime soon. CNN senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre is live from the Pentagon now. He joins us with more. Good evening, Jamie.
Well, good evening, Paula. The Pentagon is being very cautious not to get too euphoric about these early victories, but in the last 24 hours, the question about whether the Republican Guard would fight or fold has been answered with mostly their folding. Taking a look at the map, over the last 24 hours, the 3rd Infantry Division was able to punch through Karbala and move along Highway 9 to within about 25 miles of Baghdad in 24 hours. They're closer to that now. At the same time, Marines from the 1st Division secured a key Tigris River crossing near Al-Qut. They were reported to have destroyed the combat ability of another division, the Baghdad Division. They're on Highway 7 headed north toward Baghdad. Again, as they get toward Baghdad, the most dangerous part of this campaign. Paula?
Let's talk about this so-called red zone that the government is very worried about, that they believe Saddam Hussein has set up, and once crossed, perhaps weapons of mass destruction will be unleashed. What is the level of concern about that?
Well, it's a very high level of concern. This red zone, which of course is not an actual geographic zone on a map, it's more a region close to Baghdad where the U.S. believes Saddam Hussein has given his commanders authority to use chemical weapons. And the Pentagon said today that they consider that a real threat.
As much as we are making good progress, and we are, the toughest fighting could lie ahead. The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now. So I just want to calibrate everybody. We are not underestimating how tough it could be going forward.
And one indication that they're not underestimating that, we're getting reports that some of the troops that are very close to Baghdad now are operating already in their chemical protection gear. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. U.S. Central Command says U.S. Marines found 2 Iraqi El-Samud-2 missiles on Monday. Officials say they were found on a farm near Hilla in central Iraq. Iraq was ordered to destroy all of its El-Samud-2s in the weeks before the war. The UN said they exceeded the range limit of some 93 miles. Clearly, military casualties are one of the most difficult things for all of us to have to report. The Pentagon says today 49 American service members have died since the Iraq war began. The British government, meanwhile, says 27 of its troops have been killed, many of them in accidents. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. With coalition units less than 15 miles from Baghdad in some cases, the noose is tightening around the capital city. To help us understand how the battle may play out and what kind of warfare we can expect from now on, let's bring in retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters in Washington. Thanks so much for joining us, sir.
I'm delighted to be here with you, Paula.
Our pleasure as well. I don't know how much of Jamie McIntyre's reporting you just heard from the Pentagon, but he said the Pentagon is being quite cautious and talking about any timeline at which troops will actually go into Baghdad. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's very important. First of all, we don't want to give the Iraqis a timetable. Also, there isn't a firm there isn't a firm timetable yet because we don't know how the situation will develop. And so they will be watching intelligence indicators very, very closely to see if opportunities arise. And there was a comment that we're not going to rush precipitously into Baghdad, and we're certainly not. I mean, Saddam Hussein would love us to do something foolish and rash. Time is on our side. Our forces, they're not performing a textbook operation. They're beyond all the textbooks. They're improvising as they go, and it's with tremendous success. Today, Jamie, I think it was mentioned that the 3rd ID pushed through the Karbala Gap, very important on the approach to Baghdad. And the team, the air-ground team from all the services supporting this, it's a level of jointness, a level of cooperation that really takes warfare to an entirely new level. Now, as far as a battle of Baghdad goes, Paula, I don't believe there's going to be a bloodbath in Baghdad unless Saddam inflicts one on his own people. We're going to take our time, do it wisely, intelligently, and as humanely as possible. But there's no doubt about the outcome.
So if you don't envision a bloodbath, what is it that you do think will happen once coalition troops go into Baghdad?
Well, before we go into Baghdad, I mean, it's quite possible that General Franks will decide to close that ring around Baghdad, or perhaps even let what the military used to call a golden bridge, one part of the ring around Baghdad open so anybody can flee, the small potatoes guys, the small timers, the thugs, flee and get out of there if they want to. He may close it. But once we've got basically our troops ringing Baghdad, suddenly you can focus our nation's intelligence assets on one city. You can focus all our troops, all our air power, precision strikes, special forces, CIA teams that are doubtless already in the city, Iraqi agents. We're getting fantastic intelligence right now from Iraqis who are coming to us and volunteering information. They'll help us target. The more prisoners we take, the more Iraqi generals and colonels give us information about where the real hidden bunkers are. So we'll be able to methodically dismantle any defense of Baghdad if it doesn't collapse in the meantime. And remember, Paula, well, as you know very well, a regime like this, it can hold out in a bunker for quite a while, but it can also collapse very quickly, the Ceausescu or Mussolini model. So there are a lot of variables, but the one thing of which I'm personally confident is this campaign that's been going so marvelously is not going to suddenly falter at the gates of Baghdad.
And that's certainly a prediction shared by the folks we heard at a bunch of briefings today. Lieutenant Colonel Peters, thank you so much for your insights tonight. Appreciate you dropping by.
My pleasure.
Still to come, she was missing for more than a week in Iraq, but now she's safe and sound. Coming up, the anatomy of a rescue. We're going to take you inside the dramatic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch.
Classic Special Forces operation, in this case, very successful.
The surprise of the Oscars is now the movie everyone is talking about. Winner of the Academy Award for Best Screenplay, Best Director Roman Polanski, and Best Actor Adrian Brody. It's the best picture of the year. The Pianist, rated R, now playing. Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal, plus friends of rescued POW Jessica Lynch, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
U.S. soldiers are facing their missions with a unique sense of accomplishment today, fueled by the successful rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. The former POW arrived at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany just a couple hours ago. She's suffering from broken bones and bullet wounds, but she is expected to recover. Commandos freed her from an Iraqi military command in a daring covert operation. It was a classic extraction mission last night in Nasiriyah, involving elements of the Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marines. According to the U.S. military, it started with a diversionary attack elsewhere in the city, and coming in under cover of darkness, a team of Army Rangers and Navy SEALs flew into the Saddam Hussein Hospital in Nasiriyah on Air Force MH-60 Special Forces helicopters. They came away with Private First Class Jessica Lynch and 11 bodies, possibly American casualties. CNN military analyst General Don Shepard says it probably went down like this.
This appears to be a typical Joint Forces special operations seizure of an individual. Probably had a couple of days of intelligence warning. They confirmed that intelligence. Then most likely a diversionary attack by the Marines. Insertion by Air Force Special Operations helicopters. Security of the facility, in this case a hospital, by Rangers. Then rescue of the individual by Navy SEALs, also supported by close air support by AC-130 gunships and probably fixed-wing aviation standing by. A classic operation and very successful.
With the necessary forces on hand, planning for this mission was likely formulated in less than a day, and Shepard says was likely comprised of more than 100 Army Rangers and more than 40 Navy SEALs. CENTCOM announced that there were no coalition casualties in the mission. Lynch had not been heard from since she and 14 of her comrades of the 507th Supply Company took what's been described as a wrong turn near Nasiriyah on March 23rd. 5 were POWs and showcased on Iraqi television. 2 were killed, and the other 8 listed as missing, Jessica among them. There were screams of joy when word of Lynch's rescue reached her hometown of Palestine, West Virginia. Needless to say, her family is relieved to know she is alive and safe, and they're thankful to the brave troops who risked so much to bring her home.
It takes a brave bunch of people to risk their own lives to go in and free a hostage. like we didn't even know she was captured. You know, it was last we heard she was just missing in action. So that was a big shock when we found out she was captured.
CNN's Jeff Flock is with the Lynch's family in Palestine, West Virginia. He's joining us now live. Jeff?
Indeed, Walton, we can bring you the very latest from Jessica Lynch from her own lips. She spoke by phone for the first time to her parents, not far from where we stand in her hometown just a short time ago. We've spent a good bit of time today with the Lynch family, watching with them as they watch the first pictures of their daughter. Here is what she told them. They tell us that she said she's in good spirits. She kept saying she was hungry, apparently. As for her condition, she confirms to her parents that both her legs are broken and her right arm is broken, but nothing on the report that perhaps she had been wounded in the rescue of her. She didn't say anything about gunshot wounds, so we're not able to confirm that. Indeed, it has been a very special day here in her hometown, in and around her hometown. You know, we've been in a lot of places with yellow ribbons over the years for various reasons, but this has got to be one of the all-time records. There are signs, yellow ribbons, American flags, all sorts of celebrations about Jessica's return here. They look at it as kind of a miracle here in West Virginia. And, you know, one final note, Wolf, this took place just a short time ago. Jessica, you know, had joined the military in part because she wanted to pay for her college education so she could come back home here and teach school. Well, we were able to listen in just a short time ago when the governor visited her parents here in her hometown and told them that she would not have to worry about school, paying for school again. Let's listen. A little bit hard to hear, but we were listening in as the governor made an announcement to her parents. Give it a listen.
I want to assure you on behalf of the state of West Virginia, there will be a full scholarship for her whenever she wants to go to college.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Perhaps the least they can do for Jessica Lynch, who has given so much. They are joyous back here in West Virginia. That's the latest from here, Paula. Back to you.
Jeff, I guess what I was struck by earlier today in talking to one of her brothers on the air, he said it took his father many minutes to realize that this wasn't some kind of a cruel April Fool's Day joke, that someone was playing on him when they made this call to say that they had Jessica.
It happened on April Fool's Day, and that was his first thought. It truly is a miracle here, something they really couldn't believe happened. Pretty amazing.
Thanks for sharing that celebration with us, Jeff. Meanwhile, former President George Bush is adding his encouragement to U.S. troops. He visited the Marine Corps Air Station in Cherry Point, North Carolina today. The former president says the thing he misses most about being the commander-in-chief is dealing with the U.S. military because of their dedication and their pride in country. Mr. Bush also expressed confidence in his son's ability to handle the war in Iraq.
Usually, these days, the speaking role goes to one of our sons. That would be the current President of the United States. But I can tell you that he is staying the course. He is not going to back down in terms of his responsibilities, and he's going to see this through to victory.
And now the current President Bush is expected to head to North Carolina tomorrow himself to visit U.S. troops at Camp Lejeune. A little bit later on, criticizing a wartime president. Is there a point when it becomes unpatriotic? We're going to hear from Crossfire's James Carville and Tucker Carlson. But next, the frightening disease known as SARS. How do you protect yourself? We're going to speak with a doctor who's waiting to find out if he's got it. He's quarantined now. That's just 60 seconds away.
Even with rheumatoid arthritis, I'm an artist. I'm athletic. I'm a father. And today, I can still be all these things with Enbrel.
Enbrel may reduce the pain, stiffness, and fatigue of moderate to severe RA and inhibit the progression of joint damage.
I'm Eric Lindbergh, and even with RA, I was able to fly solo to Paris, just like my grandfather.
Enbrel, injected twice a week, is not for everyone. The most common side effects in clinical trials were injection site reaction, infection, and headache. Serious infections, nervous system, and blood disorders have also been reported, some fatal. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection. Use caution if you're prone to one. If you get an infection while on Enbrel, or if you experience persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness, contact contact your doctor immediately. Call to learn more about Enbrel.
Because of Enbrel, I can be me.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center, and here now are the latest developments. U.S. forces are within 15 miles of the edge of Baghdad after facing Republican Guard forces. CNN's Carl Penhall reports military officials tell him the Medina and Baghdad divisions of the Republican Guard are no longer, quote, credible forces after battles with American troops. Fighting continued in Basra, and U.S. and British troops seized a giant food distribution center from Iraqi paramilitary units in Basra. And U.S. troops are facing paramilitary units in Najaf. U.S. Army officers say Iraqi soldiers have taken over the landmark tomb of Ali with its gilded dome. British Royal Marines say they found a torture chamber used by Saddam Hussein's internal security police. A BBC reporter with the Marines says the chamber is in a police station in southern Iraq and is equipped with hooks hanging from ceilings. An electrocution room was also discovered. The United Nations is warning food rations being distributed by coalition forces in Iraq look dangerously like small bombs being used in fighting. Both are bright yellow, and the UN says children could confuse the two, risking injury or death. In other news at this hour, Secretary of State Colin Powell was in Belgrade today, where he met with the new Serbian Prime Minister Zoran Živković. The previous Prime Minister was assassinated last month. Powell praised Mr. Živkovic's vow to carry on his predecessor's reforms. Coming up next, hot weather and the war, how it's likely to affect the battle for Baghdad. Sharp words for the president, but in a time of war, is it considered bad taste to bash Mr. Bush? And the world is tuning in to see what many call the living room war. We'll gauge world reaction. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Another update at the half hour. For now, back to Paula Zahn. Welcome back. At 31 minutes after the hour, a big push is on for the CDC to understand that mysterious flu-like disease that's been spreading all over the world. Health officials are making progress with severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, but have yet to find a cure. Right now in the United States, there are 85 suspected cases of SARS. 78 people contracted the disease while traveling abroad. They are believed to have spread it to 7 others, 5 in their homes, 2 healthcare workers. Now, in the wake of a SARS scare on an international flight from Tokyo yesterday, flight attendants are asking the FAA to help them reduce their chances of getting the disease. They want to be issued masks and latex gloves. By the way, the passengers on that flight from Tokyo were checked out. Apparently, none of them had SARS. Joining me on the telephone tonight, Dr. Donald Lowe with Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto. He is Canada's leading expert on infectious diseases. Lowe treated a patient believed to have SARS and is now in isolation himself at home. But he is working the phones for us tonight. Dr. Lowe, thanks so much for being with us. Do you know for sure if you have SARS?
No, I mean, we're taking the caution, and the decision was made that I had a significant exposure, and the medical officer of health felt that, and I listened to her decision, that I should be home in isolation for 10 days in order that I don't put anyone else at risk.
So when will you get symptoms if you end up getting them at all?
Well, typically the patients that I've seen, and I've seen about 25 patients with this disease, is that after exposure, symptoms come on about 4 to 7 days afterwards. And I'm about 4 days right now. I feel fine, have no temperature, no muscle aches, so keeping my fingers crossed.
And when you treated this particular patient, did you have a pretty good idea what was wrong with the patient?
Well, actually, no. This was the problem, was exposure to somebody who was actually incubating the disease and wasn't recognized at the time. And that's been the real challenge for us, is it's not the patients that we know about. We know how to protect ourselves and protect other healthcare workers and patients. It's the patients you don't know, and that's where the break occurred, and that's where the exposure occurred.
So if you end up having it, how are you going to be treated?
Oh, a lot of prayer. There's not much really that we have to offer patients. We've treated most of our patients with a drug called ribavirin, which is an antiviral drug used to treat hepatitis C. In those patients with pneumonia, I'm not really convinced it's making any difference, so we need new drugs. We need better drugs and need them pretty quickly.
So are you saying it is going to be fatal in most of these cases?
I hope.
Or if you have a strong immune system, you can ride it out?
Yeah, what we've seen is that most of the deaths that we've experienced here in Toronto have been older patients with underlying disease. They're at greatest risk for dying, but you know, this is clearly a very important new emerging pathogen that is causing a disease in not only patients that travel to China, but also people coming back in healthcare workers, and the healthcare workers are at greatest risk right now.
So just a final word of advice to any Americans and Canadians worried about possibly having been exposed to SARS.
Well, I think that what we have to be vigilant. We really have to, it's a wake-up call on how we manage patients in hospital. I think our initial case, it was clear a patient with pneumonia that was thought to have just a regular community-acquired pneumonia, and we didn't recognize it, and that was unfortunately the mistake that occurred. And as a result, we've got over at least 129 cases in the Toronto area.
Well, we are pulling for you and hope if we check in with you this time next week, you will be just fine. Thank you for sharing your story with us tonight.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
Dr. Lowe, good luck. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Paula. That's a pretty scary story. We'll continue to monitor it. Meanwhile, here in the Persian Gulf, the mercury is beginning to rise pretty quickly right now, especially in Iraq. A heat wave is bearing down on the region and could produce triple temperatures this weekend in some places. Changing forecasts could make conditions even more difficult and reduce visibility for coalition forces. For more on the hot forecast for the days ahead, let's join our meteorologist, Jackie Jarris, at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Jackie?
Well, Wolf, the temperatures are going to be rising rather dramatically over the next 3 days or so. The heat has been building across Saudi Arabia with this area of high pressure, and you can basically think about it as a big dome of hot air, and that's been building up, and now it's going to be pushing up to the north, heading into southern and central parts of Iraq. Temperatures will incrementally increase over the next couple of days and become about 10 degrees hotter by the weekend compared to the high temperatures that we're going to be seeing tomorrow into the upper 80s. So the high temperature by Saturday in Baghdad will be near 100 degrees. And this is very significant because this is very early in the year already to start seeing temperatures this warm. Average highs in Baghdad for early April are about 79 degrees. We move up to about 85 by mid-April, early May 91, and then as you head into June, high temperature of 103 degrees. So temperatures are expected to be about 20 degrees above where they should be. And NOAA has kept records in Baghdad from 1973 to 1993, and the hottest temperature they recorded in April was 100. So we are going to be rivaling that, if not beating it, this weekend. Paula?
A concern to all of the troops in the region. Thanks, Jackie. Just ahead, hot weather may be a burden on the troops if they have to use heavy gear in response to a chemical weapons attack. CNN's Miles O'Brien will take a live look at that. Miles?
Paula, as coalition forces draw nearer to Baghdad, there is great concern about the possible use of chemical weapons. We'll explore that issue and look at the possible ramifications after a brief break. Stay with us.
Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
You are cordially invited to a college graduation, your own graduation. It will be held a lot sooner than you think. Because at University of Phoenix Online, you can earn your bachelor's or master's degree in the most efficient way possible. Invest in your career and personal earning potential with a state-of-the-industry degree. Attend class whenever and wherever you want via the internet. Most students earn their degree in just 2 to 3 years. Designed for working adults, University of Phoenix is the largest private accredited university in the U.S. We offer degrees in business, e-business, management, IT, marketing, accounting, education, criminal justice, healthcare, and more. Call now to explore your career options with a trained counselor. The consultation is free and could be life-changing. Accept our invitation to your success. University of Phoenix Online. Call for free information now. 1-800-424-6941.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The heat could make things tough for U.S. and British troops, especially if they're wearing protective suits as they approach Baghdad. They're already well within the so-called red zone around the city. That's the area military officials are concerned could trigger the Iraqis to launch chemical or biological weapons. We turn now to CNN's Miles O'Brien in the CNN newsroom and our military analyst, Kelly McCann, to get a bit of a perspective on this dangerous possibility. Miles?
Thanks very much, Wolf. Kelly, good to have you with us. First, I want to ask you about this red zone. I think people have this sense that there's almost like a red ring around Baghdad, and I think that might be a little bit misleading. The point is, as the coalition draws near to Baghdad, first of all, they are going to be gathering together in one place more. That's one thing. Secondly, the defenses of the Republican Guard are diminished. And does that raise a possible chemical weapon scenario more likely?
Absolutely does. As we have caused attrition on their side and they have less combat effectiveness, as we approach on a wide frontage, them not knowing exactly where the axis of advance is going to come from, and the bottom line is they have no choice to strong point and perhaps contaminate an area, thereby thinking they've taken it off the board as a possibility.
All right, now we've already seen some pictures. 101st Airborne today, they were testing out their gear, and this gear, it's bulky, it's hot, the temperatures are rising, and yet it is obviously something that these troops have to keep nearby. How ready can a force be to fight and to wage a fight when you're wearing all that heavy protective gear?
As a force, very effective. However, at the rifleman level, your peripheral vision is cut down about 40 to 50%, meaning that now the rifleman has to conduct head sweeps to be able to see to his left and right and maintain that situational awareness that he's taught is so important in combat.
And then throw the heat in there, and you've got all kinds of factors to consider. Let's take a look at an animation. This is a scenario that our folks have put together. This is a scenario, a Baghdad scene. We've put a couple of pieces of artillery there. Is artillery the likely thing that would be firing off a chemical warhead of some kind?
It is, and also it would be a battery in depth. In other words, instead of one tube, as we've demonstrated here, it might be 6 tubes, it might be 8, so that when downrange dispersal area is much wider and much deeper.
You want to go for a wide dispersal range. All right, let's continue this animation. Off goes a chemical weapon. We depict this, and what happens is, these things, these warheads, they explode just a bit above the ground, right?
Above ground, because it has to be controlled how high because of the dispersal of the agent as it comes down.
All right, down it comes. Presumably these people in the Humvee have got their gear on. The dispersing occurs, and with the gear on, they're safe and sound, right?
Yes.
In theory.
They have to be decontaminated, as does all their equipment, but they are safe, yes.
All right, now, we've put in a reprisal scenario here. You got an F-18 Hornet out in the fight there. Despite the smoke, they're using some help from a scout helicopter there, laser-designated target, because they would be able to identify it after the firing. And off goes the missile to take care of that. Now, what my point is here is, as you take out a chemical weapons battery there, artillery or whatever, do you, in and of itself, do you create a chemical cloud there?
Some contamination will occur, but a lot of it will be incinerated with the detonation, because a lot of these agents are fairly volatile. And the one thing that we didn't show here is the early warning system. They would have warning, hopefully, minutes maybe before it's fired, and counter battery fire. In other words, U.S. artillery that might be able to engage that battery as soon as they open up, Miles.
All right, Kelly McCann, appreciate that. Hopefully that's a scenario we'll never see in person. It's just, we'll leave it in the realm of animation.
So.
Thanks very much, Miles and Kelly. Voices critical of the war in Iraq seem to have been growing louder in recent days. Just ahead, we'll be joined by the hosts of CNN's Crossfire, James Carville and Tucker Carlson. They'll take a closer look. Also ahead, this isn't the first time a president has heard criticism during a war. We'll have some historical perspective.
Critics are sometimes right, of course. Most would now agree the U.S. blundered in Vietnam. They are sometimes right, but they are almost always early. And wars are unpredictable, of course.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water.
So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription strength non-drowsy 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick dissolving Alavert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Hey, you're going to love this new Quick Rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcard.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
Welcome back. President Bush met with his top national security advisors today. He is keeping a low public profile right now. The White House says Mr. Bush has no intention of giving military commanders advice on tactics or the timing of operations in Iraq. Senior White House correspondent John King has the very latest from the White House tonight. Good evening, John.
Good evening to you, Paula. Constant questions, we are told, from the president, but no micromanaging. That is the message the White House trying to portray. One key example of this, of course, the dramatic developments in the past 24 hours, that rescue operation that brought Private First Class Jessica Lynch out of Iraq. White House officials say the president was updated on that rescue operation this morning. The White House provided us a photo of one of the president's sessions with his national security team. It was at a similar conversation yesterday that we were told the president was given what his press secretary calls a hint of what was to come. Other senior officials telling us the president received a general briefing that there was a possibility of a rescue operation. Ari Fleischer, the press secretary, though, saying today that that is not the type of decision that Mr. Bush grants authority for. He says the field commanders have broad authority to conduct missions, including dramatic rescue missions and risky rescue missions like this, if the commanders in the field see fit.
I think the president has some generalized information, but again, the tactical information was the decision about what to do and when to do it was made by commanders on the ground. The president had some general awareness that something might be happening, but not the details.
2 days now since the president has held the public event, but we will see him tomorrow. Mr. Bush leaving Washington early in the morning to go to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a key Marine training base there. Mr. Bush, we are told, will give quite an optimistic assessment of the war effort, but he will, as troops get closer and closer to Baghdad, make the case that the most dramatic battles still lie just ahead. Mr. Bush also will take some time in private to meet with family members of U.S. servicemen killed during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Meetings like that, one of the reasons the White House for all the celebration of the release and the rescue of this one American prisoner of war today. The White House says the joy is tempered by the fact that some families are losing their sons and daughters in this conflict. Paula?
A troubling contrast. John King, thanks so much. Back to Wolf now in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Paula. There's, of course, a history of American presidents being criticized during times of war. Here's CNN's Bruce Morton.
War goes on, and so does the arguing. Is the plan working? Is it the right plan? Its defenders resent its critics.
It's one thing to have an opinion. It's another thing to express such dissatisfaction with, quote, the plan, that it's just not very helpful. And when you have troops in combat, as most senior military would know, that's not the time to start putting, different opinions, especially from senior people, on the table.
They've criticized the bombing. The bombing raids have dropped too many bombs and too few. Air raids have managed to kill enough civilians to stoke fires of protest throughout the Muslim world, but failed to take out the regime. The Kansas City Star from November 4th, 2001. They were criticizing the bombing about 2 weeks into the Afghanistan campaign, not this one. The regime, they said the bombing hadn't changed, was the Taliban. Tommy Franks, the chief planner. The question is whether he is the wrong man in the wrong place at the wrong time. Army specialists in unconventional warfare think he is. But wait again. Columnist and CNN commentator Robert Novak wrote that about Frank's command role in the Afghanistan war, November 12th, 2001. A retired officer, Rear Admiral John Stufflebeam. I am a bit surprised at how doggedly they're hanging on. Not Saddam's men, but the Taliban. He was quoted in November 2001. All the elements of the opposition are not yet identified, let alone united. The Washington Post, writing not about Kurds and Shiites, but about anti-Taliban guerrillas, October 21st, 2001. A couple of weeks into that war, remember, Kabul hadn't fallen, even Mazar al-Sharif hadn't. The criticism then, as now, started early. Critics are sometimes right, of course. Most would now agree the U.S. blundered in Vietnam. They are sometimes right, but they are almost always early. And wars are unpredictable, of course. But Dwight Eisenhower, who commanded the Allied invasion of Normandy during World War II, may have had it right. War plans are fine, he said, until the fighting starts. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
So the question is, at what point will it become politically correct to criticize President Bush? Who better to bat that one around than the hosts of CNN's Crossfire? Joining us from Washington, James Carville and Tucker Carlson. We're keeping them separated tonight. Good evening, gentlemen.
Evening, Paul.
Let me start off with you, Tucker, tonight. When you have the commander of the ground forces in the Persian Gulf raising questions about the possibility of having underestimated the strength of these paramilitary forces, and even questioning the timetable, do you have a problem with any of the pointed questions that followed from the press and retired members of the military?
No, I think they're all completely valid questions. I mean, they're, men in uniform fighting this war who have similar questions. There's nothing wrong with the press raising them. There's nothing wrong with criticizing the president's judgment or his actions now or any time. And I don't think any reasonable person would say that that's immoral or unpatriotic, and I don't think anybody's made that claim. In fact, I'm struck by some of the criticism that goes unremarked upon. I mean, 2 days before this war started, Congressman Pete Stark, sitting member of Congress, accused the United States government of committing an act of terrorism by beginning this war. Nobody said anything. So the idea that somehow there's a clampdown on critics of the president or of the war, I don't see it. Maybe it exists, but it's hidden.
Do you think the administration has been too defensive about all these questions?
Well, no, I'm not sure too defensive. You can understand. I mean, look, the point that General Myers is making, that it's not helpful, is obviously true. It's not helpful, but that doesn't mean it's illegitimate. I mean, I think both sides have a good point. I mean, there's nothing wrong with literally armchair generals critiquing a war. That's their right. And there's, again, nothing wrong with the administration being uncomfortable with it or pointing out that it's not helpful.
James, what kind of job do you think the administration has done in managing expectations here? I see that got a chuckle out of you, what Tucker just had to say.
Some people have done a better job, other people have not done so good a job. I go back to I think Rumsfeld was just thin-skinned. I mean, he was all way out front criticizing the Kosovo War. Right in the middle of the war, he said it was a mistake to rule out ground troops. Well, he happened to be wrong. Maybe some of these generals who are being critical now might be wrong. We'll have to wait and see till the war's over. But, if you're scared of criticism or you got thin skin, being Secretary of Defense at the time of war is not a place to be. I don't know how good a secretary he is. I guess history will judge that, but he is the thinnest skinned cabinet member I've seen in a long time. Oh. And my advice to him is just toughen up, fella. People are, that's if everybody gets second guessing.
Well, wait a second. I mean, if the Secretary of Defense is so thin-skinned, one wonders why the Pentagon allowed members of the press to travel with troops into battle. I mean, I'm not sure, and good for them, by the way, but Donald Rumsfeld, of course, signed off on that. That was the idea of this administration, so if it was so thin-skinned, I don't think they'd allow CNN to tag
You must have missed his press conference yesterday. But at any rate, he was big enough, and I don't care if he was critical of the government during a time of war. Well, he shouldn't be surprised if people are going to come out and say something. I actually think that we're going to win this war. I don't think it from the beginning. I never thought it was going to be a particularly difficult war to win. The peace I'm a little more skeptical about, but I'm not. Hey, I'm a corporal. I'm not an armchair general, so I'm really not qualified to second guess anybody on this.
Now, Tucker, finally tonight, this may be a tough one for you to put your shoes in put yourself in the shoes of the Democrats. But if you were the Democrats, what would you be talking about right now?
I would probably be saying as little as possible. I guess I'd probably be denouncing Pete Stark for accusing American forces of committing acts of terrorism. That would probably be high on my list. I'd also ask probably Congressman Charlie Rangel to take back his claim that American forces were, quote, killing women and children indiscriminately. But for the most part, I think Democrats have been doing what they should do. They've been broadly supportive of troops in the field. Good for them. I'd probably continue doing that and, hope the war ends soon so the campaign can begin.
Yeah, I think it's in everybody's interest for this war to end as soon as quickly and successfully as possible. I said that before it started. I certainly believe that now, and I hope the next time I'm on this network, it'll be after it's over.
Well, a lot of people would be clapping if that were the case. James Carville, Tucker Carlson, thank you both. Nice to see you, even though we don't have the two of you sitting side by side tonight. Just ahead, you will probably know by now that by flipping through the channels, you're likely to get a very different view of the war. But what about folks in other countries? Bruce Burkhart will take a look.
Like so many other international TV outlets, Russian war coverage is heavy on the civilian casualties, including some images that are simply too graphic to show here.
Announcing non-drowsy the allergy medicine you can take right when you need it. It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
It's all about efficiency.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do.
We're going to the fair.
I can't tell you who decided to.
It's my other set of wheels.
Gets me to class.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
We went to the fair, all right.
Public transportation, wherever life takes you.
Al Jazeera TV is getting out of Iraq. The Arab language network decided to pull its correspondents out of the country after the Iraqi government banned a couple of them from reporting. But Al Jazeera says it will keep airing live and recorded pictures of the battles. So how is the war playing on TV sets around the world? Here's CNN's Bruce Burkhardt.
After the opening niceties, hello, my name is, the very first thing this Russian TV anchor says in the evening news is, American and British forces are starting to realize that the Iraqi people do not see them as liberators, but as invaders. And then he adds, in other words, shoot now, ask questions later. The mocking attitude is unmistakable. Like so many other international TV outlets, Russian war coverage is heavy on the civilian casualties, including some images that are simply too graphic to show here. But they're images that much of the world is seeing, and if the coalition is winning the war on the ground, they very well might be losing the war on the airwaves. Here the anchor says, the main topic of our program tonight will be the innocent civilians killed in Iraq.
Its media coverage is quite different from the...
This is a report from state-owned Iranian television that was submitted to CNN World Report, a program that showcases the work of international broadcasters. It's a story about media coverage and the rise of the Arab networks.
Regional and Arabic TV channels are playing a direct role by launching counterattacks against the biased coverage of the war by the Americans and have aired footages of the casualties of the invading forces.
On China's CCTV English-speaking newscast, the first Iraq story is not about civilian casualties, but chemical weapons.
Iraq has once again denied possessing chemical weapons, but the country's Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan says the coalition countries may try to manufacture evidence that Iraq has illegal armaments.
That's a slice of the war from China, Iran, and Russia, as seen on TV. Bruce Burkhardt, CNN, Atlanta.
A slice of the world that's interesting to see. Oftentimes, pictures can tell a story better than words can. Coming up, some of the vivid images from the dramatic rescue of American POW Jessica Lynch. Please stay with us.
CNN Tonight, released after a weekend in Iraqi prison, Newsday reporter Matthew McAllister describes his ordeal. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
There's a new kind of drugstore, a drugstore just for pets. It's called Pet Care RX. Just like a regular drugstore, Pet Care RX has well-trained professional pharmacists to fill your pet's prescriptions. We'll even call your vet if needed. At Pet Care RX, you'll save on pet medications like HeartGuard, Frontline, Advantage, and many others. You can save up to 50% or more. And Pet Care RX has health and grooming supplies, over-the-counter remedies, nutritional supplements, even treats and toys, all at big discounts, all conveniently rushed to your home. And every new customer will receive a free supply of pet vitamins. So when your pet needs a prescription, do what you'd do if you needed medicine. Go to a drugstore, the online discount drugstore for pets, Pet Care RX.
Hi, I'm Blake Brossman, and this is my dog Sam. And we promise to offer you the best products at great prices.
Save up to 50% on your pet's medications online at Pet Care RX or call 1-800-PET-2158 now. Pet Care RX, the online discount drugstore for pets.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. Pictures don't have to move to tell compelling stories, especially the ones you're about to see. They're not about the battles or bloodshed in Iraq, but about courage and honor. They're about finding a wounded comrade and bringing her home. Saving Private Lynch. A daring nighttime raid by Special Ops frees an American prisoner of war. She's injured, but alive, and that much closer to home. These images show Jessica being carried on a stretcher, rescued more than a week after a maintenance company made a wrong turn and came under fire from Iraqi forces. In Palestine, West Virginia, a nervous and anxious father receives a call. At first, he thinks it's an April Fool's joke. Then the reality sets in. His daughter is... The Lynch family celebrates. Friends and family gather in the darkness. It's a time to rejoice, but also a time to remember. Those who liberated Jessica also found the remains of 11 bodies, some believed to be Americans. Still, this is a moment to savor. On the 1st of April, this is no cruel joke. Private Jessica Lynch is no longer a POW, no longer missing in action. Days of worry transformed in an instant. Well, that very brave Jessica Lynch went into the military so she could be educated, and we found out tonight, Wolf, from the governor of her state, when she comes home, she has a full scholarship waiting for her.
Well, good for her. We all want to see her home safe and sound. She's now at a military hospital in Germany. We're going to spend the next hour recounting this day as it happened. We're going to get to that right after a quick check of all the latest developments.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at the CNN Center in Atlanta with this look at the headlines this hour. A huge explosion in central Baghdad tonight, followed by anti-aircraft fire. This as U.S. forces continue their push toward the city. U.S. military officials tell CNN's Carl Penhall they could be on the outskirts of town by Thursday. Jessica Lynch is now in a medical center in Germany. The Army PFC was rescued by U.S. Special Forces early today after being taken prisoner by Iraqis. U.S. military officials say Lynch is in stable condition and will be treated for gunshot wounds and broken bones. In Lynch's West Virginia hometown, her family says they're relieved to know she's safe, and they're thankful to the troops who rescued her. Speaking today on the Al Jazeera network, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan says he sees no chance of an immediate ceasefire in Iraq. Annan says he is pained by the war and that everyone involved in it will emerge a loser. Wall Street was encouraged today by the coalition push toward Baghdad. Hope of a quick end to the war pushed all three major indices higher, with the Dow gaining 215 points, up almost 3%. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 also posted large gains. Next on Live from the Front Lines, our special look at the timeline of day 15 of the war in Iraq. See how this day unfolded from the bomb explosions in Baghdad to the arrival of a wounded soldier, formerly a prisoner of war, and the full story of her dramatic rescue, to the nagging questions about whether the coalition's war plan is on target. Those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to more coverage from the front lines.
Live from the front lines, the timeline that created today's headlines. Tonight, how the day unfolded on the war front. The noose tightens around the Iraqi capital.
We've moved to within 30 miles of Baghdad, but there remains tough fighting ahead.
Is this the eve of the battle for Baghdad? The decoys and the U.S. rescue mission behind enemy lines to save Private Jessica Lynch.
The men and women that went in that building and brought her out, they're heroes in my book.
A new sighting of Saddam Hussein, but it's not live. Is he? Plus, will he succeed in triggering a new jihad against America? Did the president underestimate Iraq? Is the war plan off course or right on target? Live from the front lines, day 15.
And welcome. You're looking at a live picture of Baghdad in the pre-dawn hours there. As usual, there have been reports of new explosions overnight, but today is different. Today, the front line of the war is just a half-hour drive away, some 15 miles down the road. Good evening. I'm Paula Zana, New York. My colleague Wolf Blitzer joins me from Kuwait City. Wolf?
Good evening, Paula. In the next hour, we're going to take a close look at how today's military developments unfolded rapid fire in the field and how those developments put U.S. troops virtually on Baghdad's doorstep. Plus, critics of the war plan, they're not just in the news media. Some of them are on the front lines. Did the war plan go off course, or will victory in Baghdad prove it right on target? Paula?
And Wolf, as we move through the timeline of day 15, you'll be watching our three top stories develop. Coalition ground forces are getting ever closer to Baghdad. U.S. troops now within 15 miles of the southern edge of Baghdad. And there are some new pictures of Saddam Hussein, but the same old question, is he really alive? And will Muslims heed his call for a holy war? And there are also questions back at the Pentagon and in Washington. How sound is the coalition battle plan? And are there enough forces to do the job?
Those are all important questions. Let's move on and get to the early hours of the morning. We learned from our embedded correspondents that the pace to Baghdad had indeed quickened. U.S. Army troops from the 3rd Infantry pushed through the town of Karbala, while some 100 miles to the east, U.S. Marines took a bridge across the Tigris River near the town of Al-Qut. Karbala is roughly 40 miles from Baghdad, Al-Qut roughly 100. We begin in the 7 o'clock hour with our Walter Rogers in the red zone.
Throughout the day, as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry punched northward in the general direction of Baghdad, we have seen huge convoys of supply troops moving ever northward. Indeed, all the arrows on the Army's map seem to be pointing in the direction of the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Earlier in the day, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division took Karbala with a minimum of fight, and then the 3rd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division secured the town of Karbala. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry has pushed onward in the general direction of Baghdad. Yesterday, we were about 50 miles from the southern suburbs of Baghdad. We have perhaps halved that distance.
Also during the 7 o'clock hour, a traffic report, news of a major traffic jam. What's new about that? Just this, the traffic jam was on the road to Baghdad. And as CNN's Martin Savage reported, it was all coalition military.
All day long we have been on the move, pushing about 80 kilometers from our last position in central Iraq. It's not hard to guess that we are moving north, pushing north with not just the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. We take a look at the roadway and the distance there. The reason the progress has been so slow is the fact that the roadway is utterly jam-packed with military hardware.
Well, the traffic jam was impressive, but the highlight of the 7 o'clock hour came during the Central Command briefing in Doha, Qatar. Military officials released a short videotape of the daring rescue of prisoner of war Jessica Lynch. The green, grainy nightscope video showed Private First Class Lynch being carried on a stretcher to a waiting Black Hawk helicopter. Lynch had suffered several gunshot wounds and broken bones when she and members of her company were ambushed and captured back on March 23rd. U.S. Special Forces rescued her last night after discovering she was in a Nasiriyah hospital. It didn't take much time to get reaction from her family. They, of course, are thrilled. And here is some of what Private Lynch's brother Greg told me during our 8 o'clock hour earlier today.
We were just so outstanded by the news. Everybody was in shock, Paula. Everybody was in shock, but you know, we really want to think that just because my sister made it home safely and she's on her way, hopefully, but we still have others missing, and you know, lives are being lost, and we're astounded by the news, but yet we're still looking forward to hear of good news for the other families as well.
And they're certainly waiting for it. Greg Lynch Jr. mentioned the other POW families. As you've just heard, many of them are at Fort Bliss, Texas, and that's where we find Ed Lavendera tonight. Hi, Ed.
Well, it's a windy West Texas evening, and as many of the families here and the family community here at Fort Bliss has been celebrating the recovery of Jessica Lynch, there are still many families here holding out for news of their own family members, and it is a difficult wait. Hope and war are an emotionally dangerous mixture. For Jessica Lynch's family, hope turned out to be a powerfully rewarding force.
That's about all we've got to hold on to is faith and hope. If we lose faith and hope, and quit praying to the Lord. There's no hope. So you got to keep it soaring high.
Families of the other soldiers in the 507th Maintenance Company are finding momentary comfort in the excitement of Lynch's rescue. It reinforces the possibility that dreams can come true.
And I think it is great that she is back. And that gives everybody hope.
Claude Johnson can't stop thinking of holding his daughter again. A banner awaits Shoshana Johnson in the family's front yard in El Paso. Hopeful preparations for a hero's homecoming.
As I have said previously, it's not just about Shoshana, it's about all of the prisoners that are over there. And I hope and pray that each and every one of them can come home safe, just like Jessica did.
Some families have seen their loved ones on television. That has helped. But the families of those soldiers still missing in action have little to hold on to at this point. Army counselors know this is a grueling test of emotional strength, especially for young family members.
But a lot of the children are having difficulty in school. They're having difficulty sleeping. Some of them are having problems with their own siblings, fighting and lashing out. Some of them have shown signs of depression, and those are all being addressed.
Now, Fort Bliss officials say that there is a team of counselors that have been helping all of these family members through any kind of a need that they might have at this point. They do say that they have been in contact. And one interesting note to pass along, one of the members of the family readiness group here at Fort Bliss was talking to the Jessica Lynch family yesterday, just moments after they had found out the news that she had been recovered safely. And the family readiness counselor here was saying that all that she could hear in the background was celebrations and laughter and a lot of joyous occasion in the background. So a sense of that a lot of these other families here associated with the 507th Maintenance Company would like to experience as well. But the family counselors here know that perhaps that might not be the case for all of them, and that's why they're on hand to do the difficult job that they have before them. Wolf, back to you.
And our heart, Ed, goes out to all of those families.